Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public by using the link located on the district's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Some information about public comment. During special board meetings, the public may make public comment on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. For purposes of this special meeting, requests for public comment will be accepted regarding the superintendent search firm up until the search firm candidate present. Nope, that is old instruction. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. All right, next up, our land acknowledgement. Ms. Albiani.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and the people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for the community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Ballerini, would you lead us in the pledge?
All right, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Superintendent, would you give us an overview of the day?
For sure. Thank you very much. Really important day, and appreciate. I'll say thank you to the board for committing to the long term. We will take care of you today, but it's going to be a long one. But a lot of important topics today. We'll start off with our twice a year reducing exclusionary discipline presentation. Great work continues. Still have plenty of work to do, but the team will share not only the data, but also the actual day-to-day work that we're doing to address the issue. So we appreciate everybody's time on that. The Managing Growth presentation could be a 3-day-long presentation, and our goal is to keep it within 90 minutes today. It will not be. We will not get everything covered today, but really a great opportunity for the new board as you come together to really understand the tools that we have at our disposal in addressing growth. Unlike many districts in the state, we're dealing with declining enrollment, which brings a whole bunch of challenges along with it. Growth is not easy either, and so there's a lot of work that goes along with that. So a great opportunity to understand the board's role in this process, and we'll also highlight a few of the major projects that will be coming forward soon. And over the next 12 to 24 months, there will be a number of projects and decisions brought to the board, as we work through this process. So I know it's exciting and it's really interesting, but a lot to do today. So the 90-minute window is our goal. The consent agenda is pretty straightforward. This is the other opportunity. I'm really excited to have Mike Merchant from the Arbinger Institute join us for a board development session, really working on the idea of the outward mindset as we enter into the work we have ahead of us. And there will also be, at the end of that session, an opportunity to discuss potential edits and updates to the governance handbook, as one of the things we'll do is we'll actually put the new board's name on it, since your names will be on it, since this will actually be yours now, instead of working from the previous handbook. So good opportunity there. And then we'll wrap up the day with not my favorite topic, but a topic we got to work our way through, and that's the search for the new superintendent. So we'll have the search firm will be here to walk us through that process. So again, I appreciate the commitment of the board to be here for the long haul today, and look forward to a productive day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Then let's start with our reducing exclusionary discipline. I think Mr. Cerruti.
Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and my good friend, Ms. Avalos. I just want to take a moment and set up the presentation. There'll be a number of people that will be coming up here this morning, and I'll be turning it over in just a second to my colleague, Ms. Avey. But as Superintendent Hoffman referenced, in alignment with Board Policy 5144.31, which is entitled Roles and Responsibilities of School Administrators and Law Enforcement, we do these presentations twice a year. This is the summative report from last year, and then we'll be back in late January, early February with a mid-year report. Just a couple of points to set the stage. First of all, and you'll see this, Ms. Avey will cover this in just a second, so don't mean to steal her thunder. But it's important for, as a board, for you to realize, and I believe you do, but also the community, that discipline, we view discipline as an opportunity, as an educational opportunity. We don't view it as a punitive consequence to behavior. And it may sound like semantics, but it's very, very different. We're here to educate, and when students related to student behavior is at times as abhorrent as potentially that behavior is, our attempts to educate never stop, and we view it as such. The removal of a student from a classroom and from a school is as serious as it can get. The most important thing for all of our kids, and we say it over and over again, is we want every one of our kids in our classrooms every single day. I used to tell, as I had been teaching for a while and was an administrator for a principal for about 19 years, and after a few years and gaining a bit of experience, at the beginning of each school year when I was meeting with the staff, I would tell them and say, I tell you I've only been to one high school reunion of my own. It was a 10-year reunion. And I was in education at the time, and so I'm hearing the conversations, and frequently the conversations were, we reverted right back to as if we were still in high school. But when the conversations were regarding teachers, they were more often negative than they were positive. It is, do you remember, ... And that stuck with me because I would tell my staff, and in particular teachers, but everyone on our campus, you never know what you're going to say on any given day or what you're going to do that is going to remain with a student for the rest of their lives. So that's a powerful thing to understand. It's incredible power and responsibility that you have. So it's a really good idea to make sure that you leave a good mark with them instead of being the one that they're talking about at their 10-year reunion. So I would share that with them. So we take it very, very seriously in terms of removing kids from class. And the people who really take it seriously is our teachers. And I just want to give a shout out to our teachers who do incredible work every single day to work with our kids, to provide engaging classroom opportunities, and to deal with a lot of behavioral issues in those classrooms that they manage and control, even when at times they're needing support. but there's tremendous work being done by our teachers in our classrooms to keep our kids in classrooms. Then there's the balance, because it can be easy, oh, you're reducing suspensions, but all hell's breaking loose, excuse the, but is breaking loose in your schools. It's like, well, that's not the case. And that's evidenced by the feedback that we get by our staff and our students and our parents. And there is some variability in terms of the safety on our campuses, but overall, our campuses are viewed as being very safe, as our classrooms are. And the last thing that I would mention is that our administrators, under the leadership of Jen and Chad, and directors, Richard and Martin are examples of those, our school directors, and ed service directors, our folks are working extremely hard to calibrate practice, to talk about consequence of how, if a suspension is mandated, how many days, all those things that have been going on. And last but not least, and that is the work being done with restorative practices. Restorative, sometimes I talk about the use of that term. It can sound like after something has taken place, but the model that we're using has considerable proactive components to it. But it's also the reentry and what we're doing with kids that did have to be removed. And our folks will be talking about certain ed code violations that we don't have an option. But what do we do when the kids come back? And so I just wanted to set the stage of the seriousness of this topic, how important it is to have our kids in class every day, but also our responsibility to educate our kids behaviorally and also ensure that our classrooms and our schools are physically and emotionally safe for every single one of our kids. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and friend, Ms. Avey.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cerruti, and good morning, everyone. So our presentation format today is we're going to go over our guiding principles, which are really belief statements that we have as a district. We're going to talk about the connection of MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, to reducing exclusionary discipline. We're going to go over data. Director Hinshaw is going to come up and talk about some of the vocabulary so that we have the same perspective on it. And then Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Fine will share some of the data and where we are at, some like what we call in elementary glows and grows. And then Mr. Schweitzer will come up and end the presentation with some best practices that we're doing to support Tier 1, what everyone is doing across the district. So we have the big unveil. Ooh, ah. Can I hear it? Ooh, ah. So the same strategic goals and the same learning vision, but a new approach to looking at them. So we thought with the new year, we'd have a new refresh of that. And even more wonderful is the fact that when we're talking about the topic that we're discussing today, without that particular learning vision about what we believe about students and the 4 goals that we have, we wouldn't be able to reduce exclusionary discipline. We have to have high quality instruction and assessments. We have to have targeted supports to be able to fill some gaps. There has to be wellness around safety and emotional well-being, and we couldn't do it without our family and our community. So our guiding principles, if you'll just take a moment to read those over. Again, belief statements. Mr. Cerruti already mentioned that the way we look at behavioral incidents is about being restorative versus punitive. It's the most important time in a student's life, elementary and secondary, where they can learn from their mistakes prior to becoming legal adults. We believe that eliminating disproportionality and the application of exclusionary discipline is a necessity. It's not something that'd be nice to have, it's a necessity. The reductions in exclusionary discipline have a positive relationship with increased student connectedness to school and student achievement, which is what our organization is about. And ensuring that classroom behavior is conducive to learning. So we have to have the systems in place so that our amazing teachers continue doing the good work that they're doing. So with this portion of the presentation, one thing I want to point out is I'm not going to go into MTSS. That could be another hour or 2-hour presentation. There are going to be upcoming spotlight sessions that the team is going to do to further deepen the knowledge of the board, to understand how this is integrated into really everything we do within the organization. But there's 2 particular functions of MTSS. You have MTSS as a framework. And so if you look to the right, we're all very familiar with that. We have clearly defined so that we have a common language in Elk Grove of how we're looking at academics, social emotional learning, and behavior. And we've done that through the instructional framework, CASEL, which is a national approach to looking at social emotional learning, and PBIS, which has been around in our district for over 15 years. And within that framework, what we're looking at are policies, practices, and structures. So the policy at a school site might be their behavior policy. It might be an anti-bullying policy. So those are like the rules and the guidelines. The practices are actually what the staff is doing. Those are the methods, the strategies they're doing. And the structures are looking at the system within the school. That could be the roles and responsibilities of principals, vice principals, counselors, teachers, grade level leads, custodians, everybody who is there. And part of our ongoing work is to make sure our policies, practices, and structures are aligned. Then we also have within that framework MTSS as a process. And I think this is the part that most people are most familiar with. And that's the process that we receive and seek support for students. So if the system at a school site is clearly defined, the process for seeking support starts with classroom teachers doing the day-to-day work, and then having the opportunity to do what we call is a request for assistance, not to be confused with a request for assessment. And that's really what starts the process. And what I want to be able to share on here is when we do our spotlight, teams will come through and go through that process with you in detail. What we're more focused on right now with this presentation today is to talk about some of the work, and I'm going to mention that, and then Mr. Schweitzer will end with it, that we're doing district-wide to support Tier 1, which is what all students in the organization receive. So some Tier 1 examples that we're quite proud of and then we're continuing to work on is we've established a district goal, which is part of our LCAP, for participation in student assessments. It's 95% for reasons of student attendance. Some students aren't qualified to take the assessment. We are meeting that particular goal. We have defined and trained 3 modules of the instructional framework, which equates to almost 8 hours of training. 87% of staff has been completed. That's a moving target because we have people retiring and new people coming into the system. We have defined CASEL, how we're defining social emotional learning through a focus at 3 years of pre-service time period. PBIS, again, has been around for many, many years. We had 66 schools recognized last year. We will have all schools recognized for their achievement this year. The Ed Equity team has done an amazing job with restorative practices. All schools have been trained with a variety of other staff within the district, from campus supervisors to district personnel, on Tier 1 restorative practices. And then we also have done our training on de-escalation that has been done for all certificated staff at all of our sites, which is just a basic approach to how to de-escalate a situation with a student. So examples that we're proud of. You can note at the bottom there that we have MTSS meetings at all school sites, and we also have developed a universal student study team process, which is a way to look more deeply with a family on a student need. So that's our connection to MTSS for our presentation today. And then I'd like to invite up Director Hinshaw, who's going to go over some definitions with you.
Thanks, Jen. Good morning. Over the next few slides, you're going to be presented with suspension data that's communicated a variety of ways. So I wanted to take a few moments to talk through each and why we share them these different ways. The first set of slides will present you with the number of students who have been suspended 1 or more times, along with the percentage of all enrolled students who've been suspended one or more times. These metrics are aligned to how suspension rates are reported via the California School Dashboard for accountability each fall. So as such, we consider this lens to be the primary approach for examining exclusionary discipline. While the number of suspended students will give you a good concrete sense of the size and scope of students impacted by exclusionary discipline, we place the greater emphasis on the percentage of students who are suspended one or more times, as it accounts for differences in population size, allowing for a more meaningful comparison than the raw numbers of students who are suspended at least once. However, in the interest of full transparency, we supplement metrics related to suspended students with information about the number of suspension incidents and suspension incident rates per 100 students. We add this as an additional information because the percentage of suspended students, while approachable and informative, can mask the total volume of exclusion that can happen when individual students are suspended more than once. Consider two students. The first student is suspended only once, while the second student is suspended 5 times during the year. In this example, when we look at the percentage of suspended students, they're both counted once. In the suspension incident rate, they are counted differently. The second student is counted 5 more times than the first student. So this supplementary approach adds an additional dimension to help inform a comprehensive picture of the total state of exclusionary discipline in the district. And now I'll pass it over to Martin Fine and Richard Gutierrez.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to share our end-of-the-year discipline data with all of you for this past school year. We're pleased to report that the overall number of students suspended last year continues to decline. And as Jeremy just gave you great definitions of what we're going to do, first, we're going to look at the number of suspended students, and this is the number of students who receive 1 or more suspension for an ed code violation. And then we will look at the numbers of suspensions themselves, where we count every suspension incident that occurs. So one is a student count, as he said, the other is an incident count. So to provide some structure, our first table shows the end of the year number and percentage of students suspended. There's 2 years of data, and for each year, there are 3 data points: enrollment, number of suspended students, and percentage of suspended students. Down the left side, you see that we have listed the district and the 3 segments of schooling: elementary, middle school, and high school. And our 3 target subgroups within each one are African American students, foster youth, and students with disabilities. So please note that for this slide, students are counted 1 time in the overall total, even if they have been suspended more than once. But some students may fit into 1 or more subcategory. So an example would be, we could have a student with a disability that was also in foster youth. That student would show in both of those totals. So starting with the district, in 23-24, our overall enrollment was 66,442 students, of which 2,692 were suspended, equaling 4.1%, going right across the top. In 24-25, our enrollment was 67,079 students, of which 2,497 were suspended, equaling 3.7%. So the total of suspended students decreased by 195 to 3.7%. For our African American subgroup, 779 students, or 11.1%, were suspended in 23-24, compared to 702, or 10% last year, a reduction of 72 students. Foster youth and students with disabilities showed reductions, foster youth by 0.4% and students with disability reducing by 8 students to 6.8%. In elementary, with the growth of almost 700 students throughout the school year, we reduced the number of suspended students by 26, equaling 1.1% of our enrollment. Our 3 subgroups also showed reductions, African American subgroup reducing 24 students from 4% down to 3%, foster youth going from 7.3% down to 5.2%, equaling 3 students, and finally our students with disabilities group showing a reduction of 10 students down to 2.2%. Richard's going to continue to present secondary data.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Good morning, everybody. First, I want to also make a statement that the reason why we only look at 2 years, we could definitely we do track over time in regards to our discipline numbers and data, but for the purpose of this presentation, we only focus on 2 years because, yes, we can make it fit on the presentation and just compare year to year, but we do look at the trend in regards to the last 10 years that we keep track. I'm proud to say that we have seen a substantial reduction in regards to over time, and with all the reasons that Mr. Avey and Mr. Cerruti talked about, everything that we do to make sure that our students are supported in the classroom. So continue with the same data that Mr. Fine was going over for district and elementary. We also see for our middle schools, we had an increase of 219 students for 24-25 in comparison to 23-24. So that we also see kind of that trend of increasing with our middle schools. That bringing us to a reduction of suspensions as well, minus 1.1%. That is equals to minus 88 students, the suspended students. Overall for middle school. For our African American students, we had an increase of 24 students of enrollment. That brought us to compare the percentage of suspended students between 23 and 24, minus 4.7%, that equaling to a minus 46 less students suspended. For our foster youth, we see that there was an increase of enrollment as well, plus 11 students more for foster youth. That data in regards to the number of suspended students maintained the same 17 in comparison to 17 from 23-24, but nonetheless we did see a reduction of the percentage of suspended students, that is a minus 9.2%. With our students with disability, we did have about 106, 108 students more students with disabilities. From 23-24, that in comparison to that year, we did saw also a reduction in the suspension and the percent of suspended students by minus 1.7%. That's an equivalent of 4 students. In comparison now to the high school, we did see not an increase of enrollment, but a decrease of enrollment at the high school level. From 23-24 to 24-25, there were minus 43 students less. If we compare the number of suspended students between one year and the other, there were a reduction of minus 51 students, that given us a minus 0.3%. If we look at our African American students, we did see also a minus 6 students of enrollment reduction. That in comparison to the number of suspended students, we did have an increase, plus 11 students, that given us a plus 0.5% of an increase of percent of students suspended. For our foster youth, we did had also a a decrease of enrollment, a minus 3, but we had a plus 1 number of suspended students, that given us a plus 2.9% increase, but that's just 1 student. But again, we had a reduction of enrollment, and then that kind of brings the plus percentage. With our students with disabilities at the high school, we did had a plus 29 students increase of enrollment, but we see also kind of in comparison of 23-24, we had a plus 8 number of students suspended, that giving us a 0.2% increase between 23-24 to 24-25. The next page, basically what it is just a visual representation in regards to kind of like the data that we just witnessed and saw, went over. If you see here we have a 3-year comparison, 22-23, 23-24, 24-25. You see that you may notice that there was an increase between 22-23 and almost all of our student groups. Foster went up by 0.7%. From 22-23 to 23-24, with our African American as a 0.5 increase, with our student with disabilities was a 0.2 increase, and with district-wide was a 0.3 increase. But then if we go from 23-24 to 24-25, we see a decrease of a percentage of suspended students, a minus 0.4% with foster, minus 1.1% with African American students, a minus 0.4% with our students with disabilities, and a minus 0.4% district-wide. Now this next, I know it looks very busy, right? You see, we have all of our ethnicity groups here that we can see here. What we're going to do here for the presentation of suspended students by ethnicity, for the purpose of this slide, I'm going to share 3 groups where a percentage either increase or decrease in the last 3 years, starting from the top and moving down. At the very top, we can see our African American students. It's a 0.5 increase from 22-23 to 23-24, and a 1.1% decrease from 22-24 to 24-25. And then we see moving down to our Hispanic students, where we can see an increase from 22-23 to 23-24 of a 0.3%, but a decrease of a 0.5 between 23-24 to 24-25. One more example is a district percentage of suspended students. We can see that in 22-23, there were 3.8% of suspended students. We had an increase of 0.3% in 23-24 and a decrease of 0.4% in 24-25. And then we can see that other groups, and for 24-25, our American Indian, it was an increase of 0.3%. And then identify as a 2 or more, there was an increase of a 0.1%. Pacific Islander students was an increase of 0.2%. White students, it was a decrease of a 0.4%. And our Asian students, it was an increase of a 0.1%. This is a percentage of suspended students by student groups. As you can see, also kind of like the same trend as the previous one. From 22-23 to 23-24, it was an increase, slightly increase. And then we also had, we can note that from 23-24 to 24-25, there was a decrease in regards to all of our student groups. In exception with our EL students that have 0.1% increase in the last 3 years, from 22-23 to 24-25.
This next table shows the end-of-year number of and rate of suspension incidents. As Jeremy mentioned, this is different from the number of actual students. This illustrates the number of incidents and rates that the students from the first table were suspended for, meaning some students have been suspended multiple times for different incidents. So overall, as a district, we saw a reduction of 266 total suspension incidents from 23-24 to the end of last year, and a change in our incident rate from 6.6 down to 6.1. In our African American subgroup, we saw a rate change from 19.7 down to 18, or 123 suspensions. Foster youth saw a small increase in the rate from 33.2 to 37.1, or 11 suspension incidents. And finally, our students with disabilities subgroup saw a decrease in their incident rate from 13.9 down to 13.7. In elementary, we saw a reduction of 40 suspensions, which is a rate change of 1.7 to 1.6. Suspensions for our African American students decreased by 59 from a rate of 6.7 down to 4.9. Our foster youth subgroup went from a suspension rate of 8.1 down to 7.8. And our students with disabilities went from a rate of 5.1 down to 3.9, a reduction of 47 suspensions.
For our middle school, happy to say that we also saw 193 less suspension incidents in 24-25 in comparison of 23-24, that giving us a minus 2.3 of the rate. For our African American students, there was also a minus 83 number of incidents in regards to the rate, and then we bringing us to a minus 8.6 of the rate. For our foster youth, we do have again a reduction of minus 12 number of incidents, that giving us a rate of a minus 2.4. And finally, with our student with disability for the middle schools, again, we had an increase of enrollment there, but we also had a plus 14 number of suspension incidents, but that still brought us the rate down to a minus 2.4%. At our high schools, we also saw a reduction, again, in enrollment, but of the number of suspended incidents, it was a plus 5. But that maintained the same in regards to the rate at a 7.9 for 23, 24, 24, 25. Our African American students, there was a plus 40 number of incidents, and giving us an increase of a plus 1.9% in regards to the rate. Where our foster youth, there was a minus 2 number of incidents, suspension incidents, and also bringing us a minus 1% there. And then with the student with disabilities, we had a plus 86 suspension incidents, and that brought us to a plus 3.1% of the rate for our high school student with disabilities. The next slide is again a visual representation of the rate. This is the suspension incidents. You can see that for our foster youth, we had a slight decrease from 22-23, but 23-24 to 24-25, we had an increase. Again, this is up to point out. Something to point out is that our foster youth is only talking about 40 students in 24-25 and then 41 students in 23-24. With our African American, you can see a decline of rate from 22-23 to 24-25. And then with student with disabilities, also a minus 0.2% between 23-24, 24-25. And overall, at the district office, not office, but the district, is a minus 0.5 from 23-24 to 24-25.
So now to share with you some of the responses to behavior incidents that occur. 8% received a suspension last year. 91% received an alternative to suspension. Of that 91%, 52% received some type of teacher-managed classroom response. 20% received an administrator-student conference, definitely parent contact. 11% received a detention. That's a big decrease from 26% in 23-24, largely due to SB 291, the recess bill, making sure that kids have recess. And then 7% received a mediated response, such as some type of restorative conversation, conflict mediation, or a contract. Some additional examples of responses as to how behavior incidents are responded to. On the left side, we have what we would call minors and the teacher-managed behaviors, and on the right, where things would escalate perhaps a little more and become a major, our admin teams would address in another means of correction. Our teachers rely heavily on their relationships and connections with their students and families, creating a sense of belonging in the classroom and at school. So they can handle so many situations with just a conference because of those relationships. So, you know, hats off to the teachers, as Mark was saying earlier. They're really doing a great job working with their kids and keeping them engaged and wanting to be at school. So some of the other things to look at, teacher managed, they may have that student conference. They can utilize a timeout in a buddy room, a parent conference, different types of referrals, as Jennifer said earlier, to MTSS team or to a counselor. Admin on the right side, using other means of correction, would also have a student conference, definitely followed by a parent phone call. There are restorative conversations, conflict mediation, and definitely supporting that MTSS process as well. Our next slide shows our responses to different types of violations, and it's a mix of minors and majors, but it gives you a great visual. It's also a test of your eyeglasses to see if they are properly diagnosed. But it gives you a great visual. On the right side are the violations by category. On the left side are the ways we respond to those violations. And so looking at the very top, the bar on the top for defiance, disrespect, noncompliance, there was a little over 13,000 violations in that category. And on the left side, you can see that the teal color, I believe it's 62%, were handled by teachers. They managed that behavior in their classroom. Some of those students escalated up to the admin team, 36% of them, but they were provided an alternative means of correction, not a suspension, but leaving about 1% or so that were met with a suspension, so about 130 students. Just beneath that, on the right side, is disruption. Just another example, 8,663 violations, and 64% were handled by the teacher in the classroom, 34% by admin using other means of correction, and then about 1.5% were met with a suspension. So to let your eyes drift to the exclusionary discipline, the orange, if you come about a quarter of the way down from the top and you see fighting, you'll see that 75% of those violations were met with a suspension. It becomes much more serious. Sometimes, there's Ed Code violations there, fighting, and they are students are suspended. 25% were still dealt with other means of correction, depending, but you'll notice that the teacher managed, they're doing the right thing by referring those to admin. If you go down even further, about 2/3 of the way down, you'll see possession of drugs. 88% of those violations were met with a suspension. A couple down from there, possession of weapons, possession of alcohol, both in the mid to high 80s, met with a suspension. So next we have Chad to share our district and school level trainings.
Thank you. So we'll talk a few more slides here about what supports and trainings that are being offered to our sites. So here you can see a long list of the trainings that are still ongoing. Continuing to calibrate our practices. We spend a lot of time with administrators reviewing incidents and what those responses are according to our discipline guidelines. All of our schools have been trained on the first 2 modules or workshops of the restorative practices. Continuing the work on our instructional framework, this year's focus is on universal access, with training continuing on mindfulness and social emotional learning. All of our schools have been trained in de-escalation techniques. Most recently, I believe Board Member Davis joined us on our campus supervisors last week. We had all of our campus supervisors in here getting de-escalation techniques. And then lastly, with crisis prevention and intervention, while predominantly with our special ed staff, that is being opened up, and more general ed teachers and staff are taking advantage of that training to work with students. And then continuing with our current practices, so we definitely want to use our discipline guidelines with fidelity. We want to make sure that incidents are being responded to very similarly across our sites, and working with staff on a regular basis to make sure that they're using the guidelines when it comes to specific incidences. So we don't want one site suspending somebody for 5 days and another one only doing 1, as an example. We want to make sure we have fidelity with that implementation across the district. Definitely always working with our staff on providing interventions and alternatives to suspension, many of which Martin and Richard just spoke about. We monitor data on a weekly basis now. That information is sent out to principals every week so that we can see and track how staff are doing with discipline data. Always wanting to improve instruction and implementation of our social emotional learning. Students who are engaged in campus typically aren't getting into trouble, so we're able to track that student engagement, especially at the secondary level. And then definitely wanting to continue our opportunities for student voice. So we have a wide variety of examples there with Student Equity Council, Black Student Unions, Superintendent has Student Advisory Meeting, and then our own student board member is very active with providing student voice as well. And then lastly, we want to have positive relationships with our family so that they can understand what we're doing at our school, what our culture and expectations are. And this is our last slide, and as always, all of our school data will be presented to the board in a board communication, and you'll have that information. And with that, we welcome any comments and questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Albiani, are there any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. Then we'll start with board member questions and comments. Ms. Bowen.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's very helpful. This is an area that's always, I think, sensitive to all of us because we want to be really mindful I think it's really valuable that we have this presentation and that the public understand that the things that you highlighted, particularly that piece around the MTSS process around focusing on requesting assistance and not just the assessment going straight to what's wrong with the child. And I think it takes a village, right? And this is the village. This is the foundation that supports the village, and I think it's so valuable. I do have some questions. Ms. Avey, you did mention that this process is helpful to identify the glows and the grows. Is it possible that you guys can give us a few examples of where we need to grow and what are our glows that we're proud of?
So what I'll go back to start off about process that would support the data that we look at is really going back to policies and practices. It's really ensuring that at all of our elementary sites, including secondary sites, that what we put out for expectations, that our methods, our strategies on how we're supporting that is actually taking place. So I see that as a grow area. The glows that we have for elementary, I think the data speaks for itself. The team has been working really hard to come up with alternative reasons for discipline, but also using restorative and building relationships. The work that the Ed Equity team has done, again, Mr. Surety referred to it, it's called restorative practices, but actually it's foundational building when you're using it as community circles to build connections, relationships, understanding of where people are coming from. So I would say that that is really our largest grow. We're proud of that. We're proud of the data. I would also note that I don't know if we'll ever be where we don't have any suspensions. I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation is, you know, when children are young, that is their opportunity to make mistakes. And our job in the school system, and parents do the same thing at home, is to help them learn from their mistakes. And I think that's a job we're doing better as a district, is really understanding how we can look at not punishing kids, but helping them understand the mistake and learn from it.
I think a great example is the explanation, the difference between suspension percentage and then the suspension rate. So as our suspension rate continues to decrease, half an incident rate this year, if you will, for the district, to me that shows that our interventions are getting better and better and working for students so that they're not getting suspended again. If our incident rate continues to rise, that means a student is being suspended more than once so that they're not responding to that intervention. So once a student's suspended, what restorative practice is, how are we bringing them back into the classroom, how are we bringing back into school? All of those interventions are getting better with being implemented and providing benefits to students so that they don't repeat and get suspended again.
Thank you. Let's see. Can we go back? I think you probably mentioned this. How long has the district been implementing CASEL and restorative practices?
I'm going to throw out some dates, and they may not be exact. PBIS, I believe this is year 16 or 17. Mr. Cerruti is kind of at the root of it. CASEL, we came into kind of pandemic, 2019, 2020. And then the instructional framework has, in theory, was developed around 2016 and really brought into the current state it is in the last 3 years.
One more time, instructional framework when?
The theory of it kind of started in 2016, but actually the delivery and development of what we've presented to teachers is in the last 3 years.
Okay.
And I'll just add one, and thank you, Jen. She was spot on. One way to look at this is we didn't have, and I don't know too many districts that would have the capacity if you were building this model to deal with whether you look at it as a triangle or sometimes the three legs of the stool of MTSS. PBIS was the original, and part of our reason for doing that is because the PBIS model has been established and around for decades, and also we had an opportunity to partner with Placer County, and it was very cost effective for us to do that. So over a 3-year period, we rotated, a third of the district was in here bringing full teams. That was the first leg of the stool that we were that we were developing. The second was our instructional framework. And then the third, so if you look at it, sometimes I describe it and say, I view it's not perfect, and we don't claim that it's perfect. But PBIS, if we look at it in terms of, are you starting as a kindergartner, or are you a 12th grader? We're probably about a 9th to 10th grader with PBIS. And I'd say probably a solid 10th grader, and with room to grow. Our instructional framework, we're probably at 4th to 5th and heading towards 6th grade as we're really moving it into classrooms across the district. And with our SEL, we're probably about a third to 4th grader with the purchase of curriculum, but we're really focusing on accessing and utilizing that curriculum.
Awesome, thanks. I think that's really great context, particularly because, change like this doesn't happen overnight and it takes time. And PBIS, like 15 years, that sounds about right when I remember it coming out and everybody thinking, yeah, right, this is not going to work, and being really resistant. And I think this is, our district has done a great job of implementing it and sticking to it, and giving it time for our students to catch on, families to catch on, and us to have shared values around really the great characteristics that make our schools safe and awesome. So thank you so much for that. I do have a question. I think I'm still grappling with the caveat that was provided to us about the data that there's, if I understand correctly, maybe it's a bit not skewed, but it's accounting for rate. So it could be multiple suspensions by the same student. So do we have a potential chronic suspension issue with like the same group of students? And if we do, what are some pretty, I imagine this would be the top of the tier of the interventions that need to take place to support those students to decrease the continued suspensions?
Yeah, so those are the interventions. So when students get suspended, then we start looking for the first time, which is the percentage. Then we look at what type of interventions are being provided. Is there counseling opportunities? Is there something going on with the teacher in the class that they got suspended from the class? It's kind of, I can kind of picture our Lozano friends going, it depends on what the incident was, right? Mm-hmm. or what if. So a wide variety of interventions can go in there. It could be something as counseling. It could be a referral to an agency outside of school if there's wellness providers going on. Could be an interactive meeting with the teacher in the classroom to bring some sort of, a circle back together so that they can be reintegrated into the classroom. So just a wide variety, but then there's also referrals for assistance through the MTSS. You might progress from tier 1 to tier 2 and get more intensive types of interventions if that need arises, if you're not responding to those lower levels. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then from slide 11, it appears that we have increases in suspensions in our high school. What's our reflection around how are we going to support the high schools with the assistance needed to address those increases that have happened in 24-25?
Yeah, one of the sorry, did I cut you off? No. One of the best things that we're doing is reviewing data on a weekly basis. So when those reports come out to our administrators, our directors are supporting the admin teams in reviewing their data so that they can have those conversations with their staff. Oftentimes that leads to conferences, meetings with your campus supervisors. Are we noticing things happening on campus? Is there a hot spot, for example? We're noticing an area behind one of the buildings. Okay, do we need to get some supervision out there if that's where things are taking place? But being able to monitor that on a weekly basis and then bring teams of administrators together to review incidents that are actually happening and having staff come in and share those incidents that we're seeing suspensions coming on, and how are we calibrating and working with them to be able to do that.
Okay. Can I add, along with that, with what Chat said, so our schools practice gradual. It's just discipline, right? Mm-hmm. Because of the behavior of the student, and then we equip them with services, right? Support, counseling. at our schools, they do the MTSS, right? And then for the behavior as well. So we have the universal that we provide to our schools, to our students, and then tier 2. So they meet, their groups meet, depends on what level they are. So universally, they meet once a month, a team, they kind of look at those behaviors. And then we have another team, the same team but meet bi-weekly to meet those students who are in tier 2 to kind of equip them with more support, with more services. So that's one of the things that we kind of practice in regards to kind of calibrating with the data. When we have our vice principals meetings as well, we calibrate with them. We bring scenarios. We have them kind of work together with the scenario and make sure that they are calibrated in regards to what would you do in this case, because we want to make sure that it's equitable across the all of our schools in regards to the behavior they're going to get based on the incident.
Thank you. And just one last question on slide 13. What are we doing to address the disparity of our African American students? They seem to be at the top here on this chart for suspensions. And then taking a look at American Indian, there was a drastic decrease. Is there any lessons learned from that decrease that we could apply across other subgroups that are experiencing higher rates of suspension?
I think the not knowing what the N number is on American Indian, that is typically a smaller group. So if you have a smaller group and then 1 or 2 less suspensions could be a drastic increase. We can definitely research that and provide that information just on what their enrollment numbers are. I think specifically with African American students, when they are being suspended, there's calibration amongst their team. Conversations on campus, is this a suspendable offense? Conversations with the director, having conversations about are there alternatives that we can do instead of suspension, in lieu of suspension. And as I kind of think through this slide right here, I really like this slide because it does show all of the other means of corrections, teacher-managed alternatives to suspension, and you can really kind of see short of fights, possession of drugs, possession of weapons, we are doing everything we can to not suspend students in lieu of those kind of big 4, big 5. When those incidents do happen, typically they do result in a suspension.
I was going to add to that as well. Part of the focus that CPL and actually the whole Ed Services team did this year with Universal Design for Learning, it really is looking at being culturally responsive, how lessons are designed. So it is also bringing back, we recognize there's a gap and recognize that we need to continue to dig into the day-to-day work that we do with our students, or not just in instruction, but how classrooms and schools are set up. So I think that is one of the pieces that we're looking at. I also would add that we predict to see reductions with restorative practices work that are going on because the emphasis is on relationships and understanding families and students. And I would also add that the work that was done, that you can have more comprehensive training, the de-escalation training, it has this really simple approach of Q-tip, which is quit taking it personally. So it's really about the adults. It's not about the students, about how adults are interacting with kids. But we recognize that, and I believe those strategies of what we're looking at right now are some ways that we will mitigate that.
I need to use that. My kids, my own kids. I need to do that with my own kids. All right. Thank you so much for your questions, or for my answers.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that in the beginning of the presentation, you recognize that we need adequate supports for our teachers because it, with this, as we're implementing these processes, it seems that there's definitely an added burden to our teachers. As you mentioned on page 19, that if a lot of these, like a lot of those interventions were teacher managed, and that is putting a heavy responsibility on them when their primary focus is instruction and managing their classroom. So if we're going to put that kind of burden on them, I just want to ensure that we are adequately supporting them. And on slide 5, it says that the last bullet point says, ensuring classroom behavior is conducive to learning and maintaining school safety is a foundational exception. And I just want to point out that that is really important, that we maintain school safety. And in our efforts to reduce exclusionary discipline, we need to make sure that you talk about how we're moving away from punitive punishments, but we need to ensure that we are not, in our efforts to do that, we're not punishing all students. And I say that because some feedback that I hear from staff, students, and community members is that sometimes there are disruption in classes when teachers are trying to manage behaviors, student safety, as I mentioned previously. If we are not properly addressing issues that need to be addressed, then later that can cause student safety issues. And then another issue is that restrooms are being closed for all students instead of addressing the behaviors that are causing the restrooms to be closed. And so for a minute, I wanted to go back to, again, page 19, where it addresses the individual behaviors. I noticed that for vandalism and damage, property damage, we had 1,137 incidents, I believe. Can you tell us where most of those incidents happen? Is there a specific location on campus? Do we have more data on that?
Yeah, that's we don't have that readily available. That's data that we can identify where it took place. As long as that's being logged in Synergy when the incidents are happening. It could be on the bathroom, it could be damage in an office, something along those lines. But we can look that up and find out specifically where, if it's listed for us.
Okay,
yeah.
Because from what I hear is that when we are often shutting restrooms, is that the two primary reasons are that it is because of vandalism or vaping, sometimes other misbehaviors, instead of addressing those issues, we're shutting the restrooms, which punishes all of our students. And I don't think that's acceptable. So I really would like to get to the bottom of how we're dealing with those issues. It seems like that's quite a few incidents of, vandalism, property damage. And I've heard, what some of the things happening in the bathrooms are, and so if we're not addressing those issues, that's a concern to me. And then, we also had students come from Sheldon High School talking about their concerns with vaping in the restrooms and how they would, they didn't even want to use the restrooms because it was so bad. So when we have our own students coming to board meetings saying that's an issue, that's something we really need to look into. Again, we need to make sure all of our students are safe. They all need to have a restroom to use where they feel safe and like it's available and accessible to them. So I would like us to continue to look into that issue and how we're dealing with those particular incidents.
Ms. Moore, we can, the report was just run for me. So majority of those incidents, about just under 500, 491 occurred in the classroom, while there were 82 listed in the bathroom restrooms. Okay. And then down from there, playground, library, common areas, et cetera. So majority of those are happening in the classroom. Was it about 1,000 or so total? So just about half of them happened in the classroom, and then 82 bathroom.
Okay. And then just to close out kind of that concern or topic, I would just like to say again that going along with supports for our teachers and our staff, we should, it is a priority that we have adequate campus supervisors, because again, if we're going to have alternate means of means of correction, then we need to make sure we have those supports, not just for our teachers, but also around campus, so that maybe you were saying that maybe you might look into how, like, the location on campus that certain things are happening. If we don't have adequate support around campus, then I think, that's a concern. So I really hope that we can address that. And then my last question on page 18, please. You talk about the various responses that are used, and I would just like to know, do we communicate with families as these responses are implemented?
Yeah, depending on which one teacher managed, for example, teacher would contact the parents, let them know that those interventions are taking place in class. Oftentimes ask for suggestions, anything you might do at home, for example, that I might be able to try in the classroom. And then when it comes into other means of correction that get into administrator or referrals, we definitely share with parents, the steps that have taken prior to leading up to a suspension, for example.
Okay, I just think that's important that we do that as much as possible to give families the opportunity to be part of the solution and also to be aware so they can support as needed. So I just wanted to know that. So thank you for the presentation. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
First off, I want to thank you guys for being so good about explaining all of this, because I went through it at home, but it just doesn't hit nearly as well until you guys talk us through it. I really appreciate that. And I do have a couple of quick questions. And I'm not sure, it's definitely before page 19, but where would they talk about a student contract as an option for how to deal with it? What does that mean, student contract?
At the elementary level, it could be a simple behavior contract where the teacher and the student spell out specifics of, what's okay, what's not.
Okay.
It could be between two students where you have a no contact contract, they call it, where you sit down with both students and say, Martin, if you're on the field, then Jennifer, you need to be on the playground. We're keeping kids apart depending on the nature of it. That's at the elementary level.
Very similar.
Very similar to the high school. However, with the high school, we do focus to do restorative practices. Our main focus is to make sure that our students mediate their conflict. There's times that we recognize that they're not ready at that moment for them to resolve their conflict that they have. So we do a no contact contract where we write some some key points in regards to avoid each other. Make sure they don't look at each other, make sure that they don't use the same restroom in the same lunch. Just some parameters in regards to for them. You have to make sure that they respect each other until they're ready to come back to restorative practice and make sure that they resolve the issue that they have at hand.
Those are all good things in dealing with people in general, actually. Thank you for that. All right, on page 19, I noticed use, possession, alcohol, 9% no action. What does that mean? No action was taken. So,
and Jeremy might be able to answer this better. Sometimes there's an error on the entry of the violation within Synergy, and there's reports that go out, as Chad was saying, weekly to admin to let them know their
using their
validation error list, so they can go in and fix those. And I'm assuming that's what that is.
Oh, Jeremy's there.
Hi there. So if you look at the end on this, there are 50 use of possession of alcohol incidents where that was the category of the violation. So that 9% represents 2 incidents. Another factor that's at play here is just sometimes people make mistakes when they're doing the data entry. They enter the violation codes themselves independently of the category. And so you can get incidents where they might put like out of bounds as the minor out of bounds as the specific violation and accidentally misclick something else as the category. So I have a feeling that might be something that could be occurring here. But this is the data as it is in the system.
Perfect. It stuck out to me. So I was like, that's really weird. We did nothing and they had alcohol on campus. Uh-oh. All right. And this is, I guess, kind of a theoretical question. We do have quite a few of our schools that are overcrowded at this point, hence the reason we're building more schools. And I know we don't keep data specifically and share it with us on the schools individually. Are we finding that schools that have overcrowding are having more incidents because there's no way to separate the two people that are having problems or that kind of thing. Have we seen any of that coming on? The more students we get, obviously we've grown in students too. Is that a problem?
And that seems more of an elementary piece, and I really say that varies from school to school. As I think of the school sites that we have right now that are more crowded, they're not standing out. But when that does happen, we go back to look at what their tier 1 practices are, not their tier 2 or tier 3. We examine with the school what they have in place to eliminate some of those situations. It may be adding another recess. It may be adding another lunchtime and expanding the time so there's less students in the lunchroom, less students out on the yard, or just the passage, between recess and lunchtime. But that is definitely not something that jumps out immediately as something that we have dealt with in the last year.
Okay, great. It's good to know if somebody's looking at that and seeing if it's an issue, because I know when I went to pick up the kids on Monday, oh my goodness, all the kids at once, it was like, So it can be overwhelming for the kids as well. All right, that's it. And again, thank you guys for explaining this so well to us. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think I'm very proud of the fact that we've never tried to hide our numbers or misrepresent our numbers. And I've been sitting up here when the report was much more dire, I would say, and had to sit through that. So it is improved, 100%. We are headed in the right direction. And I believe, as Ms. Baldwin said, these programs take time to take effect. And I think one of the encouraging things to me is to see the incredibly low numbers at elementary schools, because it might shock some people. Those were not there 10 years ago. Those were not there 7 years ago. They've made a huge change. And I also feel these things happen in waves. So as we teach these children our culture, I just keep thinking, God, it's got to happen. It's got to get better. And it's middle school had been just a nightmare about incidents in the past. And high school is the highest this year, which is disappointing. I mean, but it's nice to see this. I feel like we're seeing a bit of a wave of this work that we've done as these kids grow into these programs. So, yeah, I just really feel like that was a positive in my mind, looking at it historically. I'm not discrediting any of the work we have to do. I think slide 14, can we show that real quick? Tells us some of the work we're doing. It's got to be reinforcing. We have dedicated people to homeless students. And I don't know what happened last year, but something seems to be working now. And the fact these things are starting to take effect and work over time, it's a support for programs. Supporting our students shows up everywhere. It shows up on their grades. It shows up in their behavior. We know it's a whole thing. So, and I have high hopes for restorative practices. We had some very disappointing numbers, and I think we looked real hard and started programs to include people. We've started programs to build people back in. We've changed a focus from no tolerance and punishment to inclusion and learning institute. The whole feeling of this in the last 10 years has really taken a shift, and I think it's showing in our numbers. So I don't know if we can throw in a graph that is old. Like, a graph is easy. I mean, you can't put all those numbers up here. But if you could do a graph that shows possibly post-COVID in our second of the year. And here's the other thing I want to point out to everybody. We take this seriously enough. We put this on our agenda 2 times a year. We don't ignore this. We don't do it once a year. We say, how did we do last year? They're using these numbers right now to kick off the school year. We get halfway into the school year and we say, how are we doing again? And so it's not something we're running from. It's something we're leaning into as a board, and we have in the past. And we're leaning into what programs make it work. I think slide 11, did we look at 14? That shows the support. 16, it's teeny, but there's gap closure on 16. I'm not showing, I'm not passing that up. Like, well, there's gap closure on 16 for our African American Black students. So it is little, but it is the right direction, and we've been waiting to see that. So I'm very excited about that. As people sitting on the board can see, the end of 23-24, we did not have. We were saying some very different things on the dais, and so it's exciting to see this change. And we did a whole change in discipline programming, how we discipline children, and the discipline graph. I don't know, have you guys had that? Have you seen it? I think that's something to share, and I think Ms. Moore will appreciate. It says, this happens, call parent. Like, when something happens, our administrators pull out a piece of paper that we can get a copy of, and it says, this happens, call parent, do this, do this, do this. And it shows you, and I'm not sure it's not even in the handbook, but it is a framework of how we handle these things. And then if you go to a principals meeting, they pull up an incident, and then all the principals talk about how that's handled. And they talk about this, right, correlation, what do we call it?
Calibration, yeah.
Calibration. The calibrating behavior, and they've been doing it for years, and it's just very impressive because that is one of our challenges. We're so large. One of our challenges is to be fair, and fair is not equal, but fair is fair. And so what are we doing? We've changed that, and I think it's really drilled into our administration through that practice. That's one of my favorite practices I've seen us do. So congratulations. Thank you for the hard work. And I think, as it was mentioned before, our focus does need to be repeat offenders. What are we doing that brings that number down? And then what other services do they need? Thank you. This is great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Davis.
Once again, thank you for the presentation. On page 9, you stated that the de-escalation training had been provided to all certificated staff, and I know the campus supervisors by attending their training the other day. But is there any plans to include front office, yard supervisors, paraeducators who are also in these situations with these children and would benefit from that training also?
You, Susan, had actually brought that up at previous board meetings. So we're looking at our secretary and SOA meetings to be able to do the training. And then I believe I was restorative practices. That was a piece that we're looking at for like elementary campus supervisors. Their jobs are a little bit different than what the secondary folks do. But that is something we've heard and we are planning for.
Okay, thank you. Just being in that situation, I know how important it is to have some of that training instead of just relying on your mom knowledge.
That's good knowledge.
In the middle schools, it was on several slides, but they account for close to half of the disciplinary with only 2 grade levels. Are we focusing on them to try to find what can we do? I know they're a different breed. It's a whole different world in middle school, but it keeps standing out that maybe they need a little bit more support these kids go through that transition into maturity. And also, do we share these practices with parents prior to there being incidents? Are we educating our parents on the PBIS and the restorative practices?
We do to an extent. We always encourage our schools to make sure that when they have staff, when they have parent meetings, when they come, for example, when students just return to school, they do this with all the students, right? And then when they invite the parents, and then we go a very clear review of the handbook in regards to kind of things to look for, things to pay attention to. So we try to calibrate for all the middle schools to make sure we do that as much as we can. And whenever we have incidents, we obviously encourage our vice principals and counselors, administration to kind of contact the parent and talk about the matrix that Ms. Albiani was talking about, because we really want to calibrate with a matrix. And you can see for our middle schools, there has been a reduction in suspensions. And so it was a period of time, like Ms. Albiani mentioned, middle school was kind of like a very high point, and high school was a low point. And this year we see a little bit of the opposite. So, but we do try to calibrate to make sure that our administrators are following the matrix to make sure that we gradually support and talk to our parents about what does that look like utilizing the matrix.
Okay.
Just a note on the matrix that's come up a couple of times. One of the things that we're doing this year, we constantly go back and take a look to see if it's still meeting the needs, but we're actually taking the restorative practices lens through it this year with our partners that are helping us with the restorative work and actually making adjustments to it through a new lens. So I think it'll be even more helpful to our school leaders when they're working through some of these situations.
Thank you. And just wanted to say, working at a school, I watched when PBIS came in and some of the skepticism, but was able to watch the student buy-in and the changes over the year. And if anyone has never sat and watched third graders or fourth graders sit down and work through the restorative practice and some of the writings that they share, sometimes they're outgrowing up as grown-ups. So thank you for the education you're providing them.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't have any additional questions, but I do have some things I wanted to point out. So I'm a data nerd. I look forward to these presentations in part because there's so much here to look at and dissect. And I did, I think, what Ms. Albiani was talking about, and I went back and looked at all of our previous ones, and because more data sets means more fun. So one thing that's worth, I think, pointing out is that the graphs and the charts and the information presented shows a snapshot of the past couple of years. But when you go back and you look at the data and you add in, previous years, I think you see the magnitude of the change. I went back to 2018. And, just looking at, for our foster youth, we went from 22.9% to 15.2%, which is a drop of 34%, right? For our African-American students, we went from 16.8 to 10%, which is a 41% drop. And so these are significant numbers when you look at them over a long period of time. The biggest drop is right when we started to implement a lot of these things, started to pay a lot of attention to exclusionary discipline. But it's continuing post-COVID, right? It's not like it slowed a little bit, which is natural, but we're continuing to see change. So just in the past 4 years, right, for African-American students, we've seen a drop of 13% in exclusionary discipline. And that's not nothing, right? That's important. And I think, it's important to continually say that we're working on this, that we're doing this, that we're paying attention, like my colleague, Ms. Albiani said, right? This is valuable, incredibly valuable work. And so I appreciate it, and I think it's worth pointing out again and again and again that this change is happening. It's slow. You don't always see it. Our community certainly occasionally comes in and gets mad and, like it's 2018, and that is fine. It is a constant reminder that we need to continue to do better. But for us, right, remembering we're doing it, right? This is good, baby steps along the way. One thing I do want to point out there is that disproportionality for African-American students is still a problem. If you look at in 2018, the challenge here is that the numbers are falling, but they're falling for everyone. And so, which is great. I don't want to say it's not. That is a fantastic thing. But if you look in 2018, an African-American student was about 2.7 times more likely than the district average to be part of or to experience exclusionary discipline. In 2024, it was still 2.7 times. And so this is an area where we can continue to focus, like you said, continue to grow, is that disproportionality is still something we need to focus on. It's clearly still something that's a bit of an issue. It's great that exclusionary discipline is falling for everyone, but let's make sure we're starting to close those gaps, between our student populations. Another thing that jumped out at me was that along those lines is that our African American students make up about 31% of all of our incidents, which is again that disproportionality. That's our African American students are only about 10% of our population, so if they're making up 31% of our disciplinary incidents, that's a bit of an issue. So let's keep an eye on those numbers and maybe start thinking about how we can really make an impact in that area. Let's see. So in the categories, so slide 19, I went back and compared these numbers to some of the previous years, and a couple of things jumped out at me. The first one was that physical contact and aggression. We're doing less exclusion now than we used to. I think that's probably a good thing. As I go to campuses, as I talk to people, I have heard some grumbling about that. There is some frustration, some feelings, from people that we're not doing enough, that there needs to be more, consequences for things. The word that we use is consequences for things like that. So let's think about. I would say I just want to point it out so we're thinking about it. The other one that jumped out at me that I thought was a little odd was abusive language. We are doing more exclusion for. So just wanted to kind of float that to the top for you all to think about this year. And then two other things that jumped out at me is that there are, we saw a pretty significant jump in the number of fights last year. So years before, for the past couple of years, the number has been around 1,400, and this year it was over 1,900. And so something I wanted to point out and flag as a bit of an issue. We're doing less exclusion on that, which I think is important. We want to try and keep kids in the classroom as much as possible, but that number jumped out at me. The other one is we're seeing a pretty regular increase over the past couple of years in harassment and bullying. Our response to it has been consistent, which I think is good, but the fact that we're seeing those numbers continually tick up, something to keep an eye on. And then that is really it for me. The last thing I will point out is the same observation as some of my colleagues have had, which is we're seeing that I love seeing that decrease at the elementary and middle school level. Keep an eye on what's going on at the high school level. Clearly, there's a bit of an uptick there, but otherwise, fantastic work, fantastic presentation, and we really, really appreciate everything you guys are doing. So,
thank you.
All right, let's everybody take a brief 5-minute break, and then we will be back at 10:32.
No, I was we're so glad to cross that off my list. Trying the stairs today? I'm gonna try.
he hasn't got the fine art of you just put on one smell. He's got the hair smell, the
yeah,
body
everything
wash
has
smell, the cologne
fragrance.
smell.
Yeah, as I've gotten older, I've become a little more sensitive to it. I think just this season is probably for me the worst. Jeez.
Yeah.
So it's just like hurts in here, you know. It's like,
Well, we've done pretty much a scent-free home.
yeah.
But yeah, never had one so into smells as this one, and it's a boy. It's
I
like,
know.
Glad to
He's
be
so
here.
sweet.
Oh, thank you all. Yeah, he makes us proud.
Just
And we tried to push him towards the kid because you see how well he talks with grown-ups and stuff.
He's so well spoken. I'm always
Right.
He's like a little mini adult.
So we're trying to push him, hang out with the kids a little bit more. Sounding too much like grandma.
Otherwise, I don't think it's
Yes. Totally engrossed.
Oh, goodness.
That's why these are so important. Spend some
All right, let's bring it back to order at 10:35, and we are on to managing growth in the district. Dr. Coates.
Right. Well, good morning, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and community that are joining us. I have been looking forward to doing this presentation for a long time now. There's a lot going on, and needless to say, if you've already reviewed the report, there is a lot here. And I think Chris set it up that certainly this could be multiple days worth of presentation. So the goal here is to provide some overall context and give some updates on where we are with particular projects. So it's structured with enrollment trends, general strategies on how we manage fluctuating enrollment trends, and then, of course, the specific projects that we're working on. We do have the facilities and planning team here. They like to remain a little anonymous, but you will likely see them as we go. It really is a robust team, and so I'm excited to highlight a lot of their work. We've also been partnering very closely with school leadership. So this is certainly something that doesn't just live in the realm of facilities. Facilities, we can get really focused on numbers, but when it comes into practice, it really is about creating those conditions in a school for teaching and learning. And so as a former principal, just knowing how impactful it is to have that information early with tools for our school leadership team to help support the principal and the community. So let's take a look at enrollment over time. This chart shows our historical enrollment, 10-year look, and these are CBEDS numbers. So what that means is it includes charter schools, and so they're a little higher than what we would typically report, and there are official CBEDS. So if you were to pull a report from the state of California, this is what you would see. And so we have steady growth. You can see a slight dip in 21-22, 22-23 really is a result of the pandemic. And over time, we've been moderately growing again. What you see on the far right is our 25-26 projections, and we won't get final numbers until the beginning of October. But certainly, it's been noted that we have moved into the 4th largest district in the state of California, and this is why. And I think this presentation will kind of explains what's going on. So unique to Elk Grove, we are growing and growing rapidly in particular areas, but we also have areas of no growth or even some decline. So where most districts in the state of California are managing declining enrollment only, which comes with its own challenges, we're balancing both of those. So Why are we growing, and why do we have areas of decline? Well, sometimes it's legislation. Sometimes it's new program. Elk Grove is a highly desirable place to live, and so we get a lot of people that are coming in from the Bay Area that are moving into our neighborhoods. Certainly transitional kindergarten, we'll talk more at length about how TK has impacted schools and growth. We have new developments that are increasing student enrollment in particular areas of the district. We have legacy neighborhoods where folks are not moving out of their homes. They've grown up there, they've raised their kids there, they're staying there. I do think that over time, though, those houses will begin to sell and we'll start to see growth in those areas as well. So just a look at what we are working with within Elk Grove. So how do we plan for these fluctuations when we have them at the same time? So everything is really built on enrollment projections, which start as soon as we get those CBEDS numbers. So as soon as we verified and certified those, the planning team in the facilities department gets started, and they do different modeling. We look at kindergarten enrollment trends. We look at changes in grade level cohort students as they move across the years. And of course, we're looking at housing development, the residential neighborhoods that are growing within the district. I've already alluded to this, but sometimes legislation can impact us, certainly in a positive way when we think about programs and services for our parents and our students, but they impact the facilities as well. So when you take a look at transitional kindergarten expansion, as just as a reminder, we've been growing transitional kindergarten over the past 4 years. So in 25-26, this is the full year of implementation, meaning anyone that's 4 is now eligible for TK. So when we talk about how do we project for transitional kindergarten students, it's more challenging than every other grade level because for the past 4 years, we've been adding 2 months to the calendar year. So then we have to get at when was the child born? How many how many births did we have between January and April of a particular year? So it gets pretty scientific. We won't go into too much of that, but just trying to help understand the complexity of trying to predict how many 4- and 5-year-olds we're going to have in our schools. So over the last 3 years, we've added 79 new transitional kindergarten classes. And in Elk Grove, those are half-day classes, and we offset them with the Expanded Learning Opportunities program, so students get really a full day. There's a lot of impact when we think about facilities, parking, restrooms, both for staff and for students when we're adding these types of programs. So just some additional context. What we wanted to do is show where do our students live? And this shows student density across the district. You can see that in the north and in the south, those green circles is where we're experiencing our most rapid growth. And you don't need the heat map. You could just drive the district and you can see it with your own eyes. But it is helpful to see. And we don't have a whole lot of, when I say decline, it's not like people are leaving those areas, so you can see that there is a lot of density still within the interior of the district boundary. But what we're really focused on with our growth is that north area and the south area. So importantly, as we're thinking about enrollment projections and where students are coming from, the planning team is constantly monitoring new development. And so over the next 10 plus years, and this is where facilities and budget are very similar. We make assumptions, or we make projections based on the best assumptions we have at the time. So many things can change in a plan that we have no control over. And so what the team is doing is they're constantly looking at the data, they're outreaching to developers. Are you still on the track to build these homes or not? And lots of things, the economy can change and impact builders' decisions that we have no control over. So you can see anything in red on this map, they are actively building. And so the projected time frame that those homes would be here in the next 1 to 4 years with families living in them and potential students. And so I'm just going to go right to the orange. These are projected, but they're future. Those are going to be 10 plus years. Whether those are 30 years or they never manifest, we don't really know, but we have those on the docket and we check that constantly to see what could come. What we do believe, based on the current residential development that's going on, is that over the next 10 plus years, we could have another 18,000 students as part of the Elk Grove Unified School District. Just let that sink in for a second. Because of the growth, the team for years has been planning on new potential school sites. When Superintendent Hoffman is out, he'll say, we've got 60 schools and we're gonna need 60 more. And this is why, is because we have so much residential growth. So we have reserved school sites in the areas, and you can see where they're really concentrated. It's in those green circles where we have most of the growth happening. And so we're going to talk about some of those school sites today when we get into specific projects. But we have 11 reserved elementary sites and then a middle high school site as well. And I would say that what we're showing today is pretty conservative. There's many more, but that we haven't fully released publicly. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time, but I guess what I want to share with this slide is to show that that with all of the schools that we have in the system, some are experiencing growth in more impactfully than others. And so these are the schools that have 5% or more enrollment growth in the next 5 years, that as we go into the tools on how we manage growth and different strategies in our tool belt, we need to consider these are the schools that we're really focusing on. On the converse, we have schools in decline. And so working through the same, some of the same strategies. And what I'll say is, when we have a 320 square mile boundary, we may have capacity in our schools, but they're not in the right location. And so when we know that we have to use other avenues to address the need. And so we know that we can look at our numbers and make decisions just based on data, but any decision that we make has a real impact to our students, our families, the staff that are in our schools that are really trying to just create great learning environments. So when we think about the impact of growth and going through our tools, we're really thinking about, okay, what is this going to do to a family? And we really try to take it from our own lens. Many of us are parents. Like, what is this going to do to family scheduling? How is this alignment? What does it mean? What's the impact for district staffing? What does that mean for ratios, for parking? How do board policies play into that? So there's a lot of different perspectives we need to take into consideration, and we do as best as we can, knowing that there's not one perfect solution at any time. There's always going to be something that isn't great. So as we've talked about TK and expanded learning opportunities program, we've also seen an increase of special education classes. And one of the priorities has been to make sure that we have continuity for students in our buildings And so our most vulnerable students aren't moving year to year to another specialized program. And so that has an impact as well. And when we're doing it right, which we like to do all the time, or strive towards it, maybe I should say, is we need larger TK classrooms. We need smaller toilets. We need more inclusive playgrounds and play structures. And because of the wraparound services that we have with for our students and our families, we have more staff than we've ever had coming into campuses, offering those types of services, which means that we not only need office space for those that are working with confidential information, we need expanded parking, and so we need restrooms both for the grown-ups on campus and we need it for the students on campus. And so as these impacts change and we build new schools, we're really trying to factor in and create as much flexibility as possible so we can ebb and flow with the change that we don't know what it's going to look like in 5 to 10 years, but we want to be as flexible as possible with our design to try to accommodate all sorts of scenarios. So when we have this growth and we're managing overcrowding, we use a continuum of strategies. Probably the first and most simple is just offloading or redirecting. We're going to talk about each one of them separately, kind of generally, and then we'll talk about some of the strategies with the projects. We can add learning spaces by expanding our current classrooms or installing relocatables. Also, that would be the other term for portables. I've been told we don't use that anymore, so I'm just honoring the team. We can make boundary adjustments, which we're going to talk about today. We typically do that with new schools, but when you look at the list of schools that are potentially in decline and capacity, could it make sense to reconsider some boundary changes to utilize the schools that we currently have? We can and do and have for years made calendar adjustments. Using the year-round elementary calendar is not something that we rush into, but it can accommodate additional students. And we can build new schools. It's the most expensive option, and what I hope today is to show all of these different options and the kind of the cost analysis with them. So offloading or redirecting is probably the first approach when we have it. And so if a school reaches capacity, whether it's elementary or secondary, we do what's called an offload or a redirect, where we let families know that because we're a growing district, that we ideally like to have everyone in their home school, but that's not always an option. And if for some reason a student can't attend the school in their home boundary, then we would provide the transportation at no cost to the family. So we do that quite a bit. And then we have these added learning spaces. And so what I want to do is spend a little time here and look at this table all across, because there's a lot of information, and I think Chad and Jen got you warmed up with a lot of data on one particular information. So when we're adding learning spaces, we consider different factors. We consider how much capacity do we need to add? What is the implementation timeline that we're talking about? So you think about like the residential growth that's going on. Is this like a 10-plus year build out? Is this just a short, is it short term? So we look at that. What's the cost? There's always some cost analysis that we're doing. And then we have to keep in mind what's the instructional quality of an environment that we bring in to accommodate growth, and then the flexibility, and we have some examples. So we'll start from the left to the right. So when we're adding a new school, which we're doing, and we're going to talk about a few of them, this is probably the widest. We're looking at regional development growth, and when a site reaches 85 to 95% capacity, on a year-round calendar. Those year-round calendars really become a factor in this. And we've got multiple sites impacted. That's when we start to say, okay, we need a new school. We've got Grantline Elementary School that we'll talk about soon as an example of that, or Arbor Ranch as an example. When we build a new school, depending on whether it's an elementary school or a high school, we're really looking at adding between 850 to 2,400 students. The implementation timeline on any of this is 3 to 6 years, and depending on what type of school it is, it's anywhere from 70 million to 400 million plus. So obviously the 70 million is more what the going rate for elementary schools are right now, with secondary schools costing much, much more with the specialized facilities. When we talk about program and we say it's purpose-built, it's built for the programs that are needed. So if we're talking about a secondary school and we need a particular career technical education programs, that's purpose-built. That's based on programs that we want to be able to offer to our students. It's a long-term investment building a new school, and so I've already shared some of the examples. When we look at adding permanent buildings, these are site-specific, typically. They're based on educational need and steady increase. The capacity added is between 100 and 200 students, and implementation is about 2 to 4 years. This can cost anywhere from $2 million to $40 million, depending on the size of the building. Just one story. If you do a double two-story building, we saw some of those at Elk Grove High School as a good example. Or CTE buildings that we've put into place over the last few years. We can also modernize permanent learning environments and bring them up to code when we do these building additions. And so they're not as flexible as a relocatable, which we'll talk about, but a little more flexible than a new school because it's a new building and it can be adjusted to program. Relocatables are the most flexible. They are short-term, temporary capacity, and sometimes there for unexpected growth. So depending on how many relocatables we land, it could be anywhere from 25 to 100 students, thinking about approximately 25 students per classroom. That can be done in 6 to 12 months. All of these projects have to go through the Division of State Architects, and we have to meet building code when we do it. So nothing is real fast in facilities. Estimated costs could be $1 million just landing, making sure we have the right utilities, and so a cheaper option, but certainly more temporary. When we think about instructional quality, these are limited amenities and lifespan. So we don't see these as ideal learning environments in the long term. They can be a quick fix. We see that at Miwok. We have growth right now in South Elk Grove. The team was able to place 5 or 6 portables for this year to accommodate the immediate growth as Arbor Ranch is fully built out and minimize some of the offloading that had to be done. Those portables will be lifted and removed once Arbor Ranch is fully built and operational. So they're highly flexible because of that, and we have some different examples. So a lot of time on this table, but really these are how we weigh the different types of options, and each school is like a case-by-case analysis of those things. Boundary adjustments, we've alluded to that. So typically we do this when we have growth or a new school construction. We're going to have an example of this in a bit later in the presentation. And we'll take a look at current boundary, schools that are affected. And when we do that, we try to align those boundaries with housing growth and things that provide us sustainable feeder patterns into our middle schools and high schools. We haven't done as much of this, but it is an option for consideration perhaps in the future, is when we have declining enrollment, we can consider boundary changes to better utilize capacity at schools where there might be some decline. So we have a lot of schools. Are there little boundary changes that we could make to fill those schools? When schools are really working at 85% of their capacity, typically you have more staff to address need, more programs, more inclusive environments. When schools get too small, some of those things start to go away. So when we're looking at boundary adjustments, we're looking at enrollment trends, school capacity, equity, walkability and transportation, and certainly community feedback. And we do it to make sure that we have equitable access to programs and we're efficiently using district resources. Calendar considerations is another tool that we have. A year-round calendar can increase capacity at elementary schools by rotating students through different tracks, allowing more students than the building was originally designed for. So when we do a track model, it typically increases the capacity of a school site by about 25% without having to add a new building or land portables. It really eliminates that need for additional classrooms. We've historically used those year-round calendars, and it allows us to avoid the need for the new construction, especially when growth can outpace the funding or the land availability. So we'll talk more. We've got 2 examples today in the presentation. Regardless of what strategy that we use, they all take planning, monitoring, and a lot of time for adequate communication, for feedback. They're governed by board policies. We don't make stuff up. We go based on what our policies, what education code says that we need to do. But we understand the massive impact any one of these strategies can have on a family. And so we want to make sure that, that we're thoughtful and that we are hearing all voices before decisions are made. Okay, so now we're going to move into specific projects that we've focused on. So last year, we were looking at Franklin Elementary School. I'm not going to read this entire summary, but what you have is a summary of information that the team has been monitoring regularly as we were making those decisions. So we were considering making the recommendation to move Franklin Elementary School to a year-round calendar. Since the time of that recommendation, which was almost a year ago, is November of 24, we have received new information. This is the importance of the monitoring. And so we look across multiple years. We put our data scientist hat on and say, okay, are we trending in that, in what direction? For Franklin Elementary in particular, there was some development that was in there that we thought was going to come faster than that's now anticipated. And so what that did is it really slowed down what we thought was going to happen. When the team identified that, we brought it up. And really for Franklin, we are saying, keep them on a traditional calendar. There's no need right now to move them to a year-round. Wanted to use Franklin as an example where we might have information we're going to bring to you, and then we're going to keep monitoring that. And should the recommendation change, we're going to make sure that you understand why we make those adjustments. Adriani Elementary School is the other elementary school we've been monitoring for several years. We're currently offloading approximately 80 students because of the impact of the growth. That means, as a reminder, that when we're offloading a student, students that live in that home boundary aren't able to attend their home school. So last year, we started the engagement process, and we want to hear from multiple perspectives. So we understand that for the parents whose students are offloading, that's upsetting because they're not going to the school that they're homeschool. And that's often what we want as parents is, you purchase a home in a neighborhood and you expect to go to a school that's close, walkable, or just within your little cohort of neighbors that you have. On the other hand, we have, should we go into a year-round calendar, we have the impact of schedule adjustments. And when you have a child in an I have a child in an elementary school and I have a child in a junior high, and that becomes really difficult to manage as well. And so those become what we have to weigh in the recommendation that we have, knowing that both perspectives are valid. Those are things that we consider and try to hear when we are out engaging with the community. So when we look at the data and we continue to look at and hear what we heard through the community feedback, which was both of those things. I want my child to attend the homeschool, and I don't want my school to go to a year-round calendar. It's just too difficult because I have kids across our system. So the planning team, we took a step back and we said, okay, and if you go back to that table, we said, what could we do? So could we land relocatables? Yes, we can land relocatables. What we've learned about landing relocatables at Adriani is we could get approximately 3. It would be costly because the utilities aren't quite there. And with new enrollment and residential development, if we were to land our portables, that would maybe be 80-ish students, which is approximately how many we're offloading right now. We would be back having this conversation in about 5 years with the growth that's coming. So if we land relocatables, it's an option, but it's not a long-term solution. So then we looked at potential boundary changes. We said, okay, could we do this in a different way? And so the team crafted different scenarios, which I'm not even going to bring, except just to tell you that it would be carving out a bit of the southern part of Adriani boundary and the northern part, which would mitigate the overcrowding at Adriani itself, but it would impact Pleasant Grove Elementary School and Sunrise Enterprise. And so both of those would be now facing the same type of growth situations that Adriani is. So that did not feel or seem like a viable situation to, plus students who are currently attending Adriani would no longer be in that school boundary, which also has an impact. So with the information and discovery, we are still standing here making a recommendation for a year-round conversion. There's more work to be done, certainly, and what we would do is work with the principal, our school leadership partners, the community, explaining really what we're explaining here, the different options and outweighing the cost benefit. And, should you move in that direction, we would work through that for an implementation in 27, 28. So we'd have another year of planning. And what we would work on, the facilities team with school leadership, is similar to Miwok, where we have a few portables that can manage the offloads. So more of those students could stay at their home school as we work to do a calendar conversion. So there's no action today, but discussion. We want some feedback, see if we need to continue to understand things that we might not be seeing or we might be missing. But right now, that's what we're still recommending. Okay, boundary adjustments. So shifting gears slightly. I think we get to go through every single one of the tools that I have brought up. So boundary adjustments. So very exciting. We are in the process of building a new school grant line, which will not be grant line soon. And we need to have a boundary adjustment as we go through that. And so as a reminder, grant line opens July of 2026. And so what you've been provided, what we'll have out here, and what we'll be sharing with the community are the boundary studies that we did. And so what we'll be doing is looking to split the Sunrise Elementary boundary, and it will be the new grant line school will be added to the Albiani Middle School and the Pleasant Grove High School feeder pattern. And so we have been studying solutions governed by our board policies, trying to balance the enrollment between the two schools. We're looking at the new housing development, the neighborhood's proximity to schools, and we also look at geographical markers. So large roadways, wetlands areas, those sorts of things that help us create natural boundaries. And so when we look at the studies, what you can see on your far left is the current boundary that we have. So we've got on the map in yellow, we have McGarvey Elementary's boundary, we have Sunrise's boundary in the light blue, and what you'll see, so Sunrise and McGarvey are the red stars. That's where our schools currently are. You can see Grant Line to the far east of the blue portion, and then you can see the Sun Creek Middle School, High School approximate location. And so that's what we're looking at. And so we did 2 studies really trying to think through the long-term changes, geographic boundaries. And so Grant Line, the study A, you can see how Sunrise starts to shrink, and that taking the enrollment for Sunrise, if we were to go forward with study A, to 901, and so you can see it stays at like a steady just below 1,000 students. Grant Line would be a much smaller school in the 600s, and you can see kind of where they would go long term. The study option B, you can see that the blue boundary has been extended closer to the grant line. So the gray shade in those, and all of them, are the wetlands area. So there's no development that can be done there. And I think that's an important thing to note, that we're not going to get new residential growth in that particular area. It's protected. And so as we looked at balancing the school and making sure that we didn't have too much impact, we're going to likely recommend study B for the boundary change. What's going to happen is next week we'll be having our community meeting, getting feedback, wondering concerns. There's about 3,600 homes that would be impacted by any of these changes, and they're getting information and an invite for a session so they can weigh in. We'll record that session and make it available on our website for anyone that can't make that meeting. We presented this information initially to Cabinet back in July. We're here today with the first blush. We've got our virtual community meetings to present the boundary option, and then we'll provide an update on September 9th, and then should we be ready to finalize that recommendation, we would come at the end of September. If we need more time, then we'll take the time that we need. There are more boundary studies coming, but not for today. Arbor Ranch is planning an opening in July of 27. We'll be looking at Miwok village boundary. And then Arbor Ranch will be added into the Pinkerton Cosumnes Oaks High School feeder system. And then we have the Sun Creek Middle High School projected to open in 2029. And that will be formed by changing the Albiani Middle School and the PG school boundary. And so that will be a much bigger one, but something to look forward to. Okay, other upcoming projects for consideration. So Sierra Enterprise is one of our older schools and has a lot of facility need. It is eligible for state facility funding dollars, and the team has really run through different approaches to what's the best path forward for Sierra Enterprise, knowing the amount of work that we have to do. So we can take a look at modernizing the current Sierra building. We've got matching funds available by the state of about $3 million, or we can look at new construction. And if we did new construction, we would be eligible for approximately $42 million from the state. So just to give you an idea of how we try to leverage other funding sources, not just ours, to do this facility work. So whether we modernize or whether we do new construction, both projects have similar costs. But when we start to really look at the needs at Sierra and where the students live, we're really kind of leaning towards a new school option, and I'll explain more. So when we look at Sierra is north, and really there's not a whole lot of residential right around Sierra Enterprise, meaning we transport a lot of students to Sierra. We do own a site already called Vineyard Point in that neighborhood, and it is in the same boundary as Sierra Elementary School. So when we started to really analyze who's attending Sierra, where do they live, and I'll show you momentarily, most of them are in and around the site that we own that's not developed yet, but we call it Vineyard Point. So, here, and it's here. So you can see Sierra Enterprise in the green in the north, and then the site that we own is the blue circle towards the south boundary, and where the students live in Sierra, the yellow shows the high density, and of course they're kind of scattered throughout the entire boundary, but most of the students that we serve at Sierra live right in that Vineyard Point neighborhood. And so something that has been a model in Elk Grove is when we have schools similar to Sierra that need a lot of work, through modernization, we've been able to either on that site or on another site build the school again. And so that is something that we are looking to get feedback and make a recommendation, is to rebuild Sierra Enterprise onto the Vineyard Point site to, one, address all of the serious facility needs that exist over at Sierra, but also operate so more students can walk to school. They're really more in their neighborhood. It would ease transportation, and Sierra would be reutilized perhaps as an operational hub that can help with facilities, especially for those departments that can serve the east side of the district without having to traverse the entire distance of the school district. So nothing totally there on the operational side, but certainly looking very soon to bring forward a formal recommendation to rebuild Sierra at the Vineyard Elementary site. Always want to give an update on where we are with the new middle school, high school. So we are on track to open in the phased approach July of 2029. Typically, we open our high school, middle schools and high schools, 7th through 10th grade. Right now, we're currently working on engagement with design. We have met with cabinet. We met with the sub-architect committee back in July to get an update. Currently scheduling and having appointments with department leads and sites to get their feedback on what we need for a school, and then the next step is to take that information and get out with the community. So those are the activities currently scheduled July through October. We met as a team yesterday afternoon working on a communication plan. So at the same time we're working on the facilities planning, we're also trying to do better about making sure that we have a communication plan that is running simultaneously so everyone knows where we are at what step. We know there's a lot of interest and a lot of questions that come with not just with this project, but really all of our facilities projects. And so working hard to make sure that we're as intentional with the communication plan as we are with the building design. So as Superintendent Hoffman said at the top of the day, there is a lot of work over the next, I would say, 1 to 24 months in facilities and planning, and certainly our school leadership team is like deeply embedded into this work. But I want to just call out some of the asks that are going to be coming in the future. Grant Line 208. We didn't talk about school names. It was just one more thing we couldn't fit in today. But we'll be talking about a school boundary. We'll bring back information about how the community meeting went on the boundary adjustment. Those will be coming September, October. For Arbor Ranch Elementary Schools, we have site acquisition that we're working on and finalizing. We're also working on school name, and the boundary work will come shortly thereafter, again by September, October. For the Sun Creek Middle School, High School, we're working on site acquisition and engagement sessions, and those we hope to have completed by October. For Arnold Adriani Elementary School, bring forward a formal recommendation for the 27-28 school year. We need to have that by November. Sierra Enterprise and Vineyard Point rebuild, bringing forward a project recommendation by November. And then we haven't even talked about Measure N, but just as a reminder, we do have a bond that will be bringing information forward, looking for an initial sale the spring of 2026. And with that, I invite any questions.
I'm sure there are no questions.
Can't imagine this group wouldn't have questions. Yeah. Ms. Albiani, are there any blue cards on this item?
We do have 2 blue cards on this item. We'll start with Mark. We'll follow with Mr. Arendent. Richard.
Good morning. My name is Mark. I'm an alumni of the Elk Grove Unified School District and have been a resident of Elk Grove for over 30 years. Before starting, I just want to acknowledge the district's proactive steps in addressing the growth in our Elk Grove schools. This is an important subject that needs discussion, evaluation, and decisive action. All 3 of my kids should be attending Arnold Adriani Elementary School. However, my twin daughters were selected to be offloaded and now go to Pleasant Grove Elementary School. The district policy to allow siblings to be split between two different elementary schools negatively impacts families by limiting parent capacity and increasing family hardship and stress. There are many other families who are in the same position as us but cannot make it today to voice their thoughts and experience. I can confidently state we as parents absolutely do not want this to happen to our children again next school year, especially since some of the families, including myself, with offloaded children, we literally live across the street from the school, from Adriani, or some of them live within the Wallhawk residential community. In addition, there are now new homes and apartments being built within the Adriani school boundary, which will only compound the student enrollment problem. Therefore, as we come today, we should implement one of those following options that we have been discussing. As option one would be building portables or relocatables classrooms to meet current and future enrollment demand. This investment is less costly than building a new elementary school, as you can see, or adding permanent structures to Adriani. Option two would be adjusting the school boundary. This option can improve and balance capacity between Adriani and nearby elementary schools without a significant fiscal impact. Option three is the year-round calendar conversion, which is least popular with Adriani parents. However, I see it's the most feasible, cost-effective, and fastest implementation option. As a parent, I would highly prefer portables or relocatables, but I'm open to adjusting the school boundary or even year-round calendar conversions. At the end of the day, a course of action needs to be implemented sooner rather than later, because randomly selecting offloading 60-plus kids to another school simply must be avoided next school year. We want what's best for our children, and we want them to return to their home school of Adriani Elementary. I want to just thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to our Adriani offloaded kids. Thanks.
My name is Richard Arndt. I'm here to express my concern regarding the current school zoning boundaries for the Rancho Verde neighborhood next to the intersection of Willard Parkway and Bilby Road. Under the current school assignments for middle and high school, students are required to attend schools that are much farther from our homes, despite the fact there are closer schools within a much more reasonable distance. My family lives in a Rancho Verde neighborhood, and my daughter is a student at Franklin Elementary. She began 6th grade 2 weeks ago. When my daughter enters the 7th grade in August of 2026, the current school boundaries will require her to attend Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School, which is farther from our home than Toby Johnson Middle School. Likewise, when she reaches high school, she'll be assigned to Cosumnes Oaks High School instead of Franklin High School, even though Franklin High School is closer to where we live. Back in 2014, my son was required to attend Cosumnes High School. For several years, I drove him to school each morning from our home in Rancho Verde. His commute each day was much longer than it would have been had he attended Franklin High School. It is now 2025, and the current boundaries for Rancho Verde neighborhood still remains the same. It is unfair that children are required to travel farther from their homes to attend school, especially when schools closer to our neighborhood are available. Also, given there has been extensive growth of new neighborhoods built off Bruceville Road, there will be a large influx of new students attending schools Rancho Verde children are currently zoned to attend. My daughter has been a part of Franklin Elementary community since kindergarten, growing and forming friendships over the years. Next school year, she'll be required to attend a new school surrounded by unfamiliar faces due to the current zoning boundaries for Rancho Verde. I believe this is unfair, and I'm afraid it will negatively impact her. She can't walk to school. It is not equitable. On a more personal level, the increased distance my daughter would need to travel to school, to attend school farther from her home, presents a significant challenge for our family. It would require both her mother and me to adjust our daily work schedule, extend commute times for drop-offs and pickups, and manage transportation logistics. These added demands risk impacting our jobs and could lead to unintended consequences at work, placing additional stress on our family. I respectfully urge the board to consider revising the current school zoning boundaries for Rancho Verde neighborhood. Allowing students to attend schools closer to home would not only ease the burden of longer commutes for families, but also help ensure that children are allowed to learn alongside friends they have grown up with. It is only fair and right that children, families, and taxpayers of Rancho Verde neighborhood to have the opportunity to attend schools that are closer to home. As we know, Elk Grove is expanding and growing, and a change to school zoning boundaries needs to happen now for Rancho Verde. Thank you.
Thank you, both.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. We will move to board member questions and comments. We'll start on this side this time. Ms. Davis.
No, thank you for the thorough presentation. I don't have any questions right now.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani.
This is why I so appreciate a workshop, because you can really dig into some stuff. So thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. I think you made it clear. I do have a question on, sorry, I can't find what slide it is. You talk about students coming into Adriani and students going out of Adriani. Are we bringing in, is that have to do with our SPED classes and our special things to be able to keep neighborhood children there? Is that talking about TK having to be started there? I'm trying to understand what that is.
It's largely our special education programs. Adriani is a site where we're able to offer continuity in program for our students. And so many of those students that are coming in are in our levels classes that we have. All levels classes.
Okay, that was my biggest question. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, I have a few questions. I'm going to piggyback on Mr. Arndt for a quick second. If you go to page 10, and you can look at the schools that are experiencing decline versus growth, you can see that Johnson Middle School, not currently, it was last year, we're at 82%, and it's predicted to go lower, down to 69% by 29-30, and Franklin's on that list as well. I know boundary changes is something we can look at as we go along, and I brought this up, I can't even remember, last year sometime myself, because that is where my grandchildren live as well. They're friends with Gabby over there. It's a little tiny area that if we just included that into the Franklin area, I believe it's either 234 or 243 homes in that area, which those poor students last year, I know a 6th grade student, Sophia, who was the only student at Franklin Elementary that had to go all the way to Cosumnes Oaks and Pinkerton. And that really, at that time in their lives, it's very difficult for them to do that. I think that's something we need to look at. In addition to all of these other things we've got, it wouldn't take much to make that change, and I would definitely appreciate it, as well as all of the other people in that neighborhood. I'm just putting that out there.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have an estimate of cost for year-round versus traditional?
Yes, I don't have that right here. It is slightly more expensive to operate a year-round, just with staffing costs. There are drawbacks. The staff receive higher salaries because of the nature of the year-round schedule. It can be more difficult to maintain. And so on an annual basis, there is a slightly higher cost per year to operate a year-round calendar. We did that analysis. That was based on feedback from the community when we were out there. And so we weigh that with a new building or all of those things. So,
okay, that's what I was thinking. And I'm just putting this out there also, since I've been with the district for 31 years working, and then now year-round calendars are not just for elementary schools. When I was working in 96 at Harriet Eddy, all of the middle schools were on a year-round calendar at the time. So that is something that we've done before if we need to do that for overcrowding out there. Just throwing that out there. Okay, and Ms. Albiani asked the questions. I was trying to figure out that why are they receiving students if there's no room at Adriani as well? I believe that's it. I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Yes, thank you. I am very appreciative that we are having this presentation and these conversations because I get many emails from parents. Many of these schools and issues that we discussed today are in my area, and so I'm glad that we are addressing this issue. I would like to say, I mean, I know that we have to go into this item in depth and it's time consuming, but the feedback that I get from the community is that they feel that it is hard for them to be involved and participate when we have these facility discussions during the daytime. And so in the future, when we're having these presentations, I think it might be nice to consider having them in the evening time when more people can attend. That being said, I do have some questions and comments. Let's see, on slide 12, I'll just go in order. Slide 12, you discussed parking. I just want to point out that I have previously advocated specifically at PGHS that is a huge issue, and we're still, 4 years out from a new school that will alleviate, the overcrowding there. So I would like us to continue to look at what we can do to address parking needs, because currently all sophomores are not eligible for a parking pass at that school, and for the juniors, it's a lottery system. And when we look at the demographic of the students attending that school, it's Rancho Marietta, Wilton, Rancho Cordova, Vineyard, areas that are not walkable, bikeable areas. And so I know that for a lot of parents, when their kids are about to turn 16, that's something they look forward to for a long time, because it's one less stress. My child can drive themselves to school, potentially drive their siblings to school if they have middle school students and things like that. And some sophomores are turning 16 at the beginning of their school year. And so that's, I just want to point that out again, that is a frustration that the community has, and that we need, if we're going to overload these schools, we need to look at those needs, especially for schools where, with this type of demographic. And then on page 15, I just had a question. What is the lifespan of most portables?
I think we're eligible for modernization 20 years. 20 years.
So they last 20 years before they need to be modernized. Okay.
Yeah. We are very
if it's not moved in between. Because sometimes, because being relocatable, we don't sometimes wait the full 20 years if there's a need someplace else.
Okay. Yes. And one thing I did learn since I've been on the board is that we can use refurbished portables, which is much more affordable. So I think that's a good option, because we do want to be fiscally responsible, but sometimes that is a good option, and to use the refurbished to save money but also meet a need. On slide 17, I just have a few comments about year-round, because I just want to point out that it is more challenging to convert an existing school in an established community to year-round versus opening a school year-round, because it really does change. That is really difficult for parents, and especially when they've moved into a community and that thinking or knowing that was their, that their child would be attending a year-round school. And I think that we need to be honest with parents about the challenges and some of the negative realities of the track calendar. And that is not, in my observations, that has not been what we have done. Like previously, the superintendent said, oh, you can go to Disneyland in February. And then I attended the Adriani community meeting when they were discussing this, when the district staff was discussing this with the parents, and they said, oh, you can go skiing in January. And that upset a lot of parents because you can't go skiing in January if you have kids in middle school. If you have some children, maybe you have some children in elementary, but if you have kids in middle school and high school or job constraints, it's not like you can just take off and go skiing in January. And so we need to be honest. Yes, for some people that might be an option, that they have flexibility in family vacation, but that's not really the case if they have older children or job constraints and things like that. So I think we need to be honest because I don't think sugarcoating things is helping. That just upsets people, and also if children are put on C or B track, they basically don't have any summertime off with older siblings. So it really is a big concern for families that have children on traditional schedule, older children on traditional schedules. So we just need to be honest about that. And I have been asking also for a long time about attendance rates, daily attendance rates in traditional versus calendar schools, and I've still not received that because I know personally many families who do take off summertime, like if their child goes back to school on track system and their older children are still on the traditional schedule, they will pull their younger child out of school for a week or more at times to go on vacation. So I would just like to know if that is something, I would like to know what the numbers are for that. On slide 18, can you tell us a little bit about how we are seeking the parent input?
Yeah, so I'll use the year-round conversion conversation that we started back last November with both Franklin and Adriani, and you can see that the timeline, that's actually from the November board presentation last year, but we present an initial recommendation to the board, and then we go and we meet with the site staff, and then we meet with the community. I believe we did a survey, and so that's how we're really garnering and trying to get the community and the site feedback because it impacts the staff at the site as well. And then we boil that information, triangulate the data, and then just like I explained, with the feedback that was coming from Adriani in particular, we wanted to go back and see were there other options that we could consider. And so the relocatables, portables, that is a short-term viable solution. But we will be back here in 5 years having the exact same conversation, and the blueprint, so the makeup of Adriani as a site is not going to be conducive for that long-term, for lots of reasons. Parking, pickup, we don't have the space for playgrounds or the restroom space. So we can do that short term, but we do need a longer term solution for Adriani. The boundary changes would have been incredibly disruptive and impactful. And so I don't need to go through all of that. I had already done that, but I guess what I'd like to share is that when we get the feedback from the site and we get the survey feedback and the community feedback, we do go back and go through all of our list of strategies and, okay, did we miss something? Is there a better option? Knowing that every single one of those strategies has its drawbacks.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to thank the gentleman who came today and shared his concerns about his younger children being offloaded, and that is a common concern I've heard from many parents, and it's very difficult for them because they're having their younger child offloaded to a completely different school, and some of them are even saying they don't have, they're not being provided, or there's not room for the after-school programs for that younger child. So then what do working parents do when their younger child is at Pleasant Grove Elementary and their older children are at Adriani? And then we reference in this slide board policies 5116, 6117, and Ed Code 37611. I would just like to point out that in board policy 5116, we say, when possible, siblings will be allowed to attend the same school. But Ed Code 37617 states, the governing board of any school district operating pursuant to the provisions of this chapter shall divide the students of each selected school into as many groups as necessary to adequately accommodate a continuous school program so established and conducted. Students of the same family shall be placed in the same group unless one or more of such students is enrolled in special education class, or unless the parent or guardian of such students requests that students be placed in different groups. So our current policy, 5116, is not in line with Ed Code, and furthermore, it's not even cohesive with our board policy 6117, because 6117 says, students of the same family shall be placed in the same group or track unless one or more of such students are enrolled in a special education class, or unless the parent guardian requests that the students be placed in different groups. So board policy 6117 is in line with Ed Code 37617, referencing that siblings should be kept together. Board policy 5116 is not. So I have questioned why we're offloading these younger siblings who have students, older siblings who are established at a school should not be put in a lottery with other students. They need to be prioritized because according to Ed Code, families should be kept together. So we really need to look at this, and I feel really bad for the families who have been put in this situation, and I hope that this does not happen again. So moving on to slide 21. On page 20, it said that we had placed a portable at Franklin Elementary School, and then that you mentioned that helped alleviate the situation. Well, in part, that helped to alleviate the situation there, that it's no longer recommended to go to the year-round. But for Adriani, we have not implemented any portables. I know you said that we could only potentially implement 3, but I would like to see that we consider that before we go to year-round, or I know many schools where we've implemented portables, and I know the parents at Adriani are questioning why that has not been done there before looking to going year-round. So I just would like to point that out. I did have a question on slide 24 regarding the boundary changes or the boundary alignment. So I understand that we're looking at the the natural, like the wetlands border, but I was just looking at the numbers at the bottom of that page, and Sunrise, either option, Sunrise has a significantly higher student population, and the projection only goes out to 28, 29. But are you projecting that further down the road those numbers will, for example, that Grantline 208 will continue to increase and that Sunrise will continue to decrease? Because it just seems like a really big discrepancy, like either way.
Yeah, I think we are projecting that Sunrise will remain stable, but Grantline will continue to increase with the new growth and development.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether you would start the new school at a even smaller number than you might otherwise because of that natural boundary, knowing well all of that green fills in. That if you go down Douglas and that whole area, that's where a significant amount of the development is happening right now. So it will fill in. But it's just a matter of, do you want to try to balance them more at the very beginning, but then Sunrise long-term would be smaller, and that group of folks that's there in that green space on the other side of the wetlands, while they've done a nice job, there's walkways and there's ways to get there. It would make sense, I think, to keep all of them from the to the east of the wetlands. That it's more cohesive than having a carved out spot on the other, that's really connected to the other neighborhood. But that's the conversation we'll have with the board, and the board can give us direction which way they want to go.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because that makes more sense if you're predicting that Sunrise area will stabilize and that the Grantline 208 area will continue to grow. So that makes more sense. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. And then slides 28 through 30, I really want to say thank you for addressing Sierra Enterprise. I've visited that school a couple times, and I know that the principal and the staff are really concerned that, the site just hasn't been updated in years overall, and there's a lot of issues as you validated that. So I appreciate that, and I'm really excited that we're considering either a modernization or the new build. And another huge issue there, as you mentioned, is the accessibility. And it really just doesn't feel like a community school. Like, it's not walkable, like all the things that you mentioned. And so I'm really excited that we're considering this. To me, it makes sense if we have to make those modernizations anyway, cost-wise, it looks like it's going to be comparable, if not more affordable, to build the new school, and it makes sense with the density and everything that you were sharing and the accessibility. So I'm really excited that we're doing that, or considering that. I know that would be amazing for the staff and the students and the community. I'm really excited about that. And if I did have a question, maybe you said this, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but if we did that, what would be the option, or what would be the predicted timeline for that?
If we move that forward, knowing that in the next few months we would bring that forward for a project for consideration and approval, that we would anticipate to have either the modernized or the new school ready to go July of 2028.
That's very exciting. Okay. And I appreciate the emphasis that you shared about communication. I do think that is really important because a lot of these, like I said, I've been contacted by many constituents in these various areas, Adriani, Sierra Enterprise, and Rancho Cordova area, and they just feel that their areas are not are forgotten, or the schools aren't being built, or their voices, their concerns about growth aren't heard, or various situations. And so I'm glad that we had this presentation to let the community know that we are addressing these needs, and a lot of exciting news. And so I'm glad that we are communicating that to everyone. And one last thing I'd like to advocate for is that, I previously said this, but I would like to see that we consider implementing exit surveys when people leave a school or I guess our district, just so that we can understand what if they moved, if they decided to homeschool, if it was an interdistrict transfer, things like that, so we can understand maybe why people are leaving. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. This is really helpful, and it is very dense. I do appreciate just kind of giving us like an expectation of what's to come and what we really need to be considering I hope that the public knows that we take the impacts to families seriously. I know personally what it's like to have your child offloaded and have your children, on 2 different buses in 3 different schools in a school year. It is extremely hard. It is extremely hard. However, I say that knowing that it's also our way as a district to be fiscally responsible and also to really consider how we grow and develop and being a sustainable, thriving district. You don't see schools that close in our community. You don't see drastic depletions of enrollment in areas and not in others, because the district is putting these efforts together to do the research, to collect the data, to analyze it, and to make decisions that will keep us a thriving district and maintain where we're at. Elk Grove is a sought-after place to live, which makes it a great place to be. And unfortunately, it requires us to make some really hard choices that do impact all our families, and some more than others. So please, I hope that the community knows that we do feel for you and empathize, and we will do our best to make sound choices for our district that hopefully have the least impact on our families and the community. But thank you for this.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Obviously, I completely agree with my colleagues. These are growing pains. One of the challenges of being a growing district is that we have to make tough decisions like this. Just regarding, so starting with Adriani, how many schools in our district are year-round right now?
19.
So that's almost half of our elementary schools are year-round. So we have some experience doing this. It's a tough position because I look at the different options we have, for Adriani, and I'm not a fan of portables. Everywhere I've seen them in our schools, they, in some of our schools, they were sitting on, playgrounds and courts and taking those opportunities away from kids. They are not, they're not wonderful places. They're not the places to learn that we want for our students. And so I'm really not a huge fan of those. If they're appropriate in a given instance, then let's do it, and we need them. Great. Obviously, changing boundaries is, fine if we can do it. But as this points out, part of the challenge we're having in that particular area is that all of those schools are going to see growth in the next couple of years, and so moving some of the students into Sierra Enterprise just creates problems for Sierra Enterprise. It doesn't actually alleviate anything in the grand scheme of the district. And you can see that in the slide where you show the schools that are growing. Fight, Sierra Enterprise, Adriani, Florin Elementary, right? Those are all within a little halo of, you go back to another slide here and you see there's a bunch of development in that particular area, right, between Florin and Gerber. And so if you go one slide forward, yeah, so you see right around Florin Road and Gerber Road, right? There's that big chunk of, of growth happening, and that's those schools, right, that are going to see growth in the future. And a bunch of that is yellow and green. And so, the growth on, the growth in the chart you were showing us was only about 3 years out, but a lot of this growth is going to happen 3 to 10 years from now. And so you're going to continue to see that growth in that area, which highlights how important it is to address these issues now, which is why, we're looking at Sierra, why you're looking at Adriani. And, but one of the challenges of that I also want to point out here and ask a little bit about is changing to a year-round gives us about, you said 25% capacity. There's a lot of growth here. Are we still just kicking the can? We're kicking it further by changing to year-round at Adriani, but are we going to need a new school here at some point?
Yes.
We've got
the short answer is yes.
We've got some space reserved, but kind of what I'm trying to get at here is, this is a growth area regardless. It's not growing quite fast enough at this moment for us to build a school, but I guess my broader question is, how are we managing this, right? Because we're kicking the can a little bit, right? We're kicking it as far as we can by switching to a year round. But how are we managing that long-term growth in that area? Because it does seem like there's quite a bit of growth.
I think that what the year-round does, and we've said this a lot, is if we didn't have 19 schools on a year-round, we'd need anywhere from 5 to, and we did nothing, we would need 5 to 7 more elementary schools, and it's $70 million right in current day. That's unsustainable. And so it really is a combination of the tools. So the year-round becomes a really important one because it will mitigate the need for the quantity of new schools that we'll have. And so I don't mean to not answer your question, but the year-round conversion does become part of the long-term, most cost-efficient solution where we might only need 2 more schools rather than an additional 5.
Yeah, the other piece, Michael, in that particular spot, so the year-round conversion definitely gives us space. We rebuild Sierra, and in that design, we could increase the capacity of that school versus what Sierra currently is, and then scheduling around that school. But the 3 schools that you see on the screen that was up there on slide 8, I mean, we showed the 2 green spots because that's where you see the crazy growth. But there's no doubt that in that center area, if we had a third circle, that's where it would be. So it's definitely on the radar.
Yeah, and so I'm wondering, at what point do we need to start? And I feel like I'm just going to throw us into a briar patch here. At what point do we need to start having conversations? If we're talking about Sierra and we're talking about, Adriani, at what point do we need to start having conversations about, Fight and Florin Elementary and those, because those are growth areas, those are schools that are going to grow as well.
Yeah, they're already in the conversation. We just didn't want to add 2 more.
We thought it was too
much. What's in the immediate piece, but Florin is definitely on the radar on what we do with that school, and it's another school that has significant need from a site facility. And without getting too far ahead, that one might be a situation where we rebuild on the existing campus because there might actually be physical room to do it because it really is a neighborhood school. If you relocated that school, I think we get significant pushback. So that might be something like we did at Dillard, or where we actually did a rebuild on the update at PG, where we did a rebuild basically on the same campus. But it's on the radar too. But again, how many things we could actually bring to you in this presentation?
Yeah, it was reduced, but we do have property over in the Florin area, similar to where like Sierra and Vineyard Point. So at a future meeting, we'll bring that project forward as well.
Yeah, and I think part of why I'm asking these questions is I feel like, I know for families, it's their school, that's their focus, and it's incredibly important for them. And I think that we, as a district, have a responsibility to mitigate and ameliorate a lot of the issues that are created. But I also want to float up the fact that this entire area is, a focal point, and how we are managing each of these elementary schools and the growth in that area is going to be a continuous conversation. And, I don't want to lose sight of that sort of not just district-wide, but region-wide, lens that we need to look at it, as a school board. A quick question on Sierra Enterprise. So the numbers on slide 28. So that's the available matching funds is a big difference between the two. And so part of what I'm curious about is we have other schools that we're building other schools, and we're going to be building other schools for a little while. If we request and receive $42 million to rebuild a school, does that impact our eligibility to get that funding, matching funding for new schools down the line?
Each school has eligibility itself. So it shouldn't impact the district as a whole. It's just when we put in for the application process. And certainly when you look at these numbers, it definitely makes a lot more sense to go for new construction just because of the funding that we would be entitled for, I think, entitled to rather. We don't get that money right away. That's the other thing, right? It takes several years to get the money on return, but it's actually how we continue to do good facilities work. And I mean, it's been a long-standing practice in Elk Grove where you queue in, you do this type of analysis exactly, you put your application in, we're able to maybe front some of the funds, and then years later when we're reimbursed by the state, we're able to continue to do the work on for other facilities that we have.
Yeah, and the other factor in there that can slow things up is whether there's existing capacity in a state level bond. So there is capacity currently, but there was a point in time where we front loaded, I believe, the building of 3 schools, and we were behind in getting reimbursed. And I think we're caught up on all the actual builds, but there was a long period of time where we were having to front load. But right now there is a bond at the state level, which is helpful.
And that's really that's kind of what I'm getting at here is, if going for this $42 million doesn't impact, impact our eligibility for other schools going forward, right? Other new schools that we need to build because it looks like there's going to be a bunch of them, right? Then that seems like a great idea. But if we're going to ask for this $42 million and then the state is going to say no to the next elementary school we need to build in Rancho, right? That's a different calculus because I would rather we have more schools and more capacity than, rebuilding using that to rebuild a school because then we have less capacity in growing areas. So that's kind of what I'm curious about. It sounds like that's not an issue.
It's not fortunately, it's not an issue. And what we're going to do, so something might make perfect sense to us, but what we want to do is make sure that you're armed with all of the information so you can make the best recommendation, or we can make the recommendation and you can give us direction the best way you see fit. Okay.
Sweet. Then that makes sense to me. Last question is looking at the Rancho Cordova area. I'm looking at that on slide 7, that big chunk of green. And so my thought process here is how fast do we, as much as I hate to say it, how fast do we need to start thinking about another elementary school down there? Because we're about to finish one, the Grantline School. And we're worrying about all these things, which is great. But if we've got 5,000 more homes in that southern chunk, which is going to be attached to Grantline, right? Which is going to be attached to one of our schools, McGarvey. Suddenly we're going to have to be splitting that off again and creating a new elementary school. And it depends on how fast that happens, right? We're talking 5 to 10 years out here. But at what point do we need to start having that conversation?
I can tell you the planning team is. Yeah, they're in it, and so they often are. They're the folks behind the scenes, but they are constantly reaching out and reaching out to developers and monitoring. And we work really closely, in particular, with the city of Rancho, the assistant city manager, to see, hey, what's going on your end? And so we're in constant communication, not just on the projects that we currently have active, but what are you noticing? So we have infrastructure, because that's also a challenge, and where there hasn't been that development. But the planning, we're doing it now, is what I would say. And then what we're trying to do, because we have to pace ourselves, is kind of like the Florin conversation. We're ready to have that conversation, but we have to make sure that we're honoring a process that allows for input and direction, both from the community and from the board. So we're not moving so fast that we're getting ahead of ourselves. And so as we tackle these next 3 to 4 months with big decisions, and not always easy decisions, then the next batch is going to come as we move into, January through June. And part of that is going to be Measure N, which we didn't talk about really at all.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please, Ms. Albiani.
I also want to give credit to the department because a few years back, many years back, we got ahead of ourselves. And then we ended up with a school that didn't have students in it because we had an unexpected dip in the economy and we didn't grow. And so now we're fronting tens of millions of dollars. And so it can be frustrating, I think, for the public and people to see it should be built. You should have it there ready. It should always be ready. But we are living in a period of uncertainty, which we have to be so fiscally careful. I am so proud of this district that we are not in headlines. I'm getting things about people in trouble right now all over the state. And we have systems in place that we don't go there. And so as frustrating as it can seem, it's kind of a process. Like we get big, we go year round, then we're bursting, then we move on. And it's just kind of a process we followed, but I think we followed it successfully. And when we broke from it, it didn't go well. Like we ended up with a high school that was pretty empty for a while. And then we're busing kids into it. Then they love that high school. And then we have to tell them, oh, the growth happened, so now you all have to go back home. And then they're not happy about that. So you just get yourself in pickles. So I just think there's a lot of great work done in the planning department. And I think you have great questions. I'm not putting that down, but there's just that history too. Mm-hmm. So they've learned.
Yeah, and we appreciate it. So that is all the questions I have. And I think we are... Gosh, I think we are ready for lunch. Oh, no. Misspoke. All right. Consent agenda. Ms. Albiani, are there any blue cards on the consent agenda?
There are no blue cards.
Excellent. Then I will entertain a motion, unless somebody would like to pull an item from the consent agenda. Then I will entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 3 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We are now on to lunch. Board members, this is going to be a quick lunch. This is an opportunity to grab food and then come back to the dais. And then we will start our next item. So please take 15 minutes and then be back here. especially rural-ish areas, right? And you're Minnesota, like you can get
snowed in.
Oh,
there was many times we got snowed in and couldn't get through. So we always had. Whole way of life that people just don't.
Being self-sufficient. The whole thing.
Can't just run to them. Well, we were just up there. I was just up there, at the end of July. Doors shut down at 5 o'clock. It's restaurants by 7. So if you haven't eaten or done anything in that time period. We planned and had things at the room later and stuff. But like our liquor stores were even, if you didn't buy your alcohol.
All right, folks, let's slowly make our way back.
Yeah, that'd be good. So since cabinet's here, hey.
All right, Mr. Superintendent, do you want to introduce this one?
I will. So thank you very much. Very excited to have the opportunity today to really going to do a team development session. We have Mike Merchant, longtime friend of the district, and working with the Arbinger Institute with regards to the outward mindset work. So this will be a combination piece, opportunity for some board development piece. I know Mike will get you up and out of your seats and engaged with each other for a part of the session. And then towards the end of it, we will also kind of build in a conversation around the handbook and being able to take a look at some ideas that the members have shared as thoughts with regards to potential edits. So we can have that conversation as well. So super excited to have Mike here, friend of the district, friend of mine, and has made a huge impact on who the team is and who we are as a district, and opportunity to kind of re-engage. And so looking forward to the work, Mike. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. No, super glad to be here. And I just in awe as I walked into this room. And it's the first time I've seen it in person. So all I remember from being here last time was moving those 50-pound folding chairs around to do different things. And so this is beautiful. And what a great gathering place for all of you as a board and those who will come and interact with all of you. So we wanted to do just a bit of a refresh, and for those who have been through who have participated previously, some of the outward mindset training, and for those of you who are new to that work, we'll give you a chance to be introduced to some of the core ideas and concepts. And so, but what we're going to do first to kind of kick things off, and by the way, is there a clicker? I know there was going to be, oh, it's on this side. Perfect. I can find it. Perfect. I'm one of those folks at Rome, so thank you. But let's see if we can get it to move. There we go. So we're going to kick it off with just a very simple tool. Those of you that have been with us, and we've done some of our virtual events, we've done this previously, which is just a meet to learn, because we don't get an opportunity very often as board members just to get to know each other and learn about each other. And so we're going to have you, I know you're in the middle of eating, but we'll have you maybe pick up and move somewhere to where you're with somebody that maybe you don't sit by as much, maybe you don't spend quite as much time with, and we're going to do a Meet to Learn. You should have a copy of the Meet to Learn tool right there in front of you. And your only objective when you do a Meet to Learn, and you guys can do a Meet to Learn too if you'd like to, but your only objective is just to get curious. Just get curious. So you take a minute, sit with a board member that maybe you don't spend as much time with, that you do as much with others, and just get curious about their objectives, their ideas, their aspirations for the district, some of their headaches, challenges. Just learn all you can and write some notes. So we'll take just about 15 minutes to do that. You'll have 7.5 minutes each. So you got 7.5 minutes to interview somebody, and they have 7.5 minutes to interview you. Yeah, just find a board member you don't spend quite as much time with. All right, and Beth, who are you going to be with? Oh, there you go. Perfect, you guys. I know you guys hang out together all the time, so I know you guys hang out together all the time. That's why it's good. Yeah. Just 2 more minutes, and then we'll share out. Okay, so what we're going to do real quickly, and I'll just go around and have you tell me who you met with, and then just something you learned that you were either didn't know before today or you were just reminded of today that helped you see the other person as a person, okay? I'll start on this since you guys are wrapping up. All right, we'll just start. Who'd you meet with and what'd you learn?
I met with Susan, and I learned that she has a lot of life experiences that seem valuable to her, but also she mentioned just challenges, like generational challenges, and I learned that her family is very important to her. She has many roles outside of being a school board member. And let's see. Something that I learned about her is that one of her needs is that she needs to see that she's making a difference. So.
Cool. Awesome. Great. Did you meet with?
It is. Well, I met with Heidi, and I learned the biggest thing about Heidi is she's an advocate for many different things. Patients, community, kids, family, her church. Also, I learned that some of her challenges were similar, balancing life and finding time for herself. Seems like she's so busy taking care of other people. She needs to find time for herself in her schedule. One thing that we both needed was surprising was affirmation from people close to us that we're doing well.
We're doing okay.
We're doing okay.
Yeah, awesome.
That was
awesome. Okay, great.
Okay, I met with Michael, and let's see. He has many different roles, as family roles, and He volunteers in the community quite a bit. He's also an attorney and a professor and a gunkle. And that's evidently very important.
A gunkle.
It's a very specific kind of uncle.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to tell me about this. What is a gunkle? Yeah.
It's a gay uncle.
Oh, a gay uncle. Gunkle.
Simple as that.
Apparently a very specific kind of uncle.
Well, I have, yeah. Well, that's awesome.
There you go. I had to put it in quotes on my paper so I didn't screw it up. Let's see. Some challenges. We kind of had very similar challenges. We need more time, more money.
Yeah,
Always.
Yeah.
There you go. And communication is very important to both of us.
Right.
Some of his headaches, dishonesty, unreliability, and inconsistency, which we all deal with every day. So I'm trying to think if that's anything new. What new? Yeah, those are pretty much it. There we go. Awesome. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, I met with Jennifer, and I feel like a lot of the roles are built around family right now, which makes sense. You're in that point, mother, grandmother, wife, sister, aunt, great aunt, all of those important family roles. But also, I can tell, also, still in the community, still volunteering at schools, for her own kids and grandkids, and so that's a big part of her life. Some of one thing that I thought was interesting was one of the challenges that she brought up was trying to figure out what she can control still, and I think that is it's a big part of what we do is and the learning process here is figuring out, okay, what are the little pieces that you can control and in the world, and yeah.
Awesome. Great. Awesome. Great. You too.
All right. So I just found Delia so fascinating. We didn't follow the rules. I never heard switch when we were talking.
Oh, so you just learned about.
That was a need.
More clear direction.
I said 7.5 minutes each, but
it's all good. I just kind of. So I met Delia. She's named after her dad's mom. Awesome. And there's some other people in her family also with the same name, which makes it interesting. Her roles in... I didn't hear directions, to be honest. What are we doing? Do I run it down?
Yeah, just anything you learned. Anything you learned that was new to you? Or
she's a mother, educator, and advocate, a partner, and kind of an if not me, then who person, so it likes to take action.
Awesome.
Her objectives are to raise good humans and be a good school board member. And her challenge is the work-life balance. Yeah. She's got a job as well, and that I think everybody in this room can agree to that. Yeah. No offense, but often even more so for women. Her needs, she needs to prioritize some self-wellness, make sure she's taking care of herself because you can't serve others if you are not well. And her kind of love language is acts of service, and that gives her strength, and she appreciates when they're done, and it gives her motivation and strength. She wants to be careful. She's at a point of privilege, and she wants to make sure she's treating this opportunity and this privilege correctly and using the powers for good. That's me, not her.
Awesome.
Her aspirations are to make a difference, and I pointed out I believe she's a bridge builder between communities and people and bringing them here. And she really believes education gives you the power to change the projection of a whole family and a whole generation. And I think what I really appreciate myself, because I'm very biased, is she loves the school district very much and is ready to do what it takes to make other people know what it is and to bring them in and to continue to make it better for the people we serve. That sound fair? Okay.
Awesome. Great.
Beth is so sweet.
And so, did you get to learn a little bit about that?
I did.
Good.
I consider Beth a big sister. Beth, as roles, she's a mother. She's partner. We have partners in crime in the home. and a community member. Beth is her objectives is to help all kids do better and have a healthy family and self. Challenges include balance, where to go deeper with her focus, and takeaways. I think Beth is definitely someone that I have looked up to because she's someone that just like lays it out honestly, and she's very, I think, concise and clear, and it's something I've always appreciated about Beth. Her needs, success in her nonprofit. So she's doing some great work in the community in literacy and bringing books to kids that need them. And also has a need for community at home and at work. For her headaches, time limitations, it is hard to get everything in, right? And then her family is spread out, so they've all grown. I'm not looking forward to that part. But she's handling it so well. I love hearing the stories about how, her kids are off doing great things and how Beth handles it at home. Because I'm like, that's going to be me. And then just aspirations, balance, serve out her role. And will, when she does end up leaving the board, it's going to be in a better place. And then nonprofit is some other items. She wants to give as many books away for free as possible.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. Well, look, we don't get a chance to get to know each other as well as we could. So just taking a few minutes to learn about each other, won't sit in these chairs the same again, right? We'll come together, we'll see each other, we can ask the second question, like, hey, how are things going with your grandson or your granddaughter? Or, how's it going with that niece or nephew? And you can follow up with them. And because we can see each other as people. So that's where we're headed today. And given the challenges some of you wrote down and you're sharing with each other around your headaches, you all have challenges. You all have headaches. And so I listed a couple here, and I'd love to hear any more that you want to share with me. But specific to being board members, I wrote one down that came up many times with all of you, and that is just that work-life balance. Right? Making sure, because this takes a lot of time. A lot more time than you probably anticipated when you became a board member. It was like, wow, that was a huge commitment. And so the work-life balance, what other challenges come to mind for you when you think about serving as a board member? Work-life balance, what else? Tell me more about that one. So the control, but tell me more about the challenge for you around that.
I think it's hard because I worked for the district for the 31 years, retired. And so the reason I came back is because I have all that knowledge and I want to use it for good, not evil, exactly. But what as a board member do I have control over? What can I do? And and Susan and I both had this issue, and I think we still do, is Superintendent Hoffman used to be our boss, our big boss, and now we're his boss.
That's right.
And you'd think it would be really easy to switch, but it's not as easy as it is, as you think it is.
That makes better sense.
It's not.
So,
it's not.
So look, you all have a responsibility, and you have control as a board,
right?
As a board together. But yes, thinking about reporting to him, and now he reports to the board as a whole. And what that means for you. So that's helpful. So, okay, workplace balance, control. I heard from you, Michael, a little bit around just authenticity, honesty, communication, any of that. You want to tell me more about that a little bit?
Getting into communication, right? We serve so many roles, not just within the district, but within the community, and learning how to communicate with each different party that we are talking to, because how we communicate with constituents is different than how we communicate with teachers, which is different than how we communicate with students, which is different than how we communicate with each other or the superintendent or cabinet. Learning, I think one of the biggest challenges that takes a little while is learning how best to communicate and how to communicate most effectively with the many different constituency groups that we have.
Okay, good point. Okay, great. Other challenges as board members? Yeah.
I think I'd gotten very comfortable with the board, and I thought like I knew the board, And I
It's
think a big part, I felt very frustrated when I started on the school board with the same thing, like, I have these great ideas, and why aren't we doing all my great ideas? And so that idea of how to accept you're one of 7,
Yeah.
and you only have power sitting here as a vote of one of 7.
Yeah, that's right.
And then, so how do you get your ideas, and you have these passions? So part of it is through your example, and it's part of building relationships. And so now a new challenge is that we need to build a relationship and get back to a team that you trust and you believe and you can respect, even if you don't agree.
Yeah.
And that's I think that's the challenge. Not a bad one. It's just a fact.
Oh no, but that totally makes sense, and especially since all of your lives you have these huge obligations outside of just your board work. So the time you're here is so precious, and you've got so many commitments and things on your agenda, things you're pushing through. To take time to build relationships is not easy at all. So,
plus with the Brown
yes,
Act, I just can't call them all and talk to them about things.
Or go to a barbecue
We're not
together,
allowed
or-
to.
That's exactly right.
You're welcome, Karen. I brought it up.
So I hear workforce balance, control, one of 7, that whole piece. Really learning how to communicate with all the different constituents that we're involved in, and then certainly building relationships. And so does that feel like a good group to kind of start with? Okay. And then look, as we move through this, I hope you feel this is interactive and we can have some conversation. So given those challenges, there's 2 ways to approach. Now, those of you that have obviously had a chance to spend a little time with me, you'll know that we'll talk about kind of 2 ways to approach any challenge, any opportunity. So communication, building relationships with each other. One is with what we call an inward mindset. And with an inward mindset, really, I'm thinking about me. Like, I want to build a relationship so that I can get my agenda, or I can get my things up in front of everybody else, or I can control the situation a little better. So I'm only thinking about me. How do I get ahead? How do I look good? How do I show up here? How do I, get the things I want to get out of this? Or I can show up with what we call an outward mindset, where I'm focused on the mission. I'm thinking about the children we serve and all the employees that we have responsibility towards, and the community that we serve. So with an outward mindset, we're taking into account more than just ourselves. And what I'll talk about in just a minute is that we don't forget ourselves. Ourselves are a very important part of this. But with an inward mindset, others are not in the equation. So we're just thinking about ourselves as we move forward. So, and it turns out that really leading as a board member and or a cabinet member, the most important thing is that we actually do take others into account, because the biggest impediment to achieving results is going to be an inward mindset. Because with an inward mindset, we end up inviting others to resist even our good ideas, because others aren't people to us when our mindset's inward. So let's unpack this idea of 2 mindsets for a minute.
Mike,
and
just
when
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Please.
Are we going to continue to do things in our groups, or should we invite board members to go back to their seats?
I'd like to invite board members to go back to their seats so they go to their very comfortable.
Didn't want to keep you all.
You've worked it too. Thank you, Michael.
No.
Thank you.
I don't like you sit down here.
Yeah. So, and you guys can just turn your chairs around and look at the screen if you want to go through it. But you got to. Yeah. Oh, you have a monitor. Oh, that's right. Wow. I know. Wow. I should just come up there and sit with you guys and do this. So, but with an inward mindset, other people don't count like we count. They don't matter like we matter. Other people, we only see them in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, right? So we have an agenda. We have something we want to control. We have, an idea that we want to push forward. We only see others in terms of how they're going to help or hinder us in what we're trying to accomplish. So they're not people to us. They're just objects to us. When I see others as objects, I see them as vehicles, obstacles, or relevancies. So a vehicle that are going to help me get there, or an obstacle that are in the way of what I want to achieve, or irrelevant to what I want to accomplish. But yet when our mindset's outward, people count like we count. They matter like we matter. They have ideas, thoughts, feeling, perspective, and it counts. It matters. And I live and work in a way that takes others into account. Now, we all live our lives in a combination of these 2 mindsets. Sometimes we're inward, sometimes we're outward. Moment to moment. One moment I might be outward, one moment I might be inward. But really, the quest for us to go on, where we're going to have the greatest influence as a board, is really going to be the more we can live and work with an outward mindset, where we're taking others into account. Because mindset determines our influence as a leader. Because what other people are responding to is how they're being seen. How they're being seen. So now, one common question that comes up when you think about mindset is people often think, well, does inward mindset mean that I'm behaviorally hard and outward mindset mean that I'm behaviorally soft? What's your thoughts about that? Does inward mindset just mean that I'm hard, behaviorally hard, and outward mindset mean that I'm behaviorally soft? How many of you have had somebody say hard things to you, and yet you knew they really cared about you? Ever had that happen? I know I've had that happen. And yet, how many of you have had somebody say soft, sweet things to you, and yet you knew they were up to something? Right? And so that's the idea is that what we're responding to is not the actual behavior, responding to how we're being seen in the behavior. The distinction between hard and soft is actually a distinction of behavior, not mindset. I can do hard or soft behavior with either mindset. Being outward is seeing people as people, which sometimes might require hard behavior, might require us to say no, might require us to speak up, might require us to make a course correction. But I do it still seeing others as people. They're into account. In fact, I'm influenced by them and who they are, whereas when I'm inward, I'm not. So let's play that out for just a minute. We'll take a hard behavior, like correction, and we're going to play it out with an inward mindset and outward mindset. Let's see what that works, how that works. So somebody corrects you with an inward mindset, where you're just an object to them. Somebody corrects you with an outward mindset, where you're a person to them. Do they feel the same? Now, what's it feel like to be corrected by somebody who sees you as an object, who has an inward mindset? Even if the correction's needed, what does it feel like? It feels harsh. Yeah, it feels like a put down. And yet, what does it feel like to be corrected by somebody who sees you as a person, where you count and matter? Even if it's hard correction, what's it feel like? Now they care enough about you to actually have the conversation with you, to correct you, and so it feels like help, even though it might be hard, and maybe even be hard to receive. But it's much easier to receive when you know they see you as a person. So again, what we're responding to is not the correction itself as much as we're responding to how we're being seen in the correction. So let's take a soft behavior, like complimenting. Somebody compliments you with an inward mindset. Somebody compliments you with an outward mindset. Do they feel the same? Now, what's it feel like to be complimented by somebody who has an inward mindset? Even if the words are nice and sweet. Like, what do you want? Yeah, it feels patronizing. It's not authentic. What do you want? And yet, what does it feel like to be complimented by somebody who has an outward mindset? Even if they're fumbling through the words, what's that feel like? Yeah, it feels affirming. It feels great, right? You're like, thank you. Why does it feel different? Because, again, what we're responding to is how we're being seen more than the words we say. And so when somebody's walking away from you with furrowed brows, darkened countenances, resisting you in some way, resisting your good idea, pretty good chance they don't feel seen, heard, or valued. They feel as if they're just a vehicle, obstacle, or irrelevancy. And now, as your superintendent may have mentioned, for many years I had the opportunity to run a behavioral health care organization. For 27 years, I was executive director of Anasazi Foundation. And what I learned, and I can share this with you with all the confidence in the world, and that is that it doesn't matter what learning challenge a child has or even what a mental health issue that they might have, they still sense how they're being seen. See them as an object, their symptoms will escalate. See them as a person, they may still have symptoms, but they come way down. Even a child under the influence, I can tell you, young people I've taken to detox over the years, they still sense how they're being seen, still sense it. And so mindset matters, and why does it matter so much? Because it matters to others how they're being seen. Now, some of you were here at this period of time, but I know Beth was, and I know, but during COVID, and I've shared this story all over the country. So you guys are famous here because I work with districts all over. But I actually was in a district in LA watching the board interact with the public around face masks during COVID. And I was down, it was in LA, I spent that evening watching it, and the board would sit up here, somebody would come up, get on a microphone, and they would read their case, even though the board couldn't really do a lot about it. They would share their concerns, their challenges with it, and the board member or board chair would say, okay, next. Everybody had 3 minutes. Next. And the more they said next, you could feel the temperature in the room just going up. The more angry people got, the more. And then the next night, I happened to be here. And I remember as people came to the microphone, it wasn't just next. It was thank you for sharing that. I know that's hard. And look, we can't do anything, but we appreciate your perspective. Thank you for sharing that. People were seen here. And when they were seen here, pretty soon the night went on, people gradually started leaving, going home. And so, but it wasn't the same experience as the night before. No, you may have had some of those nights, but it was a very different experience. It was such a contrast for me to see one board who saw people as people and another board who saw people as a problem, as an object to getting home and doing whatever they needed to do. And just people's response. Again, what people responded to is how they're being seen. Mindset determines our influence. See people as people, we invite their cooperation. See them as objects, we provoke their resistance. Resistance, we're now going to have to spend time and energy and effort into managing, right? So that's why this work is so important, if that helps. So any questions about that simple idea? Now, I want to bring up, since somebody brought up work-life balance and caring for ourselves, you'll notice in that diagram up there that there is an inside triangle and an outside triangle with the outward mindset. In other words, there is a self. That inside triangle represents our objectives. Every one of you has a role or responsibility outside of work, outside of the board, and here at the board, work that you do. You have responsibilities, obligations of your own, responsibilities, and a self to care for. The difference is that when my mindset's inward, I care for myself, but in behalf of myself. When my mindset's outward, I care for myself, but I also realize others need to care for themselves as well. And the way in which I interact and work with them is helping or hindering them in what they need to do or what they need to accomplish. Terry Warner, the founder of Arbinger many years ago, said there really are no silos. We are always either helping or hindering each other. And sometimes the way that we hinder each other is not helping when we can, right? So we're always either helping or hindering each other by how we interact, how we regard, how we see each other. So it's not that being outward means that I forget myself. It's just that when I'm being outward, I'm taking care of myself on behalf of others. And in the recovery community, there's actually research behind that. It says, any sustainable sobriety done on behalf of self won't last, just won't. But in behalf of others, actually is much more sustainable. Okay? All right. Any questions again about that idea? Okay. So we're going to have just a really quick, a little more time with the cabinet tomorrow around some of these ideas, but you guys, just a really simple idea, and that is that people are people. And because they are people, the only way I can see them any other way than a person is I have to make that okay in my brain. I have to justify that. Because you are a person, Beth. The only way I can see you any other way than that is I have to make that okay. I have to justify it in some way. I have to say something about me and something about you that makes it okay for me not to treat you as a person who counts and matters like I matter. We have to justify it. So, and one way that we justify that is we see ourselves as above or beneath others. When we're outward, other people count like we count. They matter like we matter. But when I am inward, my mindset's inward, in order to justify seeing others as objects, I have to see myself as above them or beneath them. Okay? So see myself as above them, I'll adopt what we call an inward style that's called better than. I'm just better than you. I'm smarter than you. I have more years experience than you. I'm a lawyer. I went to school, right? I mean, like I see myself as above you. I see you're less than me. Okay, that's one way that we can justify not treating people as people. Another way that we can justify not treating people as people is that we feel entitled or deserving of being a better treatment, right? We feel entitled to be seen as better than others, smarter than and better than. So we still see ourselves as above others. Okay? Now, can I justify myself and see myself as beneath others? Well, absolutely. So if I see myself as beneath others, I will adopt an inward style that we call worse than. I wish I was as smart as they are, right? I wish I could do the things that they do. And so we feel worse than others. And we look, they're above us in some way. Stay there very long, and we'll adopt an inward style of I need to be seen as. In other words, we need to be seen as anything but worse than. So we try and make up for it. And so we try and compensate it. That's where perfectionism comes in. That's where doing everything for everyone else comes in, is in this need to be seen as inward style, way of justifying ourselves. And so now, over a lifetime of justifying ourselves, we adopt kind of a style, a go-to place when we're seeing others as objects, a kind of a place we go to, and we pick up a self-justifying image of ourselves. And how do we know that we might have one of these? Well, look, when things don't go our way, something gets shattered for us. I had a coach at Arbinger for a year. Her name was Nancy Smith, and she would pick up the phone once a month, and she would call me, and we would talk through things. And she had this wonderful way of navigating through my life and finding where I was inward, right, or in the box. And we use that metaphor a lot at Arbinger, in the box. And so, but I was inward. And then she would ask this question. At first, I hated this question. But the more I began to answer this question, the more I loved the question. She'd say, Mike, what image about you is now being shattered or threatened? I'm like, you're not going to ask that question again, are you? Right? Really? And but the more I tried to answer that question, the more I learned that every time there was an eruption for me, every time I was getting triggered in some way, every time I was getting defensive, that there was a corresponding view of myself that was now getting shattered or threatened. That I saw myself as better than, or deserving, worse than, or need to be seen as something other than worse than. Now, we're going to unpack these a bit, because what I learned in that year's period of time is I learned that I had a dominant kind of inward style at work, and I had a dominant one at home. So we're going to have a little fun today and kind of find out what's our dominant one as a board member and what might be our dominant one at home. Because the first step to turning outward is actually noticing when we're inward. And so this will heighten our awareness to when our mindset's inward. Okay? So I'm going to unpack them. As I unpack these with you, I want you to ask yourself, just thinking about each one of them, look, which ones of these you have set up camp, right? You spend more time in that one. When you're inward, you're not always inward, but sometimes you are. And when you are, which ones of these do you identify with the most, okay? So if it's better than, your self-view is that you're superior, you're important, you're virtuous. And how do you feel when you're with other people? Indifferent with other people. You might feel disdainful of other people. You might feel impatient with other people. And so that's a better than inward style. If you have a I deserve inward style, you feel meritorious. You feel unappreciated, right? You feel mistreated in some way by others. And what's your view? That's your view. How do you feel? Will you feel like entitled, deprived, and resentful at other people who get things that you don't get, right? If you have a worse than inward style, your self-view is that you're broken. You can't do this, right? You're powerless. And how do you feel? Well, you feel discouraged and envious and resigned, like I can't do this anymore. And yet, if you have a need to be seen as, in other words, you're trying to make up for feeling worse than, you are trying to portray something you're not, you're going to feel, your self-view will be that you're being judged. You're at risk all the time. And that you're being watched by others. And how do you feel? Well, stressed and overwhelmed and anxious. Okay? So now let me give you a couple of simple examples of this, and I know some of you heard mine, but a couple of simple examples. I grew up on a farm. My dad was a school teacher, and we were broke all the time. I mean, I heard the word broke 1,000 times growing up. And so I never forget going to college when I was 18, leaving to go to college, telling myself I was never going to be like my mom and dad. I was never going to have problems like they do with money, ever. What do you think my undergraduate degree is in? Yeah, finance, right? Finance. And as a freshman in college, I remember I was starving to death. And my dad knew it, and he sent me a check for $250, which is a lot of money back then. But I didn't cash that check. I carried it around my wallet for 2 years till I was so afraid the bank would have never taken it. Why? Because I wasn't going to take money from them. I was going to do this without them, right? And I was going to make it without them. And I wasn't going to be like them. So when you think about which inward style I might be dragging around with me, how do you suppose I see myself as it relates to my parents? I'm better than. I see myself as above them in some way. Okay, so I meet this beautiful red-headed girl and senior in college, and we get married, and after a couple of years, we start having problems with money. Well, whose fault is that going to be? If I'm the sort of person who's never going to be like his mom and dad, never going to promise with money, whose fault is it going to be? Hers. So there's an eruption for us in our marriage, a severe eruption in our marriage, because I have an image about myself that's now getting shattered or threatened. And it's my way of justifying not seeing my mom and dad as people who count and matter like I matter, who have battles and struggles like us and like anyone. And so, okay, now here's another one for you. I was hired by the founder of Arbinger in 1990, so 4 years out of college. That's how old I am. I got married. He hired me to run Anasazi. It was way beyond my capabilities at that time, but he felt like I could do this, and I jumped in 2 feet and started marching forward. And Terry Warner, the founder of Arbinger, was a philosopher, really smart man, a pretty good businessman. And I wanted him to like me. I wanted him to see that I could do this, that I was capable of doing this. So I was always managing information to make sure it got back to him in the best light of me, right? And I was super needy for feedback, always wanting feedback from him, and worried about somebody saying that I did something that he didn't agree with or didn't like. Which one of these do you think I'm dragging around with me as a new leader? And need to be seen as this competent, likable leader. Now, nothing wrong with being a competent, likable leader. It's only wrong when I have to have other people see it in a way that justifies me not treating others as people, right? And he was above me in some way, so I had this need to be seen as that I drug around with me. So what I've learned in my experience is that, look, in my home life, I'm not always inward, but when I am inward, in my home life, my most dominant inward style, my go-to is better than. I go to that better than place. At work, my dominant inward style is need to be seen as. I go there, right, when my mindset's inward. And that's how I justify not treating people as people. Now, I don't always do that, but I do. But that awareness of my most dominant inward styles is super helpful to me. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to have a little fun. I'm going to invite you down here on the floor. We're going to do a little exercise activity together where we're going to actually think about some different situations. We'll actually throw in a few board situations, and we'll have us think about our own inward styles. So come on down. And we'd love to have Cabinet. If you guys want to join us, come join us. Just come join us. We'll have a little fun with this. So... Okay. So, yeah, take some notes. So what I'll do is, I want you just to imagine this beautiful room is a box, right? So we're all inward, we're in a box. I'm going to share with you a situation. And as I share the situation with you, I just want you to go to the inward style that you would go to if you were in the box. Okay, not always in the box, but if you were, which one would be yours? Which one would you identify with? So you'll notice better than is right there on that corner. And then I deserve. So those two are right there. And then if you scoot back, that door has worse than, and this wall here has need to be seen as. Okay? So we're just got a little fun with it. And you can just move to whichever one. And if you can't decide which one, just use your imagination. Just go to the one you think might be the most dominant. We'll see where it goes. Okay? So the first one is, and this will relate to cabinet as well. So one of your colleagues, either a board member or cabinet member, you're with your board or cabinet members, you make what you think is a really important point, and the other board members just blow you off. Or, other cabinet members blow you off. You make what you think is a really important point, and they just blow you off. Okay? So if you were inward, which would be your inward style? Which one would you go to? And I'll just follow you. I'm going to go to the one that I would go to. It's right over here. All right. So, look, we're going to go. Dave, you guys share. So, from the better than place, what's going through your mind? What are you thinking about these people who just blew you off? Your cabinet members or board members? Yeah, like, hey, they're not paying attention. I've got this. What else? What's going through your brain?
Easy.
Makes a lot more sense, right? They were just as smart as I was. So, any other thoughts? That's right. Yeah, you see yourself as better than. Okay, good. Over here, what are you thinking about? Those people who just blew you off. If you're in this I deserve inward style. Yeah, I deserve to be heard, right? Given my experience, my background, my perspective, all that I've given to this district, I deserve to be heard. Right. What else? Any other thoughts?
Always happens.
Yeah, still important, needs to be said. And you guys, I deserve to have you listen to what I'm going to share with you, right? Now, we may not ever say those words, but that's what we're thinking. Yeah. That's what we're thinking, right? Okay, now over here, worse than, we just have one. So in the worse than place, what are you thinking when everybody blows you off? I have no value, right? I have no value. I wish I was as smart as they are. And occasionally when I'm in this space, I'm thinking there's a conspiracy theory here. They're all like, right? I'm being judged a bit, yeah, maybe don't go that far with it, but I do occasionally. I'm like, look, they all blew me off. Right? So, okay. And then need to be seen as we're feeling worse than, and we're trying to make up for it. So, Lisa, what are you thinking about? Here we feel judged. We feel judged because we're going to try and make up for this. We're feeling worse than, like we're feeling like, wish we were smart, wish we could do what they could do. And so over here, we're feeling a little judged and at risk, and we're going to, when somebody blows us off, we're still going to be really nice about it, right? Yes. Just, I probably shouldn't have made that comment then. Maybe it wasn't, and timing wasn't good or whatever else, but we're thinking about ourselves, and we're feeling at risk with everyone, okay? Okay, here's another one, just for all of you, and that is somebody in the district complains about you behind your back. Somebody in the district that complained about you behind your back. If you had an inward mindset, we're not always inward, but if we were, which one of these would you go to? Got a little movement, mostly the same. Okay, all right. So better than, what are you thinking about? Those people who are complaining about you? I have no idea. They're just idiots, right? I have no idea. All that I do. What about I deserve? Yeah, be resentful. I don't deserve that kind of treatment. Yeah, and kind of back to, you have no idea all I'm doing for you. Yeah, exactly. And so we have worse than. What are you thinking of the worse than? Yeah, discouraged and why didn't they come to me? And what is it about me that makes that hard, right? And then over here, need to be seen as, what are we thinking? Yeah. Our image just got shattered in a big way. Then we'd be super stressed out about it. Yeah. And exactly. Okay, so here's another one for all of us, just a simple one. So they're introducing, some new process at the school. Either as board members, some new process or procedure we have to follow through, or as cabinets, you got a new system or something you have to implement. But they're introducing a new process, and you have no idea how it works. You have no idea how it works. If your mindset's inward, which one would you go to? No idea how it works. Introducing something new, and you have no idea how it works. Now this is where I hang out at work. All right, so what are you two thinking? Oh, are you in the worse then? I think so. Okay, so Beth, you're in the better then. What are you thinking about this new process and the people who implemented it? Yeah, and that's right. Over here in better than, you're kind of annoyed because you're thinking, like, who came up with this idea, right? Weren't things working fine before? Right? What do we need something new to worry about? And then I deserve, what are you thinking?
They should be doing this the way that I can.
That's right. Exactly. Or somebody should come and do it for me, right? I shouldn't have to do this. And worse than, what are we thinking? Just one more thing. Yeah. There probably was a better way. But over here, I'm thinking, look, I can't do this. Just one more thing, right, that I can't do. And over here, what are we thinking? Know how to do it. So we're super worried about how we show up and how we look. And so all of us over here, we're like, we got this. Right? We got this, even though we have no clue. We got this, and so we're going to go do it, right? So think about that. Think about any time in the district we're initiating something new. What's the consequences of better than? Do you think they'll implement it? No, they'll discount it. What do you think about I deserve? Will they implement it? If they do, it'll be complaining and begrudgingly, right? Worse than feels overwhelmed. They're not going to be able to get to it. And all of us over here, we're going to be faking it, right? We're not going to ask questions. We're not going to get some help with this thing because we got to be seen as we have this, right? So there's implications to that. Okay, let's think about just a couple of home ones just for fun. Like you mentioned just a minute ago that you feel like you could be in a couple of these, right? How many of you feel like that? You're thinking, hey, I could be in a couple of these. So here's one you got to think about for a moment. And that is, you walk into your house at the end of the day. If your mindset's inward and you walk into your house at the end of the day, what might be your inward style? I know which one's mine. You just walk in your house at the end of the day. I don't know. All right, so if we're in this better than place, how do we walk into the house at the end of the day? And you can move if you need to, but how do we walk in at the end of the day if we see ourselves as better than?
Do I have to straighten out now?
Yeah, what do I have to straighten out now?
It's gone all day at work.
Yeah, what have you been doing all day, right? Good grief. I conquered the world today, and you've been sitting there all day. Exactly.
Watching TV and the water's exploding.
Exactly. So in I deserve, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I just need 2 minutes of quiet.
I just need my quiet time. I need to put my feet up. Somebody take my shoes off. A little drink. I need something, right? And I'm asking the question like, hey, who left that mess over there? And what's, right? And so, because we deserve. Now, if we're worse than when we come home, what are we thinking? I'll come stand with you because I've been there many times.
You're out of it. You're out. No, you're not.
I feel like
we feel defeated, we feel overwhelmed, we feel like I'm at home and work and I can't do it all, and the grass is growing and the fences needs to be fixed, right? We just feel overwhelmed right here. Exactly, I know that one. So given this over here, you're feeling this a bit, and so how do we show up over here? This is the most exhausting one of all.
So much to do.
Yeah, and so over here, we need to be seen as that we can do it all, we can take it on, right? That we got home, work, we're going to take it on. And so we're up all night. We're doing the things we need to do. We're trying to get, because we feel worse than, and we're trying to make up for it. We're trying to make up for it. So that's why I say that's where kind of perfectionism, doing things for everybody else, indulgence, all of that comes in, doesn't that need to be seen outside. So, okay. All right, here's another one. And now, if you don't have children at home right now, or don't have children at all, use your imagination here for just a minute, or anticipate it's a niece or nephew. But you get a call, and your child or your niece or nephew, you've been asked to come down to the school because they're in the principal's office. If your mindset's inward, which one would you go to? Given that you're a board member or a cabinet member here, which one would you go to? That's right. All right, so if we're better, then what are we thinking about that child? Okay, so we're thinking about the principal, right? Don't mess with my baby, right? So, but if we see ourselves as better than the principal, that would be how it'd be. If we see ourselves as better than the child, what might be going through our brain? It could be either one. But, yeah. I'm saying you can go either one, right? If you go to the school, you're better than them. Why would they bring them into this, principal's office, all that, right? Yeah, you know stuff, right? If I'm thinking about the child, I'm thinking, look, why would they do that? I wouldn't have done that when I was in school. I wouldn't behave that way. But and I love that, thinking about as board members and cabinet members, the first place you go is the school, like, right? My child? They're going to bring them in. How about I deserve? What are you thinking? Touch you better? Yeah. Yeah, it's making me look bad. Yeah. That's right. Going back to it, yeah.
So much better than that.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Worse than. Whose fault is it if we're in the worse than place? Yeah. I was a better dad. I was home more. I'd have been. We take it all on over here, right? We take it all on. And then over here, what are we thinking? That's right. It's making me look bad. What did they do? All right. I'm a board member, I'm a cabinet member. This is making me look bad, right? All right. One last one. And so the last one is, look, let's see. I was trying to think of what's a board scenario. What's a common board scenario that would be a challenge for you guys? One that came to mind was like you actually made a decision on information that wasn't complete or entitled, right? That happens occasionally, right? So, okay, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so let's just say that one, right? So, board ends up making a decision you do not agree with, okay? And so if you were, and then same thing with cabinet. You guys make a lot of decisions that relate to the district. So the cabinet makes a decision you don't agree with. If your mindset's inward, which one would you go to? You're in the minority. I'm going to be back here.
Can we be in the middle?
Leadership is hard, that's right. Yeah, and I love your comment around, can I be in the middle? And so remember how we talked about earlier, we said, look, when our mindset's inward, we have to justify it, because people are people. They do count and matter. But when I see them as anything other than a person, I have to make that okay in my brain. I have to say something about them and something about me that makes it okay for me not to do that. That's how we pick these up. So if one's not working, we might move to the other. Like, think about the experience of you walk in your house at the end of the day. Like that one, I can move through all these in about 45 seconds. I'm always going to start right here. I'll start here because this is my dominant one at home. I walk into the house thinking, like, what have you guys been doing all day today, right? The comment you made. And when nobody recognizes my better than, that I conquered the world and didn't know it thanks me, I start to feel a little unappreciated and a little deserving, a little entitled. And when somebody calls me out for having a little bit of an attitude, oh, I'm so sorry, Galen, I wish I was home more often. I wish I was a better parent. I'm going over to the worst then, right? And before I know it, I'm going to be over here doing the dishes, so she's going to see how helpful I'm going to be tonight. Does that make sense? So we can move through these pretty quickly. But the idea of this exercise is start to identify what one might be the most, our go-to one, our most dominant one for us in all of that. And this one was a good one in revealing. So thinking about better than, what are you thinking about? You're the minority, better than, what are you thinking? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And then I deserve. Yeah, feeling not appreciated. Yeah, why didn't they listen to me? Exactly. And look, nobody's in the worse than one, but if we were in the worse than one with this one as a minority, how do you think we'd walk out of the meeting? Yeah, deflated. I can't do this anymore. I'm turning my resignation or whatever it might be. Like I feel depleted. Over here, need to be seen as, how do we walk out of that? Even though we're in the minority, how do we walk out of there? Because we need to be seen as what? Competent.
Go off a cliff or something's about to go wrong.
Yeah. You're anxious and stressed around it, but you're also going to probably show up and we'll probably be indulged people. We'll be kind to people. We'll be nice to people. We'll be, right? Because we need to be seen as, we have this image about ourselves that we have to project. We can't let ourselves down and all of that. And so we won't speak up. We won't say things. We won't, right? Yeah. And we might see that this is not going to go well, but we're still going to be mostly focused on making sure this doesn't make us look bad and all of that, right? And sometimes this might drive, I know in my own personal life, this might drive me, even though I'm in the minority, gathering some allies to help me, right, to actually, to help me keep up that image that that I was in the right. So, all right, you guys, is that helpful? Just that little idea? Okay, so return to your seats. Return to your seats. I'll give you a minute. Return to your seats. So as you return to your seats, be thinking for just a moment about, look, which, as a board member, or as a cabinet member, but as a board member, which one as a board member might be your most dominant one, or at least your go-to one, the one you go to the most. And again, we're not always inward, but when we are, which one? Given the circumstance and the situation we just played out, and you don't have to share with us which one it is, but just which one might be yours. So just ponder that for a moment. Okay. And then you have a tool right in front of you. It's called Check Your Mindset. You have a copy of that right in front of you. Yeah, it should say check your mindset on the top of it. Okay, so with check your mindset, what we're going to have you do is pretty simple with it. I want you to just think about a board situation that was challenging for you in the last month or two. All right? Won't take you long. Just think of a situation that was challenging for you as a board member in the last month or two. Just write that down on the top. What was the situation or the person? It could have been a teacher, it could have been a parent, it could have been another board member. But just think of a challenging situation that's kind of front of mind for you as a board member for the last month or so. Write that on the top. And then you're going to ask yourself, all right, so how do you act in that situation? How did you act? Did you shut down? Did you go quiet? Did you walk away? Did you get upset? Did you start a legal brief in your brain? How did you act? How did you feel given that situation? Look, as board members, we put on the courteous airs no matter what, right? Because we know. But inside, how did I feel? How did I act? Did I tell other people? Did I just say, oh well, right? I fire off an email when I got home. Okay, then ask yourself, which of the 4 inward styles might you have been carrying in that moment? May not have, but just consider which one of these may have been your dominant one in that moment. That situation, was it better than, I deserve, worse than, need to be seen as? Okay, now there's some questions on the bottom. And I actually love these questions. These questions are super helpful. So what we want you to consider with the first question is, look, what might it be like for others when you have that inward style? What might it be like for others when you see yourself as above them or deserving or worse than, or worried about your image? What might it be like for others? Does it make it hard for others to reach out to you, communicate with you, include you? Do others feel less than as a result of it? Do others feel like they have to tiptoe around you? What might it be like for others? Like, for example, what's it like to go to family reunion with Mike when he sees himself as better than everyone? It's probably no fun when I'm in that place. Or what's it like to work with Mike when he needs to be seen as this helpful, competent leader? We can't make the tough decisions. He can't have those straightforward conversations because he's too worried about how he's being seen. Not authentic, not real. And the next question, my favorite question, is just this idea. And that is, okay, what would it have been like if I didn't have an image about myself that was now getting shattered or threatened, right? How would I approach it then? How would I have been then if I wasn't worried about me? So what would have been different about that circumstance? Would you have slept better? Had different conversations? Would you have been able to be more straightforward? Speak up? What might have been different? And then the last question is, all right, what do I got to do about it? What do I got to do about it? Now, our easiest response, and the easiest thing we write down there is just get out of the box, right? Most of us will say we got to turn outward or get out of the box. But what does that actually mean? What does it mean to turn outward? What's it mean to get out of the box? What do you think? Good. Yeah, take a moment to actually put myself in their shoes for a moment. Consider what life might be like for them for a moment. So let me quickly go back to our slide here. If you remember our inward and outward slide, if you'll notice that with the outward mindset, there's that outside triangle. Other people's objectives, challenges, and needs. Whereas with an inward mindset, that's not in the equation. That's not even there. Others are just objects to us. Vehicles, obstacles, or relevancies. They're not people to us. And so Beth is exactly right. If I find myself inward, what's missing? Well, others. Their objectives, their challenges, their needs. So if I find myself with an image that's now being shattered in some way or threatened in some way, that's a telltale sign, a red flag that helps me see when I'm inward. And when I'm inward, what's missing? I don't see others. So I have to get curious about them. I have to put myself in their shoes. I have to consider what life might be like for them. I might need to go and ask more questions. Because it is the truth about others. It's that outside triangle right there, their objective, challenges, and needs. It's the truth about them that I'm cut off from when my mindset's inward that can actually get me outward. In other words, it is the truth about them that chases away the resentment, the entitlement, the image about me, and replaces it with care and compassion and empathy, right? Now today, we did a meet to learn to kick things off today. So you partnered up and learned a little bit about somebody. And so in other words, that outside triangle just got a little bigger and brightened for you a little bit. And how many of you just visiting with somebody, learning a little bit about their headaches and their challenges, how many of you felt just a sense of care and compassion for this other board member? Just doing a meet to learn, right? Because all you're doing is bringing that outside triangle into the equation, the very thing that's missing when my mindset's inward. And at Anasazi, we teach this to the young people who participate in our program. And we do a lot of work in the outdoors with young people. And we learn a great truth every day in the outdoors, and that is that light chases away darkness. And so it is the light of another human being that literally chases away the darkness in my heart, the frustration, and replaces it with care and compassion. What I've learned in my life is that if I feel anything but care and compassion towards you, pretty good chance, where am I? And pretty good chance, what am I thinking about? Well, me. And if I feel anything but care and compassion towards you, pretty good chance I don't know who you really are. Just my self-fulfilling, distorted view of you that I have when my mindset's inward. So that's exactly right. If I find myself inward, so when you go to that last little shaded area on that tool, what do I need to do? I've got to get curious about others. I've got to take a moment, get curious about them, so that I can bring their objectives, their challenges, their needs into the equation. That's how I turn outward. That help? That idea? Okay, so what we're going to have you do just for a minute, and you can find another partner, not somebody that you partnered up with for the meet to learn, but somebody else this time. And you don't have to give them all the gory details of what happened or any of that, but I would love to have you share with them, hey, look, what's it like to be with me when I have that inward style? What would be different just the three shaded areas, what would be different if I didn't have an image about me that I was worried about? And what do I got to do about it, right? So just share what you wrote down, your thoughts. So we'll just take Beth, so it's 10 minutes, 5 minutes each. So you got to switch 5 minutes through. So find a partner. We'll make sure instructions are clear. you. So good to see you, Jan. Yeah. Good to see you. I'm always up. That's from before.
Perfect.
Another minute or so. All right, have you returned to your seats? I got Michael? Got it. Hey, was that helpful? Just take a few minutes, think through that. And so, look, the idea is, and the easiest for me to remember it is just anytime there's an interruption for me, I'm getting triggered in some way, there's a corresponding view of me that's now being shattered or threatened. And even just to take a moment, consider how I might now be a challenge for others, actually it invites me into a whole new realm of reality that I'm not considering. Because I can realize, hey, I can do something about this. So simple story, and then we'll take a short break. And some of you heard me share the story before, so I apologize if I shared it. But I had a really good friend of mine who attended Outward Mindset training in Phoenix, one that we were giving there in Phoenix. And he and a partner of his had a franchise there and were having some challenges, and so they came to the training. And he calls me like 4 months later, and he says, Mike, I got to tell you what happened Sunday. I said, what? And so he tells me this simple story. He has 4 children. The first 3 are boys, and they behaved really well at church. These 3 boys were just great, super quiet, really great at church. And so people would come up to him after church all the time and say, hey, how do you do that? How do you get kids to sit there so quietly like that? You're amazing. And he said, I would always kind of pass it off on mom and say, well, they got a great mom. They got a great mom. But he says, somehow I must have started uptaking that. Because he says, then we had Kelly. And Kelly was a girl, but she was a volume above all 3 boys put together. She was a disaster, right? She was a complete disaster. We found ourselves bringing crayons and Cheerios and, fish, goldfish, anything we could do to keep her busy. But she was just loud. And we'd find ourselves out in the hallway with her. She was a disaster. As she got a little bit older, I'd get her to sit on the couch with the older boys. We'd practice. We'd actually practice sitting quietly. And we'd do root beer floats or banana splits or something at home to make it fun. She'd do great at home. But we go to church, she'd be standing on the pew talking to somebody 4 rows back at the top of her lungs in the middle of the sermon, right? She was just a disaster. So he says, he goes, I got to tell you what happened Sunday. I said, tell me. And he says, well, Sunday, she was completely out of control. So he says, I grabbed her by the wrist and I pulled her out of the row and started walking her down the aisle out of the chapel. And as we're walking down the aisle out of the chapel, she starts waving at people. Bye. Bye. And he says, that just incensed me, right? I would just got madder. And he says, then I pulled her into the foyer, and just as the chapel doors closed, he says, I stuck my finger in her face, and I let her know exactly what I was thinking about her behavior. And he says, suddenly I had this horrible realization of what you were teaching me. Because I realized, he said, I don't know what it was, whether it was the tear on her cheek or the fear in her eyes. But he said, I suddenly realized that I had turned the whole congregation into my audience. That I was the sort of dad who had perfect children. I was the sort of dad who was above all the other parents, better than all the other parents. And Kelly made me look bad. I treated her differently. And so again, anytime we're getting shattered, anytime there's an eruption for us, and there was no clear thought or feeling about how we ought to be, just boom, someone spends too much, boom, someone doesn't include us, boom, we end up being the one vote, right? Then, if we have an eruption for us, start first by asking, is there an image about me here? Is there something about me here that might now be being shattered or threatened? Okay? And then get curious. Just get curious about the people around you, what they're thinking. Put yourself in their shoes, try and understand the circumstance. I love that word curious. Turning, I cannot be curious and inward in the same moment in time. It just doesn't work. So it is something about that intentional effort to get curious that invites me out. Right? Does that help? Okay, you guys. So we're going to take a quick break. So we'll take about let's see what time we have. We'll take about a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back in and we'll talk about the board book. Does that work? Okay. So 2:04, so we'll come back at 2:14. 2:14, stand up, stretch, run to the restroom, get some sunshine. We'll see you back. that they're trying to kick out across the shipyard. And Arbinger was like number 19. It was like 19 on the list. And the commander got up and says, look, hey, Arbinger is actually not 19. Arbinger actually informs the other 36, because the other 36 are only as good as how we see and regard others. So as you think about outward mindset work, it shouldn't be extra work. Actually, it should be how we do our work. And so whenever we're deploying an initiative or trying to work together through something, to set the tone by really thinking about, like, how can I show up in a way where I'm taking others into account? I'm working in a way that helps facilitate the success of those around me, not just me. That's what actually accelerates any effort, any initiative that we're trying to move through in a good way. It's when we see others as objects that we put a drag on anything we're trying to accomplish, because now we have to manage all that resistance that we've started. Okay, let's go to the board book. So you'll have this document right here. We're going to do just a very simple activity. And so we're going to have you partner up. We'll make it easy this time. You can just partner up with the person closest to you. And so we have, these are comments and feedback on the board book. It's an opportunity for us to make an update to that board book. That board book it's really good for all of us to come back to it and revisit it, and it's really good for new board members to come back and revisit it or visit for the first time. But in that board book, it allows us, we need a standard of performance to hold ourselves to, and so it gives us that standard of performance, and it helps us as board members understand our roles and responsibilities as board members. So we're going to take a few minutes. These are some of the suggested potential changes or edits that we might make to it by different board members. We've had staff respond to that. We've had our legal, so Karen's back there, they've responded to it as well. You'll see their notes in blue. And to kind of help this move forward, what I'd love to do is have you just in groups of two. So we'll start over here. So first group will be you two, and you'll take pages, so you'll see little 4 and 6. So you'll read from 4 and 6, and then the two of you will just take 7, and the two of you will take 8. And so just pull your chairs close to each other, read through the staff comments, read through the legal comments, and there's no vote today. All we're doing is, are there any additional comments? Any additional feedback? Do we feel good about what's been suggested? So it's just a chance for us to kind of add to it. And Karen's here to respond to any questions you might have on the legal side. And staff are here if you have questions from their comments. Okay, time is yours. By the way, take notes, because when you're done, we'll have each of the 3 groups share out so that you all get a chance to hear the response. Just give me a thumbs up when you've gotten through your section. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have you, so we'd like each one of you to have one main copy. So put a number on there. So this is group 1, group 2, group 3, but just one copy of yours where you're going to capture or give any feedback. We'll give it to Karen, and Karen's going to try and take notes as well. But we'll start with this group, and you have the opportunity to just say, hey, nope, we're good with the recommended changes. We've read through the review. Or you can ask questions of other board members, the staff members, or Karen from the legal side. So this is just an opportunity to provide additional feedback and make any additional comments you want to make regarding the proposed change. We'll start with you.
Us too. Okay, the first one is E4. Of course, we're fine with that. I would think we all are. I don't think anybody's listening.
Yes, I'm listening.
Go.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Okay. Little teacher thing. I don't have eyes. I have some training in this. Face forward. Okay. It says, omit the superintendent board to first approve an agenda item. We agreed that the way it is adds order, keeps us on task, clean Brown Act, and I'm going to say from my history, it allows you to know what you're voting on. So what's happened in the past is if we throw them in that night, someone says it one way, then 3 people need clarifying comments about it. So now we've broken Brown Act. Now we've also been presented information at the same time we're asked to vote for it, which does not allow time for thoughtful reflection or individual research and thought, which is how I hope we always come to these meetings, having read our agendas and having time for thoughtful stuff. I understand it might make the process longer, but it does in the end, if the superintendent and the board president say no, you can still ask for it to be brought to the board. And then it will come with, it'll be on an agenda. It will have some information of what it truly means and is asking for, because that was also an issue. Like, you said this, but it meant this, and then what did we vote on? Because we didn't, these people thought it meant what you said, and you thought it meant this. And it's just been, the words I want to use aren't appropriate. So it's just been a little bit of a mess in the past. And this was the way we didn't stop your ability to ask for something to be put on the agenda. We just added a system for it that ended up with clarity and time to reflect upon it.
Great.
So,
any additional feedback on that one? Comments? Hey, great.
Those were my 2. She's going to do the other 2.
That was 4 and 6?
2 and 4, I think.
2 and 4, excuse me.
And she's got 4 and 6.
Okay, great.
On 4. On 4, it's something that's already being done, and we would have omitted president and left superintendent will provide the board with a 6-month calendar. We didn't think it was up to the president to have to get that information to us.
Any additional comment from board members on that one?
So I do want to add in the staff suggestion, clarifying specifically when we're going to get it, I would appreciate, because we tend to get it a little bit like this most recent one, we got like a week after the first meeting that we were supposed to get it. So like if we can get it like 30 days ahead of the first meeting that's covered in it, I think would be helpful. But like some timeline, I think would be nice.
To add to in the board book a time frame.
Right. Just put a time frame in that says, for the July to December meetings, you're going to get it June 15th, right? Or, something like that.
That sound right?
So that was just thinking through, so for clarity's sake, that's why my thought process was, if we did July 31st as the kind of the kickoff date, but then the idea would be every other month there'd be an updated version of it. So it's always coming through. As I sat down and talked with Ludi and trying to figure out a way that was doable for her, but also gave the board what they needed. So we'll do the new version, but no, you'll have had one a couple of months before that, just because we'll keep it in a regular cycle.
Perfect. That is more than I asked for, and I love it.
Can I say that if there's something new that's been added since the last time it was there, can we denote that somehow, like with the different font, italicized, so that you know what's new as opposed to what's already been on there? Does that make sense?
Could I'll check in with Lydia. It'll end up being a bit of a management piece because they do morph over time, and so if what you'll end up seeing is a bunch of stuff that used to be on there that's not there anymore, and the new stuff that's on there. So I'm just thinking each time each update, we can whatever's new will be highlighted, But then the next time, that is just the normal, and it goes back to right. So it's only, you're only looking at
One
what
rotation.
changed between the last time it was produced and
Yeah,
this
that's
time
good.
versus trying to capture all the changes over the entire year. Then the document becomes unmanageable, I think.
No, that would be fine.
Okay.
Great.
I did have a comment. I had my hand raised with the first the requesting
Sorry.
item on the
I missed
agenda.
that.
Yeah, I just that was actually my suggested edit, and I know that that's how it used to be, that we didn't have to go through the board president and the superintendent. For me, the reason that I requested that is that I feel that it's one more step that potentially delays getting something on the agenda that's in some cases can be time sensitive. And it's a lack of transparency to the community about how items are getting on the agenda, and even to the board. I mean, honestly, we don't know. I don't know how who put most things on the agenda. Many boards do what we used to do, where it goes to a vote at a specified time or designated time at the end of the meeting. Some boards don't even, or they allow a board member to put anything on the agenda. Any board member can put anything on the agenda. So to me, it's just gatekeeping. And I know we talk about the Brown, or Ms. Albiani referenced the Brown Act, but one problem I have with the process we have now is because I have to go through the board president and the superintendent. The board, then I've already told the board president. I've already had to use him as one of my, like if I'm trying to be strategic and talk to two other board members, I've already told the board member all the details of my my requests. And so then I'm left with one other person to contact, and that might not be strategically the person that I wanted to talk to about that item. So that's my issue with our current process. I feel, like I said, it's gatekeeping. It's not transparent. It makes me use my Brown Act contact, I guess, however you want to say it, in a way that I might not want to use it. And it's not. I feel like the community wants. We need to be more transparent with the community. How are any of these things getting on the agenda? No one knows. So that's my.
Great. Any additional comments, thoughts on that? Feedback? We make note of that on the one that we're going to give back to Karen? Great. And I know Karen's taking notes too, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, next group. You guys have finished up? Any just one more?
On the electronic communications, to add a bullet or modify the last bullet to include document retention rules. I don't see the reason for it, but it's something I'm not against. Were you against it?
I don't. Why? I mean, yeah, I don't know.
This one was mine. And it's partially my lawyer brain, because when I read through this, I was like, my lawyer brain was like, okay, but how? Like, sometimes I want to delete old crap and get it off of my phone and get it out of my emails and all of these things where I don't want it cluttering my space. And so the thought process was like, I don't know what the retention rules are, and so I don't think anybody else knows. And if I'm confused about, well, how long do I have to keep this? How long do I have to hold on to this stuff? In order to comply with the Public Records Act, my thought was, can we just put it in there so that I know after 2 years I can dump this stuff because it's not important.
I'll check in with legal on it, but the district, as far as the district email goes, that's 3 years, and those are kept automatically. And actually, you'll see it on the top of the email. Will actually give you the date that that email is going to go away. On your personal device, I can check in because I'm not a lawyer and I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn last night. But I think the main piece there is once you get a PRA or you get notified, you have to make sure you don't get rid of something after the notification. But if you have on your personal device that after 30 days your text message or emails go away on your personal device, I don't think that's a problem. But I can check in with legal to make sure on that.
Yeah, Karen.
So just generally, the district receives all kinds of requests for records. And so there are times when the district will receive a litigation hold or some other type of request for records. There's so many. Once the district is on notice of that, you're not supposed to delete, you're supposed to preserve. Superintendent Hoffman is correct in terms of the district system for maintaining emails and your own personal devices, how you maintain emails. However, if you receive information from the district that something is subject to litigation, or there's a litigation hold, or there's another matter involved with those emails, the retention is indefinite, so forever, until we get through whatever that particular matter.
And we notify you when those kinds of situations happen, whether we've had them before where we want all with superintendents emails, blah, blah, and all board members. And then so we give, and then a communication will come out and it'll say, okay, so from this day forward, you got to keep those in place. But if they're already gone, if you had a piece in your personal piece where your text messages go after 30 days, there wouldn't be anything for you to hold on to if it was already gone. That doesn't mean somebody else, the receiver,
since
doesn't
I've been
have
on,
it.
and they wrote to us and said, don't delete anything. And we'll let you know when it's okay to delete stuff again. And then we did.
The idea is delete it every 30 days, right? So,
and I know that when I put this in here, my assumption, I'm a bad lawyer from it. My assumption was, there'll be an easy rule and we can just put it at like 2 years. And then I saw the comments here and I was like, okay, that's not an easy rule. Okay, so I'm perfectly fine with us not having something in there if it's not going to be simple, but it was something that popped into my head.
Great. Super helpful. Yeah, super helpful. Great. All right, let's go to this group, number 7, or page 7.
Okay. All right, so page 7, there we go. Addressing conflict among members. It says, edit the final bullet point, board members will participate, is all that was added at the beginning of it. So board members will participate. We're thinking that's fine the way it is. And then it made it a whole sentence, is the whole thing.
It's just an edit.
We like that.
Yeah, my comment with the only thing was that if they don't, there's nothing we do. I mean,
Right.
it's not a legal requirement. It's not an ed code or a California law. It's just it is kind of an expectation already, but it's making the board statement.
Yeah, and we know that not everybody chooses to participate. But the only point was we wanted to make the sentence a complete sentence. I think the expectation is we're still good with that.
Yeah, great.
Sure.
So we're going to leave the words will or are expected to? Or should? Should? I don't know. Are encouraged to? Are
All of those are
requested to?
wonderful.
I like will.
Will?
Was it before?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
We just won't say what happens if you don't.
It happens a lot in this.
Hey,
There you go.
roll in the public. Roll in public.
Okay. Roll in public. So the first half of this one was, the first bullet point should really be 2 bullet points. So the first bullet point would be the board understands the importance of being visible and accessible to the public. Then we would push that next sentence down to a separate bullet point because it's a separate thought. Trustees will demonstrate their dedication and commitment to the governance team by clarifying their authority as one of 7 in all board decisions and actions. And then for that first bullet point, the thought was to add a second sentence that was, as such, board members are encouraged to attend school district and community events, to meet with constituents and to be responsive to constituent communication. And that was just, the thought process there was just encouraging people to be out there, be visible, and, go to events, go to community events, go to school events, and just show up everywhere that we should be. That was all, just clarifying that.
Thoughts, comments, feedback from the rest of the board?
So this is the one where we're probably going to need to ask Karen for feedback again. So this one, the second part of this was to add a bullet. And the added bullet would be board members are leaders in their community and are encouraged to inform their community of upcoming school district events, board business, or ways to provide feedback to the board. Board members may take public positions on issues before the board and may encourage community members to advocate for those issues, provided that the board member will exercise due care to ensure that their advocacy does not interfere with the business of the district and board meetings. And the thought process here, because this was one of mine, is we don't really talk in here or even in our bylaws about our role as advocates. One of the things that we do on the board is we are regularly, suggesting, adding resolutions, changing policy, things like that. And in our role as board members, we are advocates for those things that we want to change. And in part of doing that, we invite the public to come in and speak on those issues. And since we don't talk about that, I wanted to make explicit that that is part of our role and that that is acceptable for us to do. And if this language doesn't get at that, perfectly open to suggestions.
So Karen, thoughts? I know you put a lot of notes on this one.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why we were like, we'd love to hear from you.
In general,
be very, very careful.
This is a very positive advocacy statement, but in terms of the implementation of it, there are risks to the district and to the board. Because when you're engaged in an advocacy role, because you're elected officials, public may not understand if you're speaking on behalf of the school district or you're speaking on behalf of yourself. So you do have detailed board bylaws that as a board over the years have been adopted that specifies when you can communicate with the community on matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district. And that caveat's really important. You may have interests outside of the subject matter jurisdiction of the district, but when you are operating in a public forum, whether it's in person, on a phone, on Zoom, at the park, in a grocery store, at a school event, people might only recognize you as an elected official and might impute whatever you say to beyond yourself in that advocacy role to the entire school district, which could create potentials for misunderstandings and risk and liability for the school district. Of course, your child should be enrolled in both AP language classes. That is something that's really important, and I'm sorry that there wasn't enough room. We'll work on that right away. They may perceive that as you are speaking on behalf of the school district and you have the authority to do something with respect to that. So it's just fraught if it's not clear what your parameters as board members are. And when you are speaking in those environments, because you will speak in all of those environments, it's just important to be clear that you are speaking on your own behalf. And then if you're in those environments with each other, it becomes more fraught because if there are more than 3 of you together and you're having a passionate advocacy type conversation about something within the jurisdiction of the school district, the rest of the public who's not there isn't privy to that conversation because you haven't properly agendized it under the Brown Act. So the public can also hear and comment on what you're having to say. So it's a very positive general statement. It's just in the execution, in the implementation, there is risk. And so this might be something for the board to think about longer term, training-wise, so that it doesn't create additional issues.
That helpful feedback?
Yeah, I'm open to board member feedback on this one as well.
Any additional feedback from board members?
I guess I have a question. So are we making changes today, or are
just
we
comments and suggestions
discussing?
that would push this further, refine it further?
So the potential changes could be made later, but today's just a discussion?
Yeah,
okay.
Today's discussion.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, I have a quick question. Back on page 2, I know I'm going backwards, and I will come forwards, but there was a one bullet, and then the second one trustees will demonstrate their dedication and commitment to the governance team by clarifying their authority as one of 7 in all board decisions and actions. Is that in here?
Yes, that was the second sentence of the first bullet, and we just pushed it out into its own bullet.
Okay, now I understand. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. We are, my opinion, we are advocates for children here. And we are advocates for what's best for our school district. And we each have separate things that we feel very strongly about. And that is your life off this dais. And when we are here, we are working as a team towards this. And I am concerned that this, you as a person can take a position on something, and I can look at different people's, I don't look at anybody's Facebook just because I don't want to get into it, but I could see different people feel just strongly about different things. I could find out, right? I don't know. I think our focus here is to be a team, to work together. And this feels divisive to me. I can take a position, and you can take a position. I've never felt like I couldn't take a position. But we also do things as a group. Like I've gone and advocated at the Capitol upon the request of CSBA for school buses. So we do bring some things here. We have voted, we've been asked to support a legislation, then it goes on a full agenda. We all see it, and we tell our lobbyist to please, he can add our name to a letter. It happens to be a man. I'm not comfortable with that for those 2 reasons.
It's just the highlighted of that is what is that, Karen, right, the biggest issue?
Yeah, that's the additional dot. And it feels like the biggest issue is everything after the first sentence. The first sentence feels pretty straightforward and easy. It's what's after the first sentence.
So the board members may take a public position where it starts there?
Yeah.
So I guess my understanding, though, too, is that it seems to me that we may already be doing this in our own capacities, but maybe not on the dais. But I thought my understanding of reading this is that we're trying to make sure that we're being careful that doesn't get in the way of our business. So we're almost trying to safeguard what we do in the dais versus our personal positions on things in our personal life. But is a purpose of bringing it to the handbook to try and create like a understanding that we all come to this and know that we act as a group of 7. We're one of 7 and not just like my position on a specific thing, even though I have it.
Yeah, I think the idea is to clarify in the handbook what is and isn't acceptable behavior from a board member.
Yeah.
So this one, just from a complexity standpoint, I think it is covered in board bylaw. And this way, so the things that are in the handbook are often a more kind of quick reference on how the board is interacting with each other. So one thing I could do is I could take a look at the board bylaw related to this and then get it out to folks and see, does that meet does that define things as they need to be defined? And then maybe it's a reference in the handbook to the board bylaw, and then the board, that's the content. Because if we get that complicated, this is going to turn into a 30-page document if we start to pull all the different things that are actually captured someplace else. That makes sense.
Yeah, and Karen pulled a piece of the bylaws that I think is good. It's close, but it's not 100% what I was getting at. So if you want to look and see if there's something there that makes sense and we can tweak, then call for it. Yep.
I can speak.
Yeah.
On there, the part that board members may take public positions on issues before the board, that to me seems a little conflict with the fact that we're supposed to work as a team of 7. And I don't know how a person would be able to separate themselves if they're publicly affirming that action and encouraging other people to come, because I know for me it would kind of like, set me back a little bit, because what hole are you digging for me is where I would kind of feel. So I'm not real comfortable with it being there.
Okay, any additional comments and feedback?
Yeah. I think part of what this is trying to say is that the public has the opportunity to come and advocate for themselves, where by telling them that they can come to a board meeting and speak, I think we're helping them be advocates for themselves. Yeah. And I don't see how that could be a bad thing, except if you get 5,000 of them. I get it. Yeah, they only get to talk for a minute if that's true. That's true. Very good. But I think we need to remember that we were elected by our constituents, so we are supposed to, if somebody comes to me with an issue, and they say, let me know the next time that's talked about in a board meeting, and I see it on an agenda, and I tell them, oh, by the way, we're discussing this at the next board meeting. If you'd like to, you might want to show up and speak on public comment. I think that's my job in some ways. I mean, it truly is. So maybe the wording doesn't work for what Karen's saying for protecting ourselves, but I really think we need to capture the part about us teaching the public how to be advocates for themselves.
Yeah, that's why I said that first sentence for sure should stick. And maybe the second sentence, what I'm hearing from you is that can be taken in one of two ways. So maybe there's some clarity we can bring to the second sentence that is more about protection than it is around exercising undue influence on the rest of the board members. So
I don't have any issue with the first sentence.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Yeah. Okay. Noted. So that's super helpful. Yes.
So I was just reading through the board bylaw 9010 that was attached to that. And it says that the board president, all public statements authorized to be made on behalf of the board shall be made by the board president, or if appropriate, the superintendent or other designated representative. But, I mean, I feel like that's a little bit of a gray area, because if the board president, for example, speaks to the media, and does he have to identify, or they have to identify if they're speaking as the board president or as an individual board member? Because if it's not clarified, I think that can be messy. And does the board get consulted if the board president is representing them with the media?
Well, there are limitations to the Brown Act, limits the board president's ability to consult with board members on things. But yeah, it is it is a complication of, and it's within the purview of the president to be careful when they speak and try to clarify.
And it's the president, as a general rule, and sometimes another member, like if they're talking with CSBA or something along those lines, between the communications department and or whatever department, the content of the questions will often provide some talking points related to what the district is currently doing in relation to that. And what potential work lies ahead. So in those cases, the president is speaking on behalf of what the school district is currently doing and or may do. So but then oftentimes in that same interview, a reporter may ask, and what's your opinion on that? So that they'll actually, and it makes it difficult for the individual in the moment to make a distinction, and very well may say, well, this is the district's stance on this and what the district is doing, and if somebody shares I'm sharing my individual opinion, it's really dicey in that the reporter doesn't necessarily report it that way. So it is very challenging, and there's not an absolute right or wrong, but how it's covered, and that's oftentimes for me personally when something like this gets asked, and Lisa said, I give it to them in writing, and so I don't actually do I do very few interviews, and I put things in writing, because then if somebody comes up and says, this is what I provided. And then that makes it easier, but it's not easy.
As the president, you are the representative of the board, so there has to be a value that we entrust. We voted this person to be our president and our representative. And then there's also the expectation that they will work with communications to make sure that the information they're giving is correct. Because I think that is the biggest reason we don't want everybody to go be giving interviews, is because we can't have wrong information put out. Wrong information can upset certain groups. And then, I mean, like, we've got enough stuff going on. We don't need to be fighting misinformation. We keep things clear. So that's, and I don't know how many interviews you've done. I did like 2, maybe in 2 years. It's not something that comes up. And I just want to say, when I joined the board, we didn't have a handbook. So like having this discussion in itself and just some guidelines is just very helpful to get out your thoughts. So I appreciate that conversation. But it doesn't happen much, and you almost always refer it to Ms. Levasseur. It's very rarely that board president is asked to speak. And I think the written thing's a good idea.
I was going to say oftentimes because they're asking for very detailed information, and it's, you know, because they're trying to fill out the article that they're writing, and you just, yeah, Ms. Levasseur is the one who knows that stuff. So, yeah, it's an interesting relationship. Yeah.
I guess I just think it needs to be clarified when speaking to the public. If you're the board president, I'm speaking in the capacity of as a board president or an individual board member. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we need to change that or anything, but I think it can get a little messy in that.
I agree, and I think they should identify, but I think that's assumed.
Yeah, that's a really good note to add on here, because that's, again, a standard of conduct. That's what this is about. So I love that. Let's make that note. And our time is up, so we just need to hear from this last group, and then we'll wrap up.
Sorry, let me get to that page. Okay, so the first one was, actually, do you want to do this and then I'll do this?
Sure.
Okay.
So we had 8. I would like us to discuss what we want to allow to be mentioned under board member and superintendent reports. I would like to change the wording on the individual board members' comments to allow us to share important or special activities that we have participated in. And so I think the concern here, kind of along the same lines as the other ones, is that putting something like this in place is a little bit hard in the execution because of the potential of a Brown Act. And I see the value in being having a little bit more opportunity to talk a little bit more about the things that we've been participating in, and sharing the experiences that we're engaging with when we attend things within the district. So I guess my suggestion was that if we were to update this section, that we would have to be really mindful and maybe treat it kind of how we treat public comment, where we would be very strict to say, like guidelines around, you can share, but nobody else can comment on it, because if you do, then it creates a discussion that maybe violates the Brown Act. Or probably would violate the Brown Act. And then I think maybe if we tried to just limit, be very clear about what are the things we're going to share. We can't just air the laundry list, right, for 10 minutes at a time, but be really, like, things that we share at the dais need to benefit the public. Mm-hmm.
Agreed. So things we share need to benefit the public, and I love that comment to add on there. Any additional thoughts? Comments on that one? Again, it has come up many times. So you're right.
Yeah, I think this was an effort to put guide rails on a freeway, and it used to get a little crazy. And so I want to change the wording to individual board member comments. I think board members, under board member and superintendent reports, should feel free to, we don't want it to become a one-up I visited 7 schools and I went to 3 things, and you haven't been to anything, and so you're a Cruddy board member, and I'm just, I mean, and then I've done all these things, and I'm in the bottom right box, right? The have to be perfect box, right? If I'm inward.
Yeah, inward.
And that's, and I mean, it's easy. Draw you right in.
Yep.
So then I need to go do something because I'm going to talk with the board member, and she's going to say she did something.
But public has no idea that she had a funeral to attend this month, or had a challenge,
or had a baby.
Yeah, had a baby. Yeah, right.
I mean, or had a baby with complications, and or has a dying parent, or you know. Not all that shared. So this has turned into one of these on more than one occasion. So I think if we as an understanding want to say, in your board member report, I was able to go to the, what was the thing we did the other day? A live shooter training. Active shooter training. That's a board member report. That's an activity you went to. So I think we need to make an agreement, and I'm just going off what we ended up with last time, and this is a very different board, and I feel like the old lady today. I'm going to tell you that. But it should not be schools. It should not be. It needs to be things that, I love how you put it, Delia. Benefit the public in knowing.
Benefit the public, yeah. I love that comment.
I think that's good. And when we do a 2x2, it's good for the community to know we're meeting with Rancho Cordova 2x2, trying to figure out a high school. We're meeting with CSD to make sure our pools are still going to be met and all those things are going to be done. Those are things. So as a group, I would suggest we don't change it, but maybe the definition, we can kind of think of the definition a little wider if you would like. Yeah. And then if it becomes a problem, let's go back on it if you feel like it's becoming an arms race.
I've had some good conversations about this one over actually the past couple of months. And the guardrail piece is a little scary, from my perspective. I was thinking of the idea would be, let's take it out one more rung this time, and then see how it goes. So the idea of highlighting community events, so things that were that somebody attended or want people to know about something that's coming up, and add that to the list for this version of it, and see how that goes, and then you can make an adjustment moving forward. So that was just one thought of just trying to tweak it a bit.
To the benefit of the public, I think adding that language in, that's the best guardrail you could come up with, right? It's to the benefit of an individual board member. That's not helpful. Right. Love that. Okay, so last one on here.
So the last one that we covered was requesting resolutions, and this was my request. And my request is that the process for the board member to propose a discretionary resolution item shall follow the same process as a request for an agenda item request. And I did also say in that staff members should not have more power to put a resolution on the agenda than board members. So the reason I would like to change this is because I feel like we already have a very robust process, like I already shared, for getting something on the agenda. And then if you want to request a resolution, it has to go through even more of a process. That process currently includes a subcommittee. The board president has the authority to choose the subcommittee members. And so again, that goes to, this actually recently happened to me. So I'm trying to get a resolution on the agenda, and then so then because the board president has the authority to choose the subcommittee members, those were like my automatic individuals that I cannot speak to anyone else about my item. And so that's why I especially don't like that process, that part of it. And then it does talk about going through legal, but don't all agenda items go through legal anyway?
No.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe we could write that part, that they have to go through legal still, but let's see, what else did I have? Again, I just feel like it's more gatekeeping, lack of transparency. How are these resolutions getting on the agenda? And the superintendent has shared with me that if something is already vetted, you know, by the state or something, like if it's already state recognized or federally recognized day or something, then the staff can create the resolution. So I guess it bothers me that as elected officials representing constituents, we have less power to put a resolution on the agenda than staff members. And those are my points. So,
yeah. So noted, and I think that what I'm hearing from you is somebody being able to protect against somebody having undue influence as to how something ends up on that agenda. So.
Yes, well, one thing I would say, I'm open to the comment, but I have notes on most of them as far as yes, add it, make this tweak. What I don't have yet is kind of direction with regards to requesting the future agenda item, and then this one, the resolutions, are kind of linked as far as there's a process in place in order to do it. So I've heard from a member that they like what's currently in place, and I've heard from a member I want something different, but that's all they really have is just the two opinions right now. So I don't know from a direction standpoint which way to go, so I need more conversation around those two items to figure that out.
Okay. So to add to the resolution one, I think because agenda item is a very fuzzy thing. It can be a lot of things. It could be a report, it could be a discussion, it could be an action item, it could be a variety of different things. But resolutions, I think it's appropriate for them to start with staff because there's an expertise that you need to look at, right? What is that resolution saying? Is it saying something about our policies? Well, actually, that's a separate issue. Policy change is a separate issue. That needs to go through a lot more. But the resolution is saying something about us as a district, what we value, what we do, and that is not necessarily something that we as board members can. We would be smart to get feedback from staff who are the subject matter experts on these things before we start that process. Now, the subcommittee process, that is something that we have chosen as a board to do that. We could change that. We could change that to go through the traditional agenda item process, and we could just make that choice. But I would, for a resolution in particular, much like a policy change, I think it's important that one start with staff and then come to us, and then we can pick at it and figure out, where we stand, because we are, we have two subject matter experts, in particular areas, but of education, but we are not the subject matter experts. We don't have 30 years of experience doing these things, and I would rather hear that first. So that would be my thought on the resolution one. But other thoughts, Ms. Albiani.
We went through a lot to get down to this. And the part of this is starting to trust your fellow members. And if you feel strongly to ask and request to get put on the committee to do the work. We have to, if we spend our time discussing resolutions, I think we're in a point of so much learning that needs to happen on this dais that a resolution is a distraction from the larger point. We need to understand the three legs of, we need PBS, I'm blanking, the quality, what do you call that thing? Quality education?
MTSS.
Yeah, the MTSS. Like, there's things we need to learn right now, and we need to keep learning these things. And resolutions are never going away, so we made a system to deal with them because they're consistent. And we don't want them to be these things that come in and blow up or come in and take our time when we are pressed for time, period. So we created this system. And I'm hearing that you're very concerned and interested in one. I don't know who's on the committee right now. Do you know? Okay. You're on the committee that does it. So I think that is your best way. And when we did this, the person that was the most concerned about it got on the committee and felt this was a place to do it. And there's different kinds of them too. I think it's good. It says the state sends some are getting done by education, and some are discretionary. And I think we want to be very particular about our discretionary, because a discretionary is a statement of the whole group. But it comes from trusting your committee to do the work. So I have, even with all the ups and downs we've had, this system has worked well for us. And people that really wanted to be on it, the board president has always let them be on it to have their say. That's my 2 cents. And
anything else you want to add, Heidi?
Well, I just wanted to say, yes, I was allowed to be on the subcommittee, but the board president had the authority to choose the other 2 board members, and then they became the only two people that I can talk to about that item. So
That's valid.
Any additional comment?
I would just said that, I mean, that's a valid issue with this. And I think as with everything, right, there's trade-offs, right? If we make it easier to, for any board member to put a resolution on the agenda, we're going to have 50 resolutions every meeting, right? Yeah. We make it a little bit more difficult, because we're trying to consolidate it down to the things that we can all do together. And there's just trade-offs that we have to decide as a group. We have to decide those trade-offs that we want. So,
okay, so write your name on yours, because it sounds like you've been adding notes to yours as well. So write your name
Mike,
on yours.
I'm sorry, we missed one.
Oh, we missed one. What did we miss?
On page 4 on the bottom is school visitations.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, go for it.
Of course, I have an opinion. I love board members will visit each school in their trustee area once every 2 years. I think that's very reasonable. That's not an unreasonable expectation. And I think, as well as such other schools are agreed upon with the vice president, is I don't agree with that part, and would encourage language such as, and are encouraged to visit other schools outside of their trustee area.
Yeah, I was just trying to bring it into alignment with what we had already agreed to, with the trying to get to our own districts plus, or our own schools plus more outside, and the vice president is the one who's in charge of coordinating that. And so that's what I was getting at. If the language doesn't sound right, 100%
the language sounds very it
100% okay with us.
I do like that.
The language.
Yeah, it is great,
like
but we got to change the language.
Every 2 years. And then some sort of encouragement to go beyond that, but like making me reportable to the vice principal, and he's going to tell me I didn't do my job. And like, no.
Totally okay with that.
For me.
I just want to bring it into alignment with what we had already agreed to, the change we had already agreed to on this. So
awesome.
That's pretty specific. Like, that's specific to us, and we're trying to keep this more general.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you're in the weeds, and we're trying to be a little.
Yeah, okay, so we can totally find finessing that language.
So write your name on it, add any additional comments you'd like to, and then let's get these to Karen as you leave here today, okay?
Pass them down to me and I'll take care of it.
Pass them down, I'll get them to Karen. So as we wrap up here today, 2 things I wanted to share with you, and then we'll close out. So real quickly, I've added 2 tools in here. These are what are my favorite board tools that Arvinger provides. They're ones that will save you a lot of headaches as board members. So I want to quickly reference those. We're not going to fill them out or do them. I just want you to know you have them there as part of your toolkit. The first one here is called Who's Affected? How many of you have made a decision that you thought was really, really great and you got 4 people upset at you, right? We've all done that. And as a board, we got to make decisions together. So this is a simple tool you can use whenever something comes. If you're going to take action, you're going to make a decision, to ask yourself who will be affected by that decision, to thoughtfully have that conversation, discussion. Who will be affected by it? How will they be affected by it? And how will that change how we approach this or come to it? So it's one of those tools you want to just print off, have it on your desk, have it somewhere, pull it out anytime you're about to take action or make a decision that will invite you to take into account others when you're making that decision or taking action. Second one here is called Help Others Feel Appreciated. As you all have mentioned many times, we all are really busy and we have a lot on our plate. We're moving through things quickly. So this is a tool that allows you to get really intentional about taking just a moment. It's one of those tools I love to just print on my desk, have a couple of them there. Every once in a while, taking a moment and asking myself, who might not feel appreciated here for the good work that they've done? They've served on a committee and did a ton of homework. They visited a couple additional schools. They showed up at a program and shared, right? And cabinet members who provided you with detail on something that you knew took them extra hours to do, to take just a minute to say thank you, just a minute to show appreciation. You'll motivate people more by showing your appreciation than you ever will for criticizing for the things they don't do. And we don't do it not because we don't want to, we're just moving quickly. So it takes intentionality to ask ourselves who will be affected and who might not feel appreciated. So they're just two simple tools. Keep on your desk, keep somewhere close. You can copy them, print them off. These are tools I had on my desk that I felt like were super helpful and found helpful in board work. And so I wanted to share those with you. And then real quickly, we'll wrap up just any last minute takeaways from our time together today. And so any takeaways from our time, and you can say passive too, but any takeaways from our time?
Yeah, I think for me, the takeaway was just, I felt like today this is a great example of how we work together to come to understanding, have good discussion, and it just makes me feel like we can be productive.
Awesome.
I just appreciated the exercises and kind of thinking about, like you said, maybe where I am, where I lean to, or which area I lean to, and then maybe how I can react to different situations.
Awesome. Great. Thank you.
I appreciated we actually kind of got to talk to each other and find out more about each other.
I love that.
That was awesome.
That's the best. Michael?
Yeah, I appreciated the the inward outset versus outward out mindset, and just a reminder to stay humble and self-reflect.
I appreciated the getting to know better, and also when we went to spots to, I think even if you know where someone falls, then you know how better to see where they're at and understand why they're coming. They're coming forward in the way they're coming, which makes you help them get out of the box.
Awesome. Yeah, just and someone asked me once, when I'm outward, can I actually see that somebody's inward? And absolutely, being outward is not rose-colored glasses. Being outward is seeing people as people. When I'm inward and I see someone else's mindset as inward, I uptake it. I use it as justification for how I treat them. But when I'm outward and I see that someone else is having a challenge and is inward, I have compassion upon it. Because I've been there too. I know what that's like. I understand. And the last thing I want to do is make that harder for them, right? So I really appreciate that comment.
Well, my takeaway was this was our beginning of creating our new team. And just some of the conversations were had that people are struggling or working with the same kind of concerns, the same kind of things they want to improve. And just being at the same page, maybe for different reasons, but we're at the same place.
We're all people. Love that. Chris?
I'm just proud to be part of the team. I appreciate everybody. I know it's a long day and we still got some more work to do. And Mike, always appreciate you taking the time to be with us. So just thank you, everybody.
Hey, thank you. Back to you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. We are at another break, but we are behind schedule, as we always are. And so
pretty close.
We're getting better, but we're still not great. All right. So let's take 5 minutes. Do we have a snack or
snacks in the back? We do, and the firm's here, so they'll come in and get set up. But there's a little something to help get you through the rest of the afternoon.
Okay. Let's try to make it 5 minutes, but buffer. All right, let's bring it back. Looks like we've got everybody at least in place. Next item is superintendent search process discussion. Ms. Lavasser, take it away.
Okay. Oh, there we go. It's always delayed. Good afternoon, Board President Vargas, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, fellow cabinet colleagues. I'm excited today to have this group present to you, provide you some information, and have a discussion regarding the superintendent search process. So I'm going to introduce you to the three consultants that will be working with us over the next couple of months. You have Ms. Jackie Horsch, Ms. Blanca Cavazos. Thank you. Worked on it. And Mr. David Verdugo. Get it right? Okay. All right. I'm going to turn it over to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, and good afternoon, trustees. It is so nice to see you again. We're very, very excited to be at the beginning stages of our process. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to call your attention to the document that you should have in front of you. It's entitled Initial Meeting Discussion Items. If you could pull that out, I'd like to walk you through that. Does everybody have it? It should be in the packet you received.
Yes, it should be, if everybody has access, it should be in your online. Yeah. So we may not have it in physical form, but we should have it online.
Are we okay? Okay. Terrific. So this is a discussion outline that you'll see everything that we're going to be talking about today in open session. And then when we're finished with our open session items, we will adjourn into closed session to discuss personnel items. So number one is just talking about the review of the search process, and that's what we're going to be doing step by step by step with you today. We're going to really be trying to nail down the dates so everybody has everything in their calendars, and you'll know exactly what we're doing and when we're doing it. So the first thing I want to find out from you is we generally have a board liaison. It could be the board president, it could be the president and anybody, the vice president, but this is just for logistics. Sometimes there are just some quick questions that we might have that doesn't require the entire board to respond. So who would you like to have as the designated liaison?
You want to do it? Do we want, so do we want it to be the subcommittee, or do we want it to be a member of the subcommittee? I'm fine. Beth has offered, so I'm fine with that, unless anybody has an objection. Okay.
No, I can't do it.
So Beth is going to be the...
No, you know what, I would love to, but I now that I think of it, I have like 3 blocks of travel scheduled in the next 3 months, so I don't think I'm the right person.
Do you want to do it, Jennifer?
Jennifer? Okay. Okay.
I don't go anywhere.
I know.
Great. So it'll just be Jennifer. You'll be our contact person, the liaison. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
And do you want to make sure, like Lisa, so Jennifer and Lisa as having a staff member?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the next thing is just to make sure that Lisa and her staff have received all the guidelines and templates from Penny. So I don't know if Lisa's still here. Lisa, did you get everything you needed from our executive assistants? From our search specialists? Oh, good. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. And I'd like to ask you, board members, do you want us to communicate with you via your district email, or do any of you prefer using a personal email?
I think we would prefer district emails across the board.
Perfect.
Just for, yep.
Great. Okay, David is going to walk you through the next session.
Thank you, Jackie. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on number 5 in that agenda item that you see. Blanca, behind me here, will be taking down various notes so that we're making sure that we capture a variety of the time frames and dates and so on. But if you are able to see that agenda, number 5, we want to discuss the use of input from the board, the stakeholder groups, and the online survey results in the development of what we call the position profile, or the job description, if you will. And so I wanted to make sure that the board affirms the stakeholder groups for the input sessions. There is a second page someplace on your computer there. It's a template, and it says Superintendent Search, Education Partner, Input Sessions, and Community Forum. And it looks like this. And what it is just a catalyst for you to add to this list should you now, during this period of time, come up with any other groups, perhaps, or stakeholder groups or affinity groups that you are interested in us speaking to. So if you wouldn't mind taking a moment and just looking at that list and really kind of popcorn this with any comments that you'd like to add in terms of this particular list. So you'll see there we have about 15, which is pretty typical, but there may be some unique groups and stakeholder groups that you'd like to ask to be interviewed by us regarding their input for the next superintendent. So I'll just open it up.
I'll start really quick. So you have the Teachers Association and CSEA, which is what you would normally have at a district. We are not a normal district, so I'm sure you all have heard. We have more than a few bargaining partners. So I think our preference would be that you reach out to and talk with all of our bargaining partners to the extent that you're able to.
And we'll be able to capture that, Mr. Vargas, with Lisa.
Excellent.
If I may. Thank you.
Ms. Moore, I think you had
others?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to point out with the parent partners, I like that idea. I did want to point out, though, that not every school has PTA reps. And so I'm assuming every school has a school site council, though. So I think that would be the best way to make sure that we're being fair so that each school has equal amount of representatives. Right. Just because I know for sure at least one of my schools doesn't have a PTA, and I'm sure there's others. And then I like the idea of the open community forum. Is that usually just one, or like in our district, since we have such a large area, would we do multiple locations?
Yeah, we would work with Lisa on that. Most likely a community forum would exist in 2 different venues or locations within this school district. It can be divided in terms of geographically where you believe we need to have a meeting with our community forum. It could be held on the same evening, but again, somewhat divided, if you will. Don't know if that makes sense. In other words, we would be available typically from 5 to 7, or if those hours are not amenable to your client pool, we could make it the hours that you feel are most important because of parents working, for example, that kind of thing. Usually they're held in a multi-purpose room, perhaps a library. We have found, however, if I may for a moment, that the community forums are not as well attended as the information that we gather from our surveys and, of course, the personal Zoom information and or personal contacts that we make. We want to make sure that we have a community forum, but at the same time, they're just not as well attended because of our busy lives, I think. But we can divide that up, and typically, unless there's 3 sites that you think geographically, because it's such a large school district, we would need to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, our district is very widespread geographically. Yes. We cover 3 cities, and so I want to make sure that we're making these opportunities accessible to everyone. So,
by all means, and we believe in that as well.
And I would echo that as well. I think, given where we are right now as a district and the issues that are prevalent, I would think you would want one in Elk Grove, which is sort of a defined community, one in South Sacramento, unincorporated, and then one in the Rancho area. I think those tend to be our big blocks in terms of where the issues tend to be salient and similar.
Excellent. And as I mentioned, Blanca's capturing a lot of this as well, so that we'll be able to review it again at some point.
Board members, anything else?
Did we mention equity councils already? Did we say it already? Okay.
I don't think we did, but.
Okay. We have an equity council at every high school, which is a perfect way to get into the high schools with students. Okay. And then, I cannot think of the correct name, Concerned Parents, African American.
The ones at the one that started at Laguna Creek High School.
Yeah, Miss Joy Brown's group.
Concerned African American Parent Group. Yeah.
Concerned African American Parents Group. I would like you to meet with them, please. That's important.
In that same.
Lisa, we have other parent.
And then
we have other parent groups that we might want to consider.
At Egg Speak Valley has the Latina group.
We have Santario Mariposa. We have that group. We also have our FBSU, Families of Black Students United group.
Okay, maybe it's FBSU is what I'm thinking. I think
Black Student Union, is that the one?
Yeah, Families of Black Students United.
Families of Black, okay.
I think that's the one. But those two groups, and they, with an interpreter and just an open way to have that conversation for those groups, please.
We also have a Cantonese caregiver group.
Could we also include our Egg Speaks group? So we are including our special ed parents.
Yeah, EG Speaks.
Yeah, I think it would be important for us to, if it's not end up being a forum, but something that's really accessible for, if it's like a QR code for any survey that goes out, that can be highlighted on our social media so that we can spread it very widely. Specifically to like the welcome centers, if we can put something up that would make it accessible in multiple languages, and the caregiver cafes in addition to our community partners, because those definitely have families that are very interested, invested in their kids' education, and I know that they take time to go to the caregiver cafes. They'll probably want to be involved in this as well.
And if I may, Ms. Baldwin, that's an excellent idea, and we have found that we are doing that more often now, connecting with city councils, with the city manager to help us advertise the surveys that are out there, and the QR code has been utilized previously, so we'll make sure to capture that. Thank you. Anything else?
When you meet with people, do you normally, now that you mentioned it, do you normally meet with city officials, city staff when you're doing this?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's on there, but I could be wrong, Mr. Vargas. Number 13, service clubs, chambers, reps, business partners. Okay. But more specifically, I will put down city representatives.
Yeah, I think
typically it's the city managers.
Yeah, we work closely with the various cities that, particularly obviously Rancho right now, Elk Grove, where there's significant amount of growth, and so their perspective would be valuable.
If I may ask,
we have a CSD, which is rather unique to our city.
CSD?
Community Service District.
Okay.
We work very closely with them in facility sharing, and that's probably the biggest, but we have a very good relationship with them and value that.
How about law enforcement? Is that important as well? It would be. Okay.
Yeah, that would be valuable. And the fire department and emergency services is actually in our CSD in Elk Grove, so.
And we make efforts to try to consolidate those group meetings, if you will. So if it's a city manager, we may be asking 3 city managers to be on the Zoom call with us or to meet at a facility accordingly. Great. Okay. Anything else? And if, by the way, something else does come up, feel free to contact us and or perhaps Lisa, and Lisa can contact us and add it to that list prior to starting or kicking that off. The next item under number 5, the bullet, I should say, is the position description itself. very often there's a community narrative. You most likely have that on your website. In other words, what Elk Grove is, who you serve, that kind of thing. But we will eventually be creating a position description that describes the skills, the experiences, the skill set that you desire most in the next superintendent. That being said, and that will go forward, and it'll be available on our website, on your website. But we will require a salary range. We don't need that today, but if you'll begin to contemplate what your current superintendent and his compensation is, and or anything that comes up that you'd like us to provide you in some terms of any comparability. Current districts, similar districts, you're unique in that you're, I believe, the 4th largest school district in the state, if I'm not mistaken. And so that will come into play. But we do have information that will provide, it's called a J90, and it provides really some great information for you to review and to look at when you begin to contemplate the salary range, because we do need to put that on our position description.
Thank you. Building on that, Mr. Superintendent, in order to inform that, would you provide us, the board in a BC or something, remind us of the salaries, the like high-level salary ranges for the deputies? That way, we at least have something to look at.
Well, I mean, we have the one that we just did mine in July, so we have the latest one that the board approved, so we can provide that.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
That's a very good point as far as that gap is concerned between your superintendent and your cabinet members. Excellent. If I may, I'm going to go on to the third bullet, and that is basically that when we do post and have the position description available, we intend to send that to Lisa, and that in turn will be provided to you through your consensus and or the liaison group, I should say, for you to share with the balance of the board. And basically, it's your thumbs up or okay on that position description. Once we have that available for the board, we are able to make some changes within typically a 2 or 3 day period of time. If there's something that you'd like us to remove, eliminate, or add to that position description that you think is important, we're able to do that prior to posting it officially for applicants to contemplate or have consideration for. And that'll be sent out on our website as well.
I think that'd be something that the subcommittee would do. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Except I can't email everybody. Lisa can, right?
After the subcommittee works on it, Lisa can do it.
Does that work?
I think that would be what the subcommittee's part of what the subcommittee's charged with doing. So I would do it within the subcommittee.
And that's okay.
Because doing it outside of, otherwise it's got to be an agendized conversation. Right. If it's not done within the subcommittee.
Yeah, Dr. Hoffman is correct. I was referring to it as a liaison group. I forgot you had the subcommittee that you've already established. So that's exactly correct.
Yeah. So doing it through the subcommittee makes sense. And we can, that way we can do it quickly and we don't get into Brown Act issues.
Through consensus and no Brown Act issues.
Yep. And no doctor over here, sorry. I didn't.
Okay.
No, thanks.
You'll provide us with it, but I'm going to say this is the first time I've done it. What's a sample of one? Mm-hmm. What do we have? The one we put out for Chris? Do Mr. Hoffman? Some sort of, as a person on the subcommittee, I would like a little help with that when that time comes.
There are two things. I would suggest that, yes, if there was a position description for Mr. Hoffman previously, you may want to have that at your fingertips. We can certainly provide you some samples as well, and you can begin to see how that flows. Typically, it begins with, again, a description of your community, a description of the district specifically, how many students, who you cover, that kind of thing geographically. But it also creates this list, if you will. We desire a superintendent who is an equity warrior, understands the importance of fiscal and financial obligations, holds people accountable. But we'll provide a sample, and I think that will gel with everybody in terms of the position description. It may be a bit larger than other position descriptions because of the size of this district.
And You create that based on the feedback from all the people, correct?
That is correct.
Because when I did this last time, I was a parent who went to Pleasant Grove High School and sat there and was able to say,
yes.
I want to make sure my student, my superintendent has these qualities. And
correct.
That's the conversation we had.
Yes.
So I've done it from that side. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we'll get to that at the latter point of this agenda. We'll be more specific with regards to those experiences, skill set, traits that you desire most in the next superintendent. Okay. The next is the online survey. It's the fourth bullet under number 5, the online survey dates and specific languages. We are able to provide the survey in English, Spanish, Cantonese, Farsi, Vietnamese, Hmong, but we have no Hindi. And so as a result, we would need some assistance on the part of the district with respect to that language, should those languages be requested by the board for the survey information.
We can provide that. That is one of our top languages, so we are able to do that if you would like.
If I may ask, Lisa, that is a predominant language that you feel or the board feels we need to have that survey in?
Yes.
Excellent. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, that speaks volumes of the size and the capacity of your school district. So again, I'll just repeat: English, Spanish, Cantonese, Farsi, Vietnamese, Hmong, and we will get assistance with the Hindi language. Okay? With regards, however, to dates, we do have a tentative timeline that we'd like to share with you and or have you contemplate that. When we first gave our presentation, we had some dates in mind that were created that met the obligation to have a superintendent available for you on a certain period of time. So those dates, number 4, fourth bullet down from number 5, online survey date. I've already covered the languages, but we are suggesting between August 25th and September 5th. That's a quality period of time to have those available. That online survey will be available on your website. And again, as Ms. Baldwin said, we will try to establish other options for that survey to be available to our parents and to stakeholders. So again, that's okay, time-wise?
Board members?
I know, okay, no matter when we do it, there's going to be a track off at some point in time. So I don't know, I was just getting my calendar out to look and see when the different tracks change over, and maybe we need to be able to have it running partway through one, partway through the next one. Is that something we want to do? I know that they need to do that for the teachers, the EGEA. They always have issues with running things that way. What's our thoughts?
If I may, I will share with you that we work directly with our site principals. There's many occasions when we will reach out to the site principals to encourage and to get that information out during any track that you might have.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good point, though, because that could if staff that are off track or on vacation or something, or students and families, they might not be checking their communications, and that could potentially limit their opportunity, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you have Parent Square, for example, or Connect Ed, that's another way in which we can blast out the fact that there's a survey available and the information pertaining to how to get onto that survey.
We can use talking points, and that will go out to every family. We also have it, a lot of our schools, our year-round schools have it by track, so
Okay.
they can make sure that they get that out as well.
Okay.
We will put it out in all of our various platforms.
Okay, because I'm just, during that time period, the only track off is B track, but I know that's a large track too. I would hate for them to miss out on the opportunity.
I think we encourage it so much that it would be hard to miss the opportunity to take that survey, specifically the survey.
That was my question, is do we think that the 2-week window is enough? That's a pretty short window.
Typically, we've had about a 2-week period of time. There's times when we've extended it to 2.5 weeks or so, but that provides us the opportunity to gather the information, again, get back to that position description, which is so important for us to have available for the board to contemplate yay or nay, so that we can get the ball rolling for applicants accordingly. So there are some timing factors here, of course, that come into play.
there's a holiday in there too with Labor Day. So it's 9 days, technically.
How long does your organization need to analyze the data from the surveys to move us to the next step?
I think it's typically 1 week. Yeah. Usually our executive assistants can get that done within 1 week period of time. Yeah.
So if our next item on the timeline is consultants confer with staff and communities design, so that input would be in combination with the survey data, right? The survey data wouldn't influence what happens the 8th through the 19th?
There's no conflict whatsoever there.
Okay, so we could extend the survey. It wouldn't be an issue, I don't think. When would you absolutely need the data by to complete the next item on the timeline?
I think if we were to flow into the September 8th, when we are actually designated to receive input, that next item that you see on the timeline, I would venture that we would use it for another 3 or 4 days. So perhaps the 8th or maybe even the 9th of September.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, and we can be a little bit flexible on this because we had initially thought our initial schedule had us approving the superintendent in December, and this one has us approving it in November. So we have a little bit of flexibility there on the back end as well if we need to push things out a little bit. I don't want to go crazy there because Lord knows something's going to come up. Always does. And so, I want that buffer, but if we need to be a little flexible, we can be a little flexible moving things around.
That may be determined by the idea that you have perhaps one board meeting in December?
So we have 2 board meetings in December. The first one is theoretically a workshop, but we can also just have a special board meeting to address this if we need to.
Yeah, the superintendent's contract or approval must be done in a regularly scheduled board meeting.
Okay, so then it would be the 16th if we push into December.
Is
busy meeting.
B-Track's back on the 12th? Am I reading that right? It's really small.
No, the teachers come for the half day. That's a minimum day there. The 15th is their first day back.
September?
Yes.
But again, respectfully, we don't
That's
really
too
think
far.
that that's going to be an issue as a result of how we blast this out and how we inform your community.
They're off already.
Okay. Well, that then next takes us to what Ms. Baldwin brought up, and that is September 8th through 19th is when we would be either directly here in person or perhaps setting up various Zoom meetings. If all 3 of us can be here on, let's say, a 2 to 3 day period of time, we can basically complete quite a few of the in-person and or Zoom meetings that we will begin to set up via Lisa. We know that Lisa obviously has great contact with those people that we've already listed on this list of ours, and it'll be a matter of giving them an invitation, setting up a time schedule for them. Typically, we would be meeting with as many as maybe perhaps 10 people, perhaps a little bit more if it's in person, and over about a 35-minute period of time is where we're able to capture their thoughts as stakeholders of those things that they desire most in the next superintendent. So again, date-wise, September 8th through the 19th. We'd like to stick to that. Okay? Okay, moving on the agenda and getting into now number 6 and the bullets that are behind that. We feel that the AXA EdCal publication, the specific dates would be September 1st and the 15th. In other words, announcing to all of the administrators in the state of California who are AXA members that this job is available and open. That's more of a technical date. It's just what they do. However, I will ask whether or not you would like us to advertise in any other publications. So, for example, CALSA or CASA. CALSA, California Association of Latino Superintendents. CASA, the California Association of African American Administrators and Superintendents.
Yes, please.
Yes?
Those both on.
Okay. Okay.
So are we saying that the posting's going to close on the 15th?
We are suggesting, no, not the,
like
the deadline for application will be October 3rd.
Okay.
However, informing various administrators who might be interested as candidates or applicants, that particular publication, EdCal, is really critical for us.
Okay.
And I mean, we could use EdJoin, but in terms of EdJoin, they would have to transfer our application paperwork into a different format. So we tend to stay away from EdJoin. So EdCal and the affinity groups that I mentioned. The only other group that I didn't mention is CAPL, the California Association of Pacific Islanders. Oh, 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody.
Okay.
Last chance, Chris. It's getting down there.
Are we advertising in any things outside of California?
Yes, we have a wide variety of interested folks throughout the entire nation who belong to our website, if you will. And when we blast out to, if I'm not mistaken, over 3,000 individuals, many of those are nationally based as well. Yeah. That being said, then, we've established the dates for the input sessions, the EdCal, and so on. Closing date would be, I'm sorry, I apologize. The date for us to meet, I'm sorry, again, October 3rd would be the deadline for applications if we're okay with that. And I think that meets with any timelines that Mr. Vargas brought up. And then in October, consultants complete comprehensive reference checks. We'll be doing that. But it's October 16th, which is a special meeting, which can take as many as 2 hours, 2.5 hours, in which we would meet with the board and provide you all of the application. And this is where you would begin to select your candidates to be interviewed. Prior to that, about a week prior to that, you will be provided all applications via a special read-only email, view-only email. So you're able to see all of the applications that have been submitted to us, Leadership Associates. We provide you that information about a week ahead of time prior to this particular meeting on October 16th. So you'll have an opportunity to review them, begin to maybe jot down questions that you might have. What we will do on that particular date, October 16th, from our reference checking and our vetting process, we will bring forward to you what we consider to be the top tier candidates, the tier 1 candidates, tier 2 candidates, and tier 3 candidates. This is going to be based on the position description, obviously, that you have generated. And so having that as our tool, if you will, this is what the best match and fit comes up with. It might be 5 people, it could be 7 people. And that's not to say that tier 2 are individuals that don't make the cut. They're outstanding individuals, but there's some traits and experiences that put people in the tier 1 category that best match and fit your position description. Questions there?
On the dates, I think we prefer Tuesdays, if that's at all possible, just because we have those already set aside for board meetings.
And so just kind of thinking, looking at dates, the postings the 1st and the 15th, this would be pushing it a bit, but if you had the applications due September 26th instead of October 3rd, we have a special meeting already scheduled on the 7th. We have important topics to talk that day already, but we could do a section to allow the board to work through that if we wanted to stay within existing meetings.
And this could certainly be a special meeting for 2.5 hours. I understand Chris's point about trying to line that up, but we do have deadlines and certain works taking place within this calendar that we need to establish with our executive assistants in order to have everything ready for you accordingly.
Okay.
We could certainly do Tuesday, October 14th.
So let's put a pin in, the 14th, and board members, Mr. Superintendent, can you confirm with everybody that they're available for that day, please?
Can we do that right now?
In case anybody didn't have their schedule and we wanted to do it later. But we can do it now if everybody has their schedules out.
I'm good on the 14th.
14th?
I'm good on the 14th.
That works for me.
I have soccer practice. Just kidding. I'll make it work.
So I can do it.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate
14th?
that.
All right.
Okay. Next item, in terms of the time frame that you see there.
I'm going to be the bad one on that one. I am out of town on family vacation.
See, he goes out of town.
That entire week. I specifically set this one up because we had all of our dates in, and I told my family, you get this week. So not that week.
And that was why if there was any way to do the application and say we can go to the 21st, we have a regular meeting scheduled that day. So we could do a special meeting ahead of the regular meeting.
That would be early. We could do, if everybody could get there. How long did you say you needed?
2 hours, 2.5 hours.
So
And the 21st would work. We just checked our calendars.
So if we started at 3 o'clock on the 21st?
I am gone on the 21st.
No, 21st. Are you gone that entire week, or?
Yeah.
That's true. She's busy.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to work off of the 7th as the reviewing the applications, but the only way that works is if the applications were due September 26th to give you folks time to do what you needed to do.
Chris, we think that's doable.
It's tight, but if we're going to do a posting on the 1st, a posting on the 15th, and they're due on the 26th, and then special board meeting. We have some important stuff to do on October 7th, so I just let the board know that it'll be a long day again because we're going to be working through budget pieces and as well, but it's taking advantage of time we have.
Can we call in for a closed session? Either of us could do that.
Neither of you here on the 7th either?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure I can do the 7th.
Yeah, that's what we're contemplating now is October 7th. Not the 14th, not the 21st, but now the 7th.
Because you have that on your calendar. You should have that on your calendars already.
Yeah. Does that give you all enough time?
Yes, sir.
Squeezing? Okay.
So October 7th, and most likely what I'm hearing is you have a regular board meeting or special board meeting?
We have a special board meeting that day,
Okay.
but we could figure out what time works for you folks, and then we have the other topics. So just know it'll be a long day.
Yeah. And we'll make it convenient for you. And if you decide to have us available at 3, that's fine, and you start your special board meeting at 5, whatever the case might be. Okay. So now we're looking at October 7th. And that being said, we had originally November 1st for board interviews.
That is a Saturday. Is everybody
That's a
on board with
Saturday.
that?
It's an all-day.
I'm not in the country.
You're out of the country?
I'm home on the 2nd. I didn't think we'd do it on a weekend. Was the 8th?
October 25th?
Perfect.
I don't know, I'm asking.
No, if that's possible, that'll work as well.
I'm gone. I'm gone October 18th through November 2nd. I'm going on a 2-week vacation.
Can we push it back? Or does that squish too much?
Does the 8th work?
Sure. It's my birthday.
I went to a board meeting on my birthday too.
Yeah, why not? We got Measure M on my birthday.
I'm sure all the candidates will love us if we're sitting there eating cake while they're interviewing.
I'll bring cookies instead. It's less conspicuous.
Or let us bring you something.
What might Saturday, November 8th look like for the board?
Do that. The 8th. Okay. Looks like that works.
Okay, Saturday, November 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gosh.
Do you know about what time? I'm sorry, did you already say that?
We would begin most likely with an orientation for the board on Saturday, November 8th, beginning as early as 7:30. But again, we can talk about that. That orientation typically takes place about half an hour. Starting our interviews, let's say at 8, typically a 55-minute period of time for each interview, a small break, 5 or 7 minutes before the next candidate. We have a process that we facilitate where the candidate will come in to wherever the location or the venue is. We place them in a separate office so that they don't overlap each other. As you are interviewing someone, we ask that the next candidate come in about a half an hour prior to their interview. We have a waiting station for them. They never cross over. We dismiss the one candidate. We bring in the next. And that's another thing that we'll contemplate is the number of questions that the board will wish to ask and which questions you'll wish to ask. Many times the position description will somewhat semi-describe the kinds of questions that you're going to want to generate or contemplate. But we'll need to do that as well. But it's a long day. Depending upon if you interview 5 people, we're looking at the 5 p.m. mark. If you're looking at others, more people, it's extended a little bit further. I'm not sure if you're early birds, and typically there's refreshments there for you, some type of continental breakfast, a lunch break, refreshments towards the latter part of the interviews. Generally, we could interview 3 people in the morning hours, having a break, and then 2 people in the afternoon. If it's 7, and what we'll do is we will actually provide you samples of interviews for 5 people, 6 people, or 7 people, so that you can get a snapshot or an idea of what that day looks like for you. So
the other component with that with the group is they're going to, I'm assuming, going to want to have a community panel as well. So it'll be.
Oh. Okay.
That's what was done previously. There was a staff. I don't know, were there 2 of them and the board interview? I think there may have been 2 interviews before the board interview, if I remember. It's been 11 years. It's been a while.
I mean, the more the merrier. We should at least subject them to what we do to a principal.
It's fair.
So if you're contemplating a community panel as well, then generally the applicant will start with the community panel and then jump over to the board interview panel. So we will alternate that or schedule that accordingly. We generally have 1 community panel, so I'm not sure if there's a combination of representatives on that panel. And they're obviously not voting. It's the board's responsibility there.
Board members, do you want to?
Do a pie group last time? Did Pi do it last time?
Yeah. We had, I believe we had the president of each of the, or someone from each of the bargaining units, and I'm trying to remember who else.
I know John Shook was there because he always reminds me that he hired me. So
hey, I was there too.
I agree with, sorry. Well, I agree. Don't our principals have 3 sets of interviews? I mean, so it does kind of make sense that I like the idea of having 3 sets of interviews for the superintendent. But.
So what do we think? So assuming we do that, so we are 1 set of interviews. Who are the other 2? It sounds like we want our PI group or union leaders or bargaining unit leaders, and community.
Is there a way to do a parent panel or a community member
on that? How many people is that?
I mean, they could be probably don't want them to be too big, but, there's probably some flexibility in the size they can be.
We could do a board panel, a community panel, which is made up of parents and community partners, and then, if you so desire, PI, or union leads.
May I ask, was it done during a 2-day period of time previously, or 1 day? Because the logistics are becoming a little bit more unique.
Do you block that out, or do you fully remember?
I mean, I think the way it worked is we actually met this is going to be, I think it's crazy, but I think we met off-site, and I actually had a brief conversation with two members, and three members, separate, just as a kind of get to know conversation. Then I came here and I interviewed I interviewed with a large panel, the community panel. I'm trying to think if there was a second one or if it was all done in one. I blanked it out, and then I had the interview with the board. There was at least one other major panel.
If I may ask, so the venue for the board's interview was here at the district office?
At the community one as well. The initial conversation, I think, was at Valley High Country Club, actually. I think they had the initial, I went like 3 or 4 different rooms and just said, yeah.
And that was one day, or?
Yes, sir.
Wow, all right. And that may have, I don't know how many candidates they had, so if there were fewer, that would make it more feasible to do something like that.
Correct.
I know.
We have the space here to do, I don't know what's booked, so I'd have to look, but if you wanted to do 3 different panels.
And do kind of a round robin like we do with principals.
Mm-hmm.
But generally, we've centralized the community panels that we've worked with along with the board, so that the location is literally an office or a building that's next door, not necessarily having to drive any one place or the other.
Oh, yeah.
Just the logistics
for all
of it.
3 here.
Yeah, we could do all of them here.
Right.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we like the idea of 3. So us, a community panel, theoretically a community panel, and a pie panel.
A staff
We need
panel.
some staff, probably. That needs to be some sort of mix in there somewhere.
So for one of them, do we want to make it a mix of bargaining partners, staff, anything else that anyone else who should be in that one?
That makes sense. And then like parents and community members would be your community one.
Community?
Because that mirrors what a principal is, minus the community member.
And the outreach to these people, I'm assuming, would be through Lisa, since we don't know them.
Assume, yeah.
Yeah, and the
Yes, we
subcommittee.
can do that.
Oh, just an idea for the community panel. I don't know how many people you would have, but maybe a fair, easy way to do it would be that each trustee could choose a parent or community member. And that way each area is represented. I don't know how many you would have, but.
I don't have any objection to that. That would be fine. At least one, because that's 7, so that still leaves a lot of room for additional people if we want it to be a bigger panel, or if it makes sense. I would also think, and feedback on this, fine. To what extent and where do we want to include student input?
Yeah, they got to be.
Yeah.
But don't forget, you will have the survey and the community forum focus groups, all of that feedback, which includes several student groups.
And 2 community panels or whatever, you could mix people up. You don't have to have like only bargaining units in one and the other. You could have them mixed, however it balances out the room.
We could. I kind of like the idea of having them more specific, because then those people will have very specific questions that they'll all kind of understand and be able to speak to and resonate with.
Okay.
Other thoughts, board members?
Well, if we needed to make more room, the representatives are employees. So they would actually fulfill 2 roles, as a representative and as an employee, and we could maybe fit our students in with them.
Okay, I like the idea of somebody from each region, Heidi. Ms. Moore, sorry. But what if we look at our superintendent advisory committee people? Because they regularly interact with the superintendent as it is now, and I believe they have a better view of what's going on in the district as a whole, just because they've already committed those hours throughout the year or years to see what they would want. And there will be numerous of them, and maybe you could, they can send an email who's interested, and we could pick one of them. That would be a way to narrow it down from all your people and tie it to something that seems like almost a qualification with an education behind it to go in.
I have a question about those panels. Like, so are these going to be like a free flow of questions, or are these pre-selected questions for each panel? So they'll just
strongly recommend pre-selected questions.
like the principal's interview.
Right. So then we would not want a ton of people in there, right? Because we won't have that many questions for everyone to ask.
Yeah, but the follow-up, it'll be like a principal interview where the questions will get asked, but then the follow-up will be where we get the meat and potatoes.
And generally, the board will have available to them 12 questions within that 55-minute period of time that you desire, that you've agreed upon. So as far as the board interviews are concerned, that would be about 12, 55 minutes, perhaps an hour. The panels that you're talking about, I would suggest that we have them sign a confidentiality statement.
I think even if we do these other panels, maybe we only need 9 or 7, we each ask one kind of thing, because we're not, in the first frame, it was all us, but what we're doing is trying to be inclusive with everybody and to take their input. So if we come up with 12 questions, we could ask them to ask the questions, and then we'll get the feedback on it.
Typically, we would design, or with your approval, separate questions that they have interest in, and they wouldn't be the same as what the board might be asking.
Makes sense.
How many people do we have on the superintendent's advisory?
The one from every school. The one thing we
68?
do. Well, there's one from every school. They don't all show up, but there's one from every school.
Okay.
So one of the challenges, just from a dynamics of this whole thing, and the search folks can help us with this, is the confidentiality piece is real, and in these panels, who's interviewing and how that all works. So there's this balance of being inclusive and having people. What they're going to do is they're going to ask some questions, and they're going to take some notes, and you guys are going to get the notes. I mean, so it's going to be kind of what people thought, but you're not going to want those folks to vote. You guys get to make. That's one of the privileges of being a board member, that you get to make that decision. But you may want to hear what the others have to say. But there is a real balance of how many people are included in that, and then how confidential folks are about who came through those interviews, who came through those sessions. These are people's lives and their livelihoods, and they're tied to their existing school districts and their existing school boards. So there's just something that we have to be very mindful of. It. We don't want to have a forum, where the candidates are coming in and speaking to that, because you can't have any. It's going to be challenging. No matter, as soon as you have more than one person, there is the ability to keep things confidential becomes less and less. So that's just something to keep in mind as we're kind of working through that. It's real in when people are applying for these positions.
It's an interesting phenomenon when superintendents are applying for other districts. Accordingly, the common thought from their boards are, you want more pay, or you don't love us anymore. So that confidentiality aspect that Chris mentioned is really very, very important.
But I think, too, when we're pairing students with adults, we need to keep in mind that the adults, if they're community members, have not all been fingerprinted or cleared. We might want to keep them with employees.
I think the students will have a lot of opportunity to go in. If anybody, it would be our student board rep. Would be the only student I would suggest adding, and that would probably be here. And then I hadn't really thought about that, but it should be a small amount of people so as to less the exposure. But I think you have to count that our employees are professional enough to understand that. And do we feel like our community input through the 2 different ways we've given is enough? They met with the group, and they've given us information and their wants and needs to go back to 2. That's
If there is any possibility of having only 2 panels, by that I mean the board and one other panel, maybe you consolidate them somehow. That would really work out logistically and time frame wise. I've heard the word 3 out there because of your construct.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's up to all of us.
Sure.
You know, my perspective is I would prefer more. We literally just had an entire conversation where I was like, give me more data. And like the more information we get, the better. And I've, in being, in having done our principal interviews and, you know, I like just the raw data that comes out of that, the perspectives, the anecdotes, the information. It's been very helpful in our decision making in the past. And so my view would be I'd prefer more, with the caveat that I agree, you know, having a reasonable number of people in those interviews is going to be important. They shouldn't be forums. They should be panels. But having more of them where there's 2 very clear, you know, purposes to them. So I kind of like the idea of saying we're going to have a community panel, and that really is going to be community issues. What is the community's response to these candidates? What is their perspective? What are they looking for? And the people who work for the district are going to have they're going to be looking for different things. Right. And I think it would be very valuable to us to see what comes out of those 2 panels, because I think it will be different.
Okay. And what's advantageous is there's 3 of us.
Yeah.
To be able to balance that accordingly. Excellent.
Just remembered a group that I want to make sure that we include in whatever portion of the process is the Wilton Rancheria tribe. So if we can make sure we extend an invite to
yes,
them as our community partners.
What was that again?
in our Indian education group.
Yes, I will add that to the list.
I agree with Michael as far as I almost think we should either just have the board interview or have the 3 panels that we discussed, because I also feel that it's not really fair. I don't know if that's the best word, to only have a union and staff member panel, because the community is important. So I think if we're going to do away with that panel, we should just have the board panel. That's just my personal opinion.
Right. But at this stage, we're having 2 adjunct panels and the board.
Right.
A total of 3 interview opportunities.
Okay. So so what guidance do you need from, because we've thrown a lot out here into the 4.
We're really lucky in that we have Lisa available to us as well. As I mentioned, Blanca is capturing all of this information for our benefit. As a matter of fact, our executive assistant will be contacting her right away as well. So we'll coordinate all of that.
Okay, sounds good. Do you want us to make any further decision on this, or do you have what you need?
I think we have what we need with respect to the dates, particularly kind of the makeup of the panel that will eventually come together. Again, I just mentioned the confidentiality aspect. It popped into my mind, and so that is a very important aspect of things. You'll get some looky-loos out there, so that kind of thing. Yes. I think the composition of the panels has been decided upon by the board according to what you want Lisa to contemplate putting together. Those that are employees of the district and those that are true community members.
Is that sufficient guidance for you? Do you need more from us?
So yes, but I want to make sure. So I have, with community, is that one parent representative from each area? That's the one I want to make sure.
So I heard 2 things. Do we want area or do we want high school region?
For you.
Yeah. Do we have a strong preference?
So do we want 9 or 7, basically?
High school regions is more inclusive.
It is.
And that's how we generally organize ourselves.
And I think, our high schools tend to be very unique and have a unique character that is worth being represented. So are we?
Okay, but that doesn't mean we're going to have 9 high school parents, right?
Parents?
Because, I mean, as an elementary
see what
school
you're saying.
mom,
Yep.
I'm like, that's not cool.
I see what you're saying.
It would be schools within the high school region, so.
So 9 regions, it does not have to be a high school parent.
Yeah.
And my suggestion from experience is to look to your superintendent, who's your representatives on your superintendent, and see who those are. And I think it's a good place to start, to ask someone for interest. They've already shown interest in the district.
And we are gathering that list right now. So we will have the superintendent's parent advisory list available to us.
Will that tell us which region they're in?
Yes.
Okay, good. Which high school region or whatever. Okay, perfect.
Which school?
Per school. Perfect.
Okay. Is there additional guidance you need from us on that?
The second group you spoke about was the next one was the employees.
Yeah, so I have PI, but then do you want beyond that? Do you want beyond union leaders? As Ms. Davis pointed out, they are staff.
Is PI 2 from every group?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So that's going to be 20 people.
Yeah.
We need to go to 1.
So I think that
2 from every group. That's how it's constructed.
But we should ask each of our bargaining
Mm-hmm.
units to select someone.
Okay.
That way we are not making that decision for them.
Yes.
They get to do that for themselves. And then do we want anybody beyond that? Do we want to fill it out?
I'm thinking somebody on that front table, there should 1 or 2 people from there.
Cool with that? Now just draw straws. We'll let them decide.
Some sort of interest shown.
Yeah, and I would say we'll leave it to your thought process, or we'll request your feedback in terms of others you think would be appropriate for that group.
Okay. So board, community, and then 1 representative from each of the bargaining units.
And
did I miss anything?
And we'll for that
And
second
cabinet, yes.
panel,
My colleagues.
it can be cabinet. And if you have suggestions in terms of others who are not reflected or a perspective that's not reflected among that group, let us know. And I think it's appropriate to have more.
Okay.
A few more. Let's not go crazy.
Got it.
This is fun.
Ludi, are you going to be the secretary to the superintendent? Did you want to be on a panel? If you're going to be there, you will have to work with them. I've seen that as a positive, but it's up to you.
We won't put you on the spot. All right. What's
Mr. Vargas, we're just contemplating again here the candidate selection date. 30th. Where are we at here?
So the issue is we've been in touch with our search specialist, Penny Pyle, who's going to be working real closely with Lisa and us. And she has, told us that she just doesn't think that we don't have enough time to vet the candidates from when our selection date is going to be versus when we end our ad. So we have that the deadline was going to be September 26th. We changed that, but then that only gives us about 9 days between that end of the deadline to when we have our candidate review on October 7th. And we are anticipating a large number of candidates, usually probably around 40, maybe larger than 40. That's a lot of candidates, and we do an extensive vetting process. So we're, a little concerned that, she's very concerned because not only do we have to vet the candidates, put them in tiers, but then she has to do all of the
background information to put it together in the portal for all of you so that you're able to look at it in the portal and decide which of the candidates you want to interview. So it doesn't seem like there's enough time. Is there anything on the week of October 13th that people are available?
Nope.
Pushing things a month back, and that would give us enough.
So should we do that? Should we just look at backward mapping it a little later? So instead of having our application deadline in September 26th, maybe having it a little later?
The problem is we're going to have board members that won't be here the week of the 21st in October. We already tried. I think we get.
If it's closed session, can we call in? Karen?
If you post on your agenda the location of where you'll be calling in from,
Australia.
A majority of the board is present and the location is accessible to the public to make public comments from that location, there is a way to do it.
You're in Australia, though.
That's public.
If they want to go to Australia.
They'll come see me in Sydney, I'll buy them a drink.
On the day of the interview, you will open up in a public way or a public session. If you find people that would like to speak, they have the opportunity to speak. Following that, you'll go into closed session with the actual interviews.
We're not talking about missing the actual interviews. We're talking about when they bring us people.
The applications.
The application.
The review of all the applications, right.
Okay, so.
We're doing that on the 16th. That's your vacation, not mine.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to do that. So what? So
Is there any availability the week of the 13th?
I'm gone that entire week.
That whole week.
Unless you guys want to do it Friday. I can change my flight and come back in the morning, and we can do it in the evening of Friday.
October.
I hate to have you cut your vacation short.
It wouldn't be really cutting it short at that point. I am not a happy flyer, and so I'm going to be unhappy no matter what I'm doing that day.
That isn't here.
And that was the.
Okay,
So we could do Friday the 17th or the 21st is kind of what we're at.
Well,
Anybody
Blanca has another idea. Blanca, why don't you suggest that?
You have a special board meeting on present or available on
Before the special meeting?
Those start at 9 a.m.
They do start at 9 a.m. So, I mean, I have absolutely no problem getting up at 7 o'clock. I'm going to be up at 6:30 anyway because I have dogs who love to wake me up that early.
It would be added onto the
Okay, we could do that too.
The only if you do, that's the selection. Then you're talking interviews. You got
in November.
Late November.
Yes.
I mean,
and with a December at your regular board meeting appointment.
School's out the week of the 24th. We're not going to have time.
Yeah, it sounds like the downside of that. I mean, it's a possibility. The downside is, it'd be a challenge to get them in and settled by January 1. I think another challenge with that would be if we're doing the interviews, then it might be more of a challenge to get people to do the interviews just because of its proximity to the holidays, things like that. So
We may try to make the 17th work. If you say you come back and we do it on the 17th.
If we want to do it on the 17th, I can make that work.
November? October?
Are we back in our October 17th?
Yes.
What's everyone's availability on October 17th?
Preferably in the evening. Are we all okay with the evening?
Late afternoon?
Late afternoon, evening. Yeah, I can make that
That
work.
is again for candidate selection.
Candidate selection.
So just to make sure that I don't get confused looking at my calendar, so we're going to be doing the candidate review with you on October 17th. Is that right?
Anybody can't do that. I'm not seeing any issues. Okay.
Probably in the afternoon if you're available.
I think 17th works.
And then the interviews will still be November 8th. Should give everybody enough time. Everyone is available November 8th?
November 8th, yeah.
Which in turn would have your regular board meeting on November 18th for approval of the contract.
If all goes well, and we still have the December meeting if we.
Right.
Correct.
But yeah.
Yes.
It's better than pushing everything back, I think.
Thank you.
I'll double check that.
So again, under number 6, and with respect to those bullets, consideration or location for the interview would be here, as well as those 2 other panels. The next bullet following that is the validation visit or validation process. Should the board decide to actually have a validation visit to the candidate who is selected, or at that time prior to approval of the contract, that's something that you need to decide. It does not necessarily have to be decided now. If the candidate is coming from Hawaii, I'm sure 3 of you would love to go to Hawaii. But my point simply being is the validation visit can be done by 3 board members, but beyond that, it would need to be agendized if 4 or more go. And typically, that's a visit to the applicant's current location of business, where a meeting would be held perhaps with cabinet members, the superintendent, board members, maybe an executive assistant, a site principal perhaps. It's the responsibility of the person that you've selected to set up that meeting. There are times when boards decide to have union members go with them on these particular validation visits. Typically, and I've never known anything to change once a validation visit has occurred. So it's just, again, and it can be done via Zoom as well. But that's a decision that you folks need to make. After the interviews, you will be getting into the process, typically the board president and your legal counsel, into the negotiations. That generally will take 3 to 4, perhaps 5 days. And again, it's during that period of time that you might want to contemplate a validation visit. We would also have available to you a press release, samples of press releases that you could utilize and construct. That would meet the needs of Elk Grove as well. Again, I'm just mentioning that validation process. It's a decision by the board. It's at your discretion. As of right now, the target date for approval is November 18th. That still stands well with the start of the new superintendent on January 1st. Any other questions pertaining to this timeline that we've developed? Okay. I'm going to turn it back over to Jackie, who's going to cover several of the other bullets here.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much for, your indulgence as we wrestle with all these timelines. I know how much fun it is. We've already talked about candidate recruitment. We have the dates and everything like that, so I'm not going to review those. I'm going to go to number 8, which is the contract parameters worksheet, just to let you know that once you decide which candidates you are selecting to interview, we ask each one of those candidates to fill out what we call their ask. So they tell us on a document that we have, what is their salary range that they're looking for? What do they want in terms of any fringe benefits? What is their work year calendar that they would like to ask you for? Do they need health benefits? Anything like that at all. We generally don't let you see those things until after you've made your selection, because we don't want you to say, oh, we really like this person, but this one is, $20,000 cheaper. We really want you to make your selection first. And then you need to understand that anything that they're asking you for is negotiable, right? So, that's certainly up to you. But at any rate, you will be given that information about the candidates, and we're happy to share it with you as you're deliberating about the different candidates. So we did talk, I believe, that Lisa is going to give us a copy of the current superintendent's contract as well as the current salary range of your executive members. Are there any questions before we move into closed session?
At what point do we talk about whether or not there are any current staff that is applying for the position in closed?
We're going to do that in closed session.
I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know it's been a long day, and we appreciate that, of course. Here's something that we could contemplate, and that would be the section that you see there, number 11. The board's members' input. We can certainly capture your input on what you desire most in your next superintendent, the experiences, personal and professional, the skill set, so on and so forth. There would be other questions as well, including the district's strengths and challenges. We're ready to capture that, or an option at your discretion would be for you to email us those items that you feel are most desired most in the next superintendent.
Board members, do we want to popcorn for a minute? And if anybody doesn't have, or if anybody thinks of something later, we can always email it. We could also just take the survey, Ms. Albiani said. Well, let's start down there. Ms. Baldwin?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I would love to have someone that has a heart for the work that we do, a passion that drives them to really, do good work every day and want to be collaborative, who's quick to listen. I think it's really important. I think you mentioned it earlier, someone who's a champion for equity, who sees the importance of being a bridge for our community, particularly where we have gaps in our specific groups, affinity groups that are part of our diverse community here in Elk Grove. And I think it is really important that we have someone that has experience in California, is particularly with just understanding ed code and all that, the nuances of how things are done here in our state. So, I'm not opposed to someone outside of California, but I think someone who has a deep experience here is going to be extremely valuable. And yeah, I would love the opportunity to email anything that comes to mind that I haven't mentioned here.
Excellent. I think Ms. Baldwin has kind of kickstarted the opportunity, and Blanca behind me is capturing those thoughts, which eventually will be added to the stakeholder input that we receive as well. So with your permission, Mr. Vargas, we can go on with Ms. Moore.
Yes, please.
Okay. So again, those desired qualities, characteristics, background that you'd like to see in your next superintendent. We'll circle back. We'll circle back to capture what you consider to be the district's strengths and/or challenges in a moment.
Okay. I would also like the opportunity to email, just because I want to make sure I can, in case I forget anything. But definitely someone who's focused on academic achievement for all students, improving continually, improving academic achievement, and someone who's innovative and who has maybe new ideas. I think that's, we have a lot of great things, but I think it's never a bad thing to have new ideas. So that's really important to me, to see new ideas that could, improve our district, give our students more opportunities, those types of things. And then someone who's willing to listen to and properly address community members and their concerns.
And that's great, the opportunity to email us some other thoughts and ideas that come to mind during the next few days or so. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Ms. Bellerini?
All right, I put a few notes down. Empathetic, I think, is important. Experience in California. Previous assistant superintendent or superintendent. Yep. We don't want somebody that hasn't done any of that. Again, academic achievement was on my list, and just bonus points if they know about our area and have lived in the area. That was one of the reasons that Chris came to the top when I interviewed him before. So, besides his great smile. That's it.
Albiani? You want to go? No, I'm always last.
I agree with what I've heard. I also I have a concern. We keep our superintendents. We have a history of having long-term superintendents, and we are a cruise ship, not a speedboat, and I don't want someone to come in here and think they're going to flip this place. We're very proud of what we've done. We aren't asking our superintendent to leave because we're in a crisis. We're not in a crisis. We are making strides with plans, and I agree, just as opportunities have come up, Chris has reorganized things and changed things in a process, and I don't want to have somebody come in here and have that we have a whole new system, we have a whole new promise. Like, I don't want our staff to get thrown off kilter or our focus to be thrown off from where we're at. And with somebody new, that's a big deal to me.
And you'll be surprised how many times that's going to be repeated accordingly by other stakeholders as well. Good point. Ms. Davis?
I'd like to email later too.
Okay, certainly.
But a concern is someone who considers the classified staff and certificated staff equally. Sometimes a lot of focus is put on teachers only, but we've got a lot of employees, and I'd like that to be their focus. Someone who can take us into the next generation with the AI and what's coming technology-wise would be important also.
Excellent. And we'll make sure to reach out to Mr. Yang to make sure he has the opportunity to email us. Mr. Vargas?
Yes, please. Just a couple of things that popped into my head are student-centered. I think everything that we do needs to be student-centered. I think we as a district have done that very well. Collaborative. We have a lot of different stakeholders. We have however many bargaining units that, and I say that because it's in flux right now. Being able to work with collaboratively and productively with everybody is incredibly important. I would guess that they're going to come in and be surprised by the quality of our relationship with our bargaining units. And so someone who is ready to, and isn't going to come in and try to change that relationship or come in unprepared for that relationship is important. I would really like to see executive experience. If it doesn't have to be somebody with a superintendent experience. It can be somebody at the assistant, associate, deputy superintendent level. But I feel like a district like ours, you're kind of getting thrown into the deep end a little bit if you don't have that. And so some level of executive experience would be valuable. compassion, I think, is incredibly important to the work that we do. For me, community service oriented, I think it's incredibly important that the superintendent is seen in the community. This community expects that. They expect it from their board members. They expect it from senior staff. They expect to know and see you out and about. And that goes to accessibility and transparency and all the other things that are important. But that is very important, particularly in Elk Grove. And then I want to echo, what Ms. Albiani said is stability. I think one of the most important things that we do is provide stability for students. And when we do something, when someone tries to jerk the ship around, mm-hmm. right, that creates instability, that creates disruptions in students' education, and that is exactly what we don't want to do. So that stability, that ability to sort of know that a disruption in a student's education is the worst thing we can do, and we're making change in an appropriate and timely manner. So those are the things that popped into my head.
And please recall that we will have an opportunity to talk to Chris more specifically in terms of our interview of him and some of his thoughts regarding the transition. The next question has to do with what are the strengths of the district? What might you be most proud of? What's working well? It could be the employees. It could be your cabinet members, obviously. It could be you as a board, that talked about the visibility and so on. But if I may, I'll start with Ms. Baldwin again. Just a quick list of things.
We're an extremely diverse community, and we've come a long way from, I think everyone jokes about Elk Grove being a small but big town. So a lot of us know each other. We're a close-knit community that really cares about, having really quality, livelihood for our families here that live here. And a lot of that comes out of our school district. It's a really driving force for that here in Elk Grove. And it's a place that people want to be. So we want to continue, the inclusivity that we provide here in our community is really important to us. And it's a huge value. Not just here in the district, but it's an effort that even our city commits to, and so we definitely are going to need someone who is on board with that, and who knows how to also navigate, because we have very diverse perspectives here that we're able to engage in dialogue and come to decisions that really ultimately benefit our whole district, despite having those different opinions and perspectives. I think it's something that it's hard, but we do a pretty good job at it. I'm proud to be a part of this board. I think that we have been able to accomplish some great things, and the cabinet, working with the cabinet, has been really great to hear all of the things that they're passionate about, and how they're really making efforts to address the needs of our community and our schools. So definitely see that as a huge strength. In terms of challenges, one big one we talked about today is just our growth. We're growing, and we will need a leader who knows how to support the efforts that have been put in place, to do the research, to complete the analysis, the outreach that's required to manage that and make good choices and decisions, help the board understand as well what are the options that are being laid out for us, because it's a great place to be, and it's growing and we're thriving. But with that does come some hard decisions that have to be made around how we construct schools and formulate calendars and things of that nature.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Moore, strengths and challenges? Strengths could be a CTU program, the AVID program, a dual language program. Those keep those in mind as well.
Yeah. Some that I jotted down is that generally we have highly rated schools, and as Ms. Bowen referenced, we have highly, in general, I think our district is highly sought out compared to some neighboring districts. And we are diverse. And along with that, I just think it's important that we because we are so diverse, we are always being respectful of everyone and listening to all voices. And so that's really important to me. And then also I put as a strength that I see that for the most part we have involved community and parents. And I think that really adds to our, the school and our community and our students. Weaknesses, because we're so large, I feel that there, as was already mentioned, there's a lot of challenges as we grow, not only facilities-wise, but with district staff. How do we prioritize the way that the position, district positions, the way we want to spend our money? And so I feel like we need a leader who can manage those situations. And that's all I have for now.
Ballerini?
Okay. Obviously, diversity is a plus. One of the other things that's a big plus is the number of CTE classes that we offer and the varied experiences we have for our students across the board. They can be at different high schools and be learning totally different things, and their high school diplomas, when they're getting those, the awards. It's interesting. As big as we are, you would think everything would be, but it's not. It's definitely, it's unique. Let's put it that way. We are one-to-one with our computers, which is a plus. Thank you, COVID. Let's go there. We have very involved parents. We have strong unions, and we have community connections out there all over the place. And the only minus I have right now is we are so big. Sometimes it's so big that it's just hard. There you go.
Thank you.
I agree. We never walked away from CTE like it was done in California. Elk Grove didn't leave that, and it's a strength of ours. Mm-hmm. I moved my family here to go to Elk Grove schools. Delia moved her family here to go to Elk Grove schools. People come here to go to our schools, and so our diversity is amazing. It's our greatest strength and provides some of our greatest challenges. I mean, it's both. There's no denying that. Some of our challenges we're going to have coming up. The COVID money is drying up those points, so we're going to be back to choosing board priorities. We're going to choose. There's an ever-growing labor market. We have some of the most excellent relationships with unions that I've seen. Actually, we have the best relationships I've ever seen through talking to other people. We have amazing employees. We are very child-focused, and what are we going to do for our kids? And that's just an asset we have. So, but size is a challenge, but also we couldn't have the training programs we have and the supports we have and the therapists we had if we didn't have this large pool of money. So, but it is a challenge on how to use it. Definitely.
Challenges are very often equated to opportunities.
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. Thank you. I like that.
Ms. Davis?
Well, I think one of our strengths is our employees and the relationships that are being built between leadership and those employees. You don't see that in many districts. I think our CTE programs have grown amazingly and are offering our children opportunities. On the other side, though, I would like to see our CTE connections to careers after school, possibly to internships, things like that. Mm-hmm. SPED program, we have an amazing SPED program. I moved my family into this community 33 years ago to access the SPED program for my son. It never let me down. Diversity is a big strength of ours in this community. We have a lot of diversity going on, but that diversity also brings challenges. So that's an area we need someone to help us bridge some of those challenges as well. But that's about what I got.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas?
Yeah, I would echo a lot of what has been said. I think diversity is both a wonderful strength of ours and also a challenge that we are constantly elements of it that we are constantly facing, and being able to navigate that is going to be incredibly important. The CT and pathway programs, the special education program. I think one of the things that I really love about our district is the size. Because you get, in smaller districts where you get one or two high schools, they're the district high schools. But here, you have 9 very different and unique and wonderful schools, and you go to one, and it's a completely different experience than going to another. And I love that. It is also going to be a big challenge, for anyone who comes in. I mean, as a new board member, it's a challenge coming in and trying to get your arms around what all of our schools look like, the uniqueness of all of our schools, and what they're all doing. And so for a superintendent who also has to come in, hit the ground, and get their arms around all of that, that is going to be a challenge. It is a fun challenge. It is a wonderful challenge, but it is a challenge. I think one of the other strengths of our district is that we are our decision making is very thoughtful and intentional, and that can be a surprise to people who want to come in and want to do something and have things and have ways of doing things and realize, oh no, there's a structure here. There are systems here. There are ways of doing things here, and that is wonderful for us. It is also a challenge. It is a double-sided sword. In part because we are slow, but in part because, you come into Elk Grove and there is a culture here, and understanding that culture, being okay with that culture, figuring out where you fit in that culture is an important part of, being part of this community. And I think it's incredibly important to be able to do that. And that is going to be if it's someone who's already familiar with Elk Grove, wonderful. They're going to hit the ground running a little bit more. But if it is someone coming in from the outside, culture shock is a real thing in Elk Grove. So I remember from when I moved, and I hear it from a lot of people I know who moved since then. It's a real thing. But once you find your place, it's a wonderful place. So.
Well, as a matter of fact, as you talked about visibility and longevity and culture and fit, I happen to have checked into the Town Place Suites, the Marriott, which is around the corner and so on. And the lady at the registration desk wanted me to say hello to Chris because you spoke to her at one point in time at a high school graduation, which just speaks volumes, again, about this community and certainly this Board of Education and your leader. At this point in time, we will make sure that we contact you or you contact us with respect to anything else that you'd like to share with us regarding experiences, skill set, this type of thing. The one item, the bullet there, questions regarding any process or procedures regarding the search process before we go into closed session.
We decided a number of dates today. Can we get sent out a confirmation of those to make sure they get entered right in our own calendars, please?
Yeah. Yes, and Lisa's been outstanding, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and so it really does and has helped us a tremendous amount as well. So that being said, if there's no other questions, we will go to closed session.
Excellent. Then, all right. Do I have anything else? We skipped this part, so we'll do it now. Ms. Albiani, are there any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards.
Excellent. Then we have already done the board discussion. So with that said, we will adjourn into closed session at 5:10 p.m. and we'll be back in a minute. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 5:30 p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. There being no further business before the board, I will adjourn at 5:30 p.m.